Chapter 254. Qin Yu was dazed for a long time before he chuckled. He originally thought that his greatest harvest from this trip to the Gold Noble family was rescuing Ningling, but he never imagined that even the problem of breaking into Nascent Soul would be solved. Perhaps Ningling was the turning point that Heavenseek Pavilion spoke of that would help him break into Nascent Soul. As expected, the omniscient reputation wasn't just empty word. Finding Ningling and breaking into Nascent Soul could be called double happiness. Either one was enough to make Qin Yu laugh heartily. Once he reached Nascent Soul, no matter how large the world was, there would be no one that could control his life or death. At that time, he could wander the world with Ningling and perceive the great Tao together. Just thinking about it left him fascinated. Perhaps it was because she hadn't thought things through or because her mind was in a mess, but when Ningling came out the next day, she asked Qin Yu to look for some materials he needed to extract her bloodline. She left behind a list and then hurried away. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. He always felt that she was a bit strange. Although she pretended to be calm, there was panic, nervousness, and also shyness in her eyes. Inexplicably, Qin Yu looked forward to extracting her bloodline and his mood improved. He glanced over the list of materials in the jade slip. There weren't anything too rare, just some random items. If he were to collect them himself, it would take some time. Qin Yu thought for a moment and spoke to Ningling through the door. Then, with a flash of light, he flew out from the mountain valley. Today's severed spirit mountain was no longer as withered as it was in the past. The heaven and earth spiritual strength became increasingly rich, and it had become a famous cultivation treasure land for thousands of miles. Some wandering cultivators rushed over and built huts. There were also cultivator families of various sizes. Not long ago, there were even 2 small sects from the Southern Empire that entered Severed Spirit Mountain. Although the large-scale construction disturbed the tranquility, Severed Spirit Mountain was still lively and filled with more people. Where there were people, there were rivers and lakes. But the rivers and lakes were too general and couldn't be touched. Thus, the rapidly growing small trading markets became the best manifestation of the rivers and lakes. Cultivators communicated, exchanging treasures, buying goods, and even killing each other. In short, although this place was small, it still contained all sorts of things. However, all of this excitement avoided the area of Severed Spirit Mountain that was the richest in spiritual energy. Because no one knew the name of the master, it was called the cave dwelling of the 100-Mile Ruler. No one had ever personally witnessed the 100-Mile Lord fight. However, there were countless legends about him that circulated throughout Severed Spirit Mountain. Either it was true or it was absurd, but no matter which version it was very clear how powerful the 100-Mile Lord was. Legend had it that he could shatter a mountain with a single palm. Legend had it that he could sever a long river with a single finger. It was said that he could kill people with just a stare. There were so many mysteries that there were only a few who completely believed them, and even fewer who didn't. Everyone held an indescribable awe in their hearts. However, as time passed and no one saw any movement from the 100-Kilometer Lord, some of the more capable individuals began to have other ideas. For instance, the Supremacy Grandmaster, who had recently entered Severed Spirit Mountain and defeated 17 opponents in a row within 3 months. Of course, no matter how resounding this name was, the Supremacy sect had only been established 3 or 4 years ago. Even counting the cats and dogs under them, there were barely 100 people. The sect master came from a wandering cultivator background, and it was unknown where he had learned supernatural fist arts. With a single move, he could shake mountains, thus he was known as the Supremacy Sage. This was the origin of the Supremacy sect. Everyone, have you all heard? The Supremacy Sage has already declared that he wants the 100-Mile Lord to give up his cave dwelling and use it as a foothold for his sect. Of course I've heard of such explosive news. The Supremacy Sage has set up a 10-day arena and challenged the 100-Mile Lord to a fight. He is filled with confidence. Not too long ago, when West Ridge Loose Cultivator and the Supremacy Sage fought, I inadvertently saw the Supremacy Sage attack. His fist potential was as heavy as a mountain, unstoppable. 10 days have passed and the final day is approaching. The 100-Mile Lord still hasn't shown up, perhaps because he fears the Supremacy Sage. If the Supremacy Sage can seize the cave dwelling, he will truly be able to flourish and become the foundation of a great sect. His future prospects will be bright. As the discussions spread into Qin Yu's ears, he finally understood why this place was so lively. It was because of the arena that the Supremacy Sage had set up. The 100-Mile Lord. This name was quite resounding, but who the hell was the Supremacy Sage? He actually dared to jump up and down Severed Spirit Mountain? Qin Yu smiled and drank the tea in his cup. He was originally thinking about how to act, but now he didn't need to go through all that trouble. His thoughts raced and he soon came up with a plan. He stood up and cupped his hands together. Everyone, I have obtained some news that the 100-Mile Lord will show up today. I fear that there will be a great battle on the 10-day arena, so I hope that no one misses it. After he finished speaking, he ignored everyone's questions and walked downstairs. The tea house was quiet for a moment before it exploded with a loud bang. Countless cultivators revealed excited expressions. There was no benefit to this sort of matter, so there shouldn't be anyone that would dare to speak nonsense and tease them, unless they didn't plan on mingling around Severed Spirit Mountain in the future. The illustrious 100-Mile Lord was someone that no one had ever seen before. Today, he was finally going to make a move. Some people sneered, thinking that the Supremacy Sage was doomed this time. There were also some people who thought that this 100-Mile Lord didn't live up to his name. Otherwise, when the 10-day arena was set up, he would have directly rolled over the Supremacy Sage and not dragged things out to the final moment. But no matter what they thought, a great commotion was inevitable. News spread out from the tea house at an astonishing speed. Soon, the entire Severed Spirit Mountain was stirred up. The 100-Mile Lord versus the Supremacy Sage. Today's battle would decide who would have the highest authority in Severed Spirit Mountain for a long time to come. This involved their own future interests, so everyone was naturally concerned. Surging streams of people gathered from all directions, rushing towards the arena. The 10-day arena wasn't too far away from the Supremacy Sage's entrance. It was made from a large boulder that was several dozen feet wide. The Supremacy Sage wore loose robes and his eyes were closed. His hair and beard fluttered in the mountain winds, making him seem a bit like a master. A disciple quickly walked over and whispered a few words into his ear. The Supremacy Sage opened his eyes, a look of contempt on his face. I thought he was going to be a turtle hiding in its shell, but I never thought that on the final day, he would dare to jump out and fight with me. In his opinion, the so-called 100-Mile Lord was only trying to save some face. If a cultivator's skills were inferior to others, then although it would be shameful to lose his cave dwelling, it was still better than losing his reputation because he was afraid to fight. The disciple flattered, with teacher here, even if that 100-Mile Lord comes, he can only be stepped on by you and become a stepping stone for the rise of my Supremacy sect. The Supremacy Sage smiled. Since everyone has gathered here today, I will take this opportunity to establish my prestige and establish an unshakable foundation for my Supremacy sect. In the future, I will be able to dominate everyone. Qin Yu walked through the stream of people. Without even asking, he soon arrived at the side of the arena. He glanced at the Supremacy Sage who was sitting cross-legged and shook his head. An early golden core cultivation. He was a bit stronger, but at most he was at the 4th or 5th level. To the current him, he was far too weak. To the side, a cultivator had a face full of awe and worship as he looked at the Supremacy Sage. When he saw Qin Yu shake his head, his complexion immediately darkened. You brat, where did you come from? You actually dare to disrespect the Supremacy Sage. His voice wasn't quiet and it immediately attracted a great deal of attention. Qin Yu turned around. I only shook my head. How was that disrespectful? The young cultivator saw everyone's attention on him. In the distance, there were even disciples of the supremacy sect looking over. He thought that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If he performed well today, would he need to worry about not being able to join the supremacy sect? He immediately took a deep breath and shouted out, You shook your head with contempt and disdain in your eyes. Did you think I couldn't see you? Just what sort of character is the supremacy sage? He is a powerhouse that has established his own sect, so how could he allow you to show the slightest bit of disrespect? His voice was powerful and sonorous. Everyone felt awe in their hearts. To be able to flatter someone to such a degree was truly a talent. Someone cried out in alarm, Isn't that the cultivator in the tea-house who said that the 100-mile ruler would be coming? Now that you mention it, it really is him. If he dares to disrespect the supremacy sage, could he be a subordinate of the 100-mile ruler? The crowd immediately became lively. If this person really was a subordinate of the 100-mile ruler, then today's slaughter was already set in stone. The disciples of the supremacy sect soon arrived. The one leading them was a tall and strong man. He wore dark brown robes as he walked with the wind in his eyes. He looked down at Qin Yu from above. Brat, are you a subordinate of the 100-mile ruler? Qin Yu thought for a moment. He smiled and nodded. That's not wrong. Everyone was in an uproar. They were both excited and also admired his courage. Facing the people of the supremacy sect, he was still able to remain so calm. Disregarding everything else, his courage wasn't small at all. The muscular man sneered. Where is your master? Could it be that he was scared out of his wits and sent you here to investigate? Let me tell you, my master is on the stage. If the 100-mile ruler dares to come here, he will surely explode with a single punch. Qin Yu smiled. If you want to fight with the 100-mile ruler, you will have to pass through me first. He stepped forwards. The muscular man was enraged. You think someone like you is worthy of disturbing my master? Kneel down. A large hand came pressing down like a fan. Bang, or with a dull thud, the muscular man was sent flying backwards, smashing into a group of people. His face was covered in dust and he cried out in anger, but he wasn't injured at all. The complexions of the supremacy sect disciples changed. Their powerful elder senior apprentice brother hadn't even been able to clearly see what had happened before he had been sent flying backwards. This person was too strange. The surrounding people revealed looks of awe. No wonder he was so calm, it was because he had cards up his sleeves. Disregarding everything else, just this cultivation alone was enough to rank high in Severed Spirit Mountain. However, this person looked unfamiliar. How come they hadn't seen him before? Qin Yu continued forwards. As the supremacy sect disciples were caught in a dilemma, a voice echoed out from the arena. Draw back and allow this fellow Taoist to come up. The supremacy sect disciples hurriedly moved aside as if they had been granted amnesty. Qin Yu smiled. He stepped onto the arena stage. The supremacy sage had already stood up. He was tall and strong, and his eyes were bright and piercing. He had an imposing aura about him. How should I address you? Qin Yu waved his hand. I still have business to attend to, so let's not waste any more time. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Just how rampant were these words? It was simply a slap to the face. The supremacy sage's complexion darkened. Good. Then let this old man experience your cultivation. He waved his arm and a fist came crashing down. It whistled through the air, its momentum astonishing. Beneath the arena stage, many cultivators cried out in alarm. They thought that the supremacy sage was truly formidable, and their eyes were filled with awe. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with a smile. This fellow was actually quite smart. Perhaps because he felt that his opponent wasn't easy to deal with, he had used his full strength. But to him, a golden core level opponent wasn't a threat at all. Bang! With another dull thud, the eyes of all the cultivators on Severed Spirit Mountain suddenly widened. They saw that above their heads, the Supremacy Sage was sent tumbling away. His body curved in a smooth curve, no different from the Supremacy Sect disciple from before. "Ah! Teacher! Hurry and catch Teacher!" With loud shouts and shouts, the Supremacy Sect disciples all reached out their hands. Then, with a loud cry, gourds tumbled all over the ground. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly drew back, afraid that they would be implicated. There were some sharp-eyed cultivators who soon discovered that when the Supremacy Sage and his group fell to the ground, there were countless tiny cracks all over them. They were like beautiful and delicate patterns on porcelain. "Fuck, it hurts so much," a Supremacy Sect disciple cursed. He wanted to turn around and stand up, but when he pressed his palm against the ground, it sank straight into it. The entire scene fell deathly silent. All of the Supremacy Sect cultivators, including the Supremacy Sage, were sweating profusely, their faces pale. The ground beneath them was like paper. With the slightest touch, it would disintegrate into powder. It couldn't be any more broken. If this strength hadn't seeped into the ground but instead exploded within their bodies, they feared they would have already become piles of minced meat. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu, shocked speechless. The Supremacy Sage climbed up. Without caring about his distressed appearance, he bowed and said, "Junior Zhang Wei greets the 100-Mile Ruler." He wasn't stupid, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to reach Golden Core and establish his own sect. In Severed Spirit Mountain, the only one with such a cultivation was the mysterious and unfathomable 100-Mile Ruler. But who would have thought that the 100-Mile Ruler, who was rumored to have transcendent methods and was cruel and merciless, was actually a fair-skinned young man. As he thought about the Supremacy Sect's proclamation as well as his previous rudeness, the Supremacy Sage began to sweat and his face paled. One couldn't judge a book by its cover. Today, he had thoroughly experienced these words. In truth, the Supremacy Sage couldn't be blamed for this. Qin Yu had obtained the little blue lamp when he was young and his cultivation had risen by leaps and bounds. Afterwards, his appearance hadn't changed at all. In addition, after he swallowed the tumor in the sea region, his aura had been restrained at will, so how could the Supremacy Sage have sensed him? In the deathly silent crowd, countless cultivators felt their hearts turn cold and fear fill their eyes. The 100-Mile Ruler, he was the 100-Mile Ruler. He was truly as powerful as the rumors said. Qin Yu had a calm expression. The difference in their levels was far too great. Dealing with the Supremacy Sage would only take a flip of his hand. As for the awe and reverence in everyone's eyes, it was impossible for them to move his mind. Moreover, Ning Ling was in the valley, and he didn't want to stay outside for too long, otherwise he wouldn't have used such a method today to establish his prestige. Supremacy Sage, I will remember your Supremacy Sect's crime of disrespect for now. In the future, I will hand over the surrounding 300 miles to your Supremacy Sect. If there is any mistake, I will not forgive you. Zhang Wei was stunned. His heart was filled with bitterness. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from a hero who established his own sect to a guard. This drop was simply unacceptable, but there was clearly no room for discussion. Otherwise, he would really be seeking his own death. I thank the 100-Mile Ruler for his magnanimity. The Supremacy Sect is willing to accept punishment. Qin Yu waved his hand and took out a jade slip. I need some materials. I want to gather them before sunset. Is there a problem? Zhang Wei received it with both hands. After sweeping through it with his divine sense, he relaxed. He respectfully said, 100-Mile Ruler, please enter the Supremacy Sect and wait for a moment. This junior will immediately go. Qin Yu nodded. As the Supremacy Sect disciple respectfully led the way, he heard Zhang Wei's voice from behind. Everyone, the 100-Mile Ruler has a need. I hope that everyone can help me. All materials will be purchased at a 10% premium. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This Zhang Wei was indeed a smart person. Reality proved that smart people were always able to do things with twice the result with half the effort. In less than a day, Zhang Wei hurried back, handing over a storage bag with both hands. Greetings, 100-mile ruler. Everything you need is inside. Qin Yu swept through it with his divine sense, and was satisfied. Very good. With a flash of light, a yellow copper bowl appeared. This is a small item I obtained in my early years. Here I reward you. He stood up and walked away. Behind him, Zhang Wei was already stunned. As he looked at the bowl in his hands and felt the powerful aura, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was actually a powerful Golden Core realm magic tool. Although Zhang Wei had reached Golden Core, he came from an unorthodox background and didn't have any accumulations at all. When he fought with others, he relied on his cultivation. Magic tools weren't even worth mentioning. He never imagined that in the blink of an eye, a gold ingot would fall from the heavens and land directly on his head. This was a completely new weapon. Sect Master! Sect Master! Zhang Wei cried out and finally regained his composure. He turned his head and saw that Qin Yu had already disappeared. The Supremacy Sect cultivator who spoke gulped, his face full of envy. The 100-mile ruler has already left. He hesitated for a moment and then continued to say, You ordered us to find another sect. Do you still want to continue? Zhang Wei's complexion changed. He righteously reprimanded, Don't speak such nonsense. The 100-mile ruler ordered my supremacy sect to guard his cave dwelling, and that means he has taken my entire sect under his command. How could I betray my master? Pass down my orders. Immediately pack up our belongings. We will leave tomorrow and move to the periphery of the 100-mile ruler's cave dwelling. The supremacy sect cultivator had an aggrieved expression. He thought that this was all his master's orders and he had been wrongly accused. But he wasn't stupid enough to say anything. He nodded and left. Zhang Wei rubbed the bowl, his face filled with excitement. He suddenly realized that it was better to lean against a big tree and enjoy the shade. The 100-mile ruler was clearly a thick thigh, and he also seemed to have a generous personality. And most importantly, he was incomparably generous. If he followed him, he might have a bright future ahead of him. As the supremacy sage was lost in his thoughts, Qin Yu had already returned to the mountain valley. He knocked on the door and handed over a storage bag. The materials are all here. I saw that senior apprentice Sister Ning cut down a large piece of wood. If there's anything you need me to help with, feel free to ask. Ning Ling blushed red. She grabbed the storage bag and rolled her eyes at him. No need. Bang, the door closed. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. He thought that something was wrong. Something must have happened to senior apprentice Sister Ning. Another day passed. Ning Ling's door opened and she calmly walked out. She said to Qin Yu, Everything has been prepared. Junior apprentice brother Qin, follow me. As she spoke, she pointed at the chicken overlord. Have it leave, and that wild wolf, it's best if we don't get disturbed when we're doing something. Have them go out and stand guard. The chicken overlord's eyes turned. It stared at the man and woman, its intuition telling it that something was wrong. But Qin Yu clearly wouldn't give it a chance to play any tricks. He grabbed it and tossed it out. He said, Take it out to guard the house. If it dares to move, beat it up. The wild wolf howled in agreement. It bit down on the chicken overlord's fluffy feathers, ignoring the chicken overlord struggling. It turned and ran away, vanishing into the fog in several blinks of an eye. Qin Yu turned around. Senior apprentice Sister Ning, do you have any other instructions? Ning Ling shook her head. Follow me. Creak, the door opened and closed. Qin Yu could keenly sense that there was some sort of array formation laid down in the room. It should be used to isolate auras and prevent others from probing. This was reasonable. After all, there were some risks involved in drawing out one's bloodline. It was always right to be cautious. But in the room, what was up with the two newly made wooden barrels? Moreover, they were steaming hot and carried with them the smell of herbs. Qin Yu looked at them several times. As he recalled Ning Ling's previous performance, his face stiffened. Senior apprentice Sister Ning, this is. Ning Ling leaned to the side. She lightly said, "Take off your clothes." Her voice was calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. "But Senior apprentice Sister, why are your ears red?" Chapter 255. Genius in a Second. Qin Yu sat in the barrel. The thick smell of medicine drilled into his nose along with the steaming heat. His skin felt a bit hot, but he didn't care about it at all. At this time, his hands were resting on the edge of the barrel and his back was exposed to the air. Ning Ling raised her brush and carefully drew. A demon head with two horns and closed eyes gradually took shape. When the last stroke fell, Qin Yu could faintly hear a distant roar resounding in his soul. Ning Ling put away her brush and said in a soft voice, "It's done." Drawing the demon head had clearly consumed a great deal of her energy. Her dress was soaked in sweat and stuck to her body. Although she tried her best to maintain her calm, she still shivered beneath Qin Yu's gaze. After waiting for a while, Qin Yu didn't seem to notice anything at all. Ning Ling clenched her teeth. "Have you seen enough? You turn around." "Ah, okay." Qin Yu's hula was followed by the sound of water splashing. There was a rustling sound, followed by the sound of water entering. After a moment, Ning Ling said, "Turn around." Her black hair hung down and her snow-white shoulders were exposed. Qin Yu's eyes swept over the folded dress and silk undergarments. His mouth felt dry. Ning Ling suppressed her shyness and earnestly said, "Junior apprentice Brother Qin, this is a matter of rights and interests. You must not think too much about it. Extracting the bloodline is not an ordinary matter. Once an accident occurs, it will be extremely dangerous." As she spoke, her voice was incomparably solemn. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He regained his clarity of mind and cupped his hands together. "Senior apprentice Sister Ning, rest assured that I know what to do." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, they were like an ancient well without a single ripple. Ning Ling's eyes brightened, revealing a look of appreciation. As long as one could accomplish great things, they always had a strong ability to control themselves. Qin Yu had done this very well. She calmed down a little. "In a moment I will lead the process of extracting the bloodline. Once I finish, Junior apprentice Brother Qin must immediately begin to swallow it. Make sure you don't miss any opportunities." She closed her eyes. Her exposed shoulders, neck, and face began to rapidly grow with lines. The left side shined with a golden light and the right side was pitch black. She frowned, revealing a pained expression. Then, she lifted a hand and pointed between her eyebrows. As soon as she pointed her finger, the medicinal liquid in the wooden barrel she was in instantly boiled. Large amounts of bubbles gushed out, and with a gulp, gulp sound, a white mist enveloped her. The fog became increasingly thick, and it was no longer possible to see Ning Ling's figure. One could only faintly hear the faint sounds of cracking. Qin Yu wasn't a stranger to this. This was the trembling of one's flesh, blood, and bones. The degree of pain represented was nearly unbearable. But Ning Ling didn't make a single sound. Qin Yu frowned, worry in his eyes. As his complexion became increasingly gloomy, the thick fog suddenly began to rapidly split apart. Every piece collapsed inwards, condensing into sharp needles that shined with a dazzling silver-white light. Puff, puff, countless voices sounded out at the same time. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Ning Ling's pale face revealed a smile and she shook her head. The long needles formed from the mist all pierced into the pitch-black patterns that occupied half of the body. Every point where the needles landed was the intersection of the patterns. It actually began to twist like a living creature. The golden patterns on the other half of its body shone brightly. It seemed to have sensed its opponent's predicament and launched a brazen attack. The dense golden light was like blazing lava flowing out of the mouth of a volcano. It spread along the pitch-black patterns and expelled everything in its path. The demonic bloodline wasn't willing to accept defeat. Ning Ling stuffily coughed and bit down on the corner of her lip. Faint traces of black energy gathered above her head. The demonic phantom appeared and roared endlessly, as if it were asking her why she had given up on the power of the demonic path. Ning Ling closed her eyes, ignoring its roars. She stimulated her divine bloodline with all of her strength. The golden light became increasingly intense, like a rising sun that illuminated the entire wooden house. There was a humming sound in the void. The array formation began to revolve, completely shielding out the golden light and the aura it emitted. Qin Yu tensed. As he faced this golden light, he instinctively felt loathing. His heart raced and all his blood tumbled about. He suppressed the violence in his heart and nervously stared at Ning Ling. The pitch-black patterns on the surface of her body were constantly fading away. Above her head, the demonic phantom's roars became increasingly shrill and shrill. Ning Ling's face was devoid of blood, but there was no hesitation or cowardice in her furrowed eyebrows. Qin Yu revealed a look of admiration. Now it seemed that although it was incomparably painful, Ning Ling wasn't in too much danger. Then, all he needed to do was wait until her demonic bloodline was extracted, and then swallow it as quickly as possible. Only like this could he reduce the pain Ning Ling had to endure as much as possible. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He could feel the wild and craving within his mortal body. From the moment Ning Ling began to expel the demonic bloodline, she had sensed a strength that could help her become stronger. Now, he wanted to feel this craving and fuse into it. Gudu-gudu in the wooden barrel where Qin Yu was, the medicinal water began to boil. The demonic phantom behind him turned an incomparably bright red. Its closed eyes flickered in and out of existence in the fog. Junior apprentice brother Qin. The moment Ning Ling spoke, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. His eyes were blood red and a brutal and overbearing aura of annihilation erupted from his body. At this time, the eyes of the demonic phantom behind him opened a sliver. Bang! The demonic phantom above Ning Ling's head exploded, turning into tumbling fog. Countless wisps of black energy overflowed from her body, fusing into the fog. Within the pitch-black fog, it was gradually dyed with the color of blood. As if it were being attracted by something, the eyes of the demonic phantom behind Qin Yu opened a sliver. There was a sharp cry from within the fog. Like a river breaking through a dam, the black and blood-stained fog rushed out, entering Qin Yu's head and drilling into his body. At this time, he felt as if he had been placed within countless crimson coals that were crazily burning him. The pain was extreme, but it was also delightful to the extreme. Every inch of his flesh and blood shivered. With loud crackling sounds, his flesh and blood and bones began to disintegrate. Then, they regenerated at an astonishing speed and continued to disintegrate. This process repeated itself. On the surface of Qin Yu's skin, cracks appeared and disappeared. He gently shivered, a pained expression on his face. But, his eyebrows relaxed. On his back, the demonic phantom's eyes opened more and more. It seemed to become three-dimensional, as if it could walk out from Qin Yu's body at any moment. Whoosh! When the last bit of fog fused into his body, Qin Yu reared back his head and roared. The wooden barrel loudly shattered, and the medicinal water splashed out in all directions. His blood-red eyes stubbornly stared at Ning Ling. He emitted a deep and tyrannical roar from his mouth. Bang! Qin Yu took a step forwards. The ground several feet around him instantly collapsed. Terrifying cracks spread outwards like a spider web. Ning Ling had a complex expression. She lifted a hand and the demonic phantom on Qin Yu's back closed its eyes. The blood-red color faded from its eyes and it fell backwards. No one caught it, so a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. After a long time, Ning Ling recovered a bit of her strength. She walked out from the wooden barrel. A slender snow-white thigh appeared, and then another slender snow-white thigh appeared. The further up they went, the more they bulged and tightened. Then, there were towering snow-white peaks. After putting on her dress, Ning Ling walked over and gently stroked Qin Yu's face. There was no shyness in her eyes, only an indescribable sorrow. Qin Yu felt as if he had slept for a long time. It was an incomparably comfortable sleep. It was dark and dreamless, as if he were wandering in a warm spring, unwilling to wake up. But no matter how good a sleep was, there would eventually be a moment when he would wake up. Those who slept for a long time without waking up were only the dead. Qin Yu opened his eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, he suddenly sat up. Bang! The bed board shattered and he fell to the ground. He looked distressed, but his eyes were filled with pleasant surprise and a smile gradually lifted the corners of his lips. He had broken through. Closing his eyes, Qin Yu could clearly feel that his flesh and blood had clearly become tougher and more formidable, containing a strength that could uproot mountains and break rivers. Within his chest, his heartbeat was slow. But every time it contracted it was like beating a giant cowhide drum. He could even feel the vibrations coming from it. His blood also flowed much slower. But Qin Yu was well aware that once he fought with others, his heartbeat would accelerate and his blood would roar like a river. And this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that after his demon body made a breakthrough, the great Tao of nascent soul was right in front of him. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He stood up and strode out. Because he couldn't control his strength, every step he took left behind footprints of varying depths. Even the door to his room had been destroyed by him. Even so, the smile on Qin Yu's face didn't diminish in the least because of this. He wanted to tell Ning Ling that he had made a breakthrough. The little cultivator of the past would soon reach nascent soul. Then, in this world, as far as his eyes could see, he would be able to gallop as he pleased. He wanted to ask Ning Ling whether or not she was willing to roam the world with him and be his immortal couple, never leaving him for the rest of his life. Yes, Qin Yu didn't want to wait any longer and he didn't want to play riddles any longer. He wanted to tell Ning Ling what he wanted, because from now on, he finally had the strength to protect her and the qualifications to give her happiness. He excitedly pushed open the door. As the trees cried out in pain, Qin Yu swept his eyes around the mountain valley. Then, his heart skipped a beat and he began to panic. Ning Ling's wooden house was already in ruins. There were no signs of life in the mess. She wasn't here? Where did she go? Bang! The ground shattered. Qin Yu rushed out like a bolt of lightning. He tore through the thick fog and flew out of the mountain valley. Looking around, his tense body relaxed a little and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Not too far away from the mountain valley, in another small valley, there were several wooden houses built. A figure pushed open the door and walked out, a smile on her face as she looked at him from afar. It was Ning Ling. Qin Yu's figure flashed, and he flew out of the valley. Ning Ling suddenly waved her hand. Junior apprentice brother Qin, with your brute strength, do you really want to destroy the residence I worked so hard to clean up? Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. Senior apprentice sister Ning, why did you move here? Ning Ling smiled. Junior apprentice brother Qin needs space to control his rising strength. I also need a quiet environment to familiarize myself with the changes in my bloodline. So, after thinking about it, I decided to temporarily move out. Qin Yu nodded to express his understanding. The surging emotions in his heart had been interrupted, making it difficult for him to speak. He opened his mouth. Ning Ling suddenly said, I am about to go into seclusion for several days. If junior apprentice brother Qin doesn't have anything else to do, then I won't be accompanying you any longer. Qin Yu thought about it. There was indeed no need to be in such a hurry. This sort of matter needed the time and atmosphere to be perfect before he could speak of it. He cupped his hands together. Senior apprentice sister Ning, please cultivate. I will also go into seclusion for several days to hone my control over my strength. As he spoke, He turned to leave but stopped. He earnestly said, "I must thank Senior Apprentice Sister this time. In the future, I am willing to shelter Senior Apprentice Sister from the wind and rain." Whoosh! Qin Yu's figure flew far away. Although he didn't say it out loud, this could be considered as expressing his feelings to a certain degree. Ning Ling turned and returned to her room. The moment she closed the door, she covered her mouth and her eyes turned red. She suddenly felt that she was far too selfish. Chapter 256. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Returning to the mountain valley, Qin Yu first tidied up the mess. Although there were countless footprints left behind, this was extremely beneficial to him in controlling his mortal body's strength. The wild wolf's gaze was solemn. Its eyes were filled with respect and submission. Its master's current strength was truly terrifying. It had no doubt that if its master wanted to, he could easily smash the surrounding mountains into smithereens. The other pair of eyes belonged to the chicken overlord. It originally wanted to gossip about just what Qin Yu and Ning Ling had done that caused such a commotion that they had demolished the house. But now, no matter how much it wanted to, it didn't dare to say it, but it really wanted to know. Qin Yu turned around. The wild wolf lay down, its tail wagging. The chicken overlord was enraged. It cursed in its heart, "What a good old wolf! You actually want to learn my methods? But even if you do, you still won't be able to grasp the essence. Is wagging your tail like that? I'll let you broaden your horizons." As Qin Yu looked at the chicken overlord, he laughed and scolded it. Then, he turned and walked back to his room. His devil body had made a breakthrough and he had reached nascent soul. After the initial ecstasy passed, true excitement gushed out from the depths of his heart. This meant that he would soon step onto the peak of this world. As a young disciple of the Eastern Mountain sect, who could have imagined that in such a short period of time, he would reach his current situation? So what were they waiting for? In the shortest possible time, he would digest the strength brought about by the demon body's breakthrough and then make the final preparations for breaking into nascent soul. Qin Yu closed his eyes and cultivated. The mountain valley became tranquil once more. After borrowing the Supremacy Sect's prestige, the 100-mile ruler's limelight was unrivaled. Naturally, no one dared to intrude within a 300-mile radius. 10 days later, with a light creaking sound, Qin Yu pushed open the door. He frowned, a thoughtful look on his face. Just now, the qi and blood in his body had suddenly reversed. Even though it had disappeared in the blink of an eye, it still made him feel suffocated. Demon body sacrifice. The first time his demon body made a breakthrough, he had killed Deep Sea Demon and completed the sacrifice. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to smoothly complete the sacrifice, he feared he would need to kill a late nascent soul superpowerhouse. But how could such a master be easily encountered? Luckily, there was still some time before the backlash of the demon body occurred, so there was no need to worry too much. Suppressing his thoughts, he flew out of the mountain valley and arrived at Ning Ling's dwelling. But she was still in seclusion. "Love Go Small Say, Netku, Senior Apprentice Sister Ning, how are you now?" After waiting for several breaths of time, Ning Ling lightly said, "Junior Apprentice Brother Qin must be worried about me. I'm fine." Qin Yu frowned. From this voice, he could actually feel a bit of alienation and indifference. He didn't know why, but panic surged from the depths of his heart, as if he was about to lose something incomparably important. "Senior Apprentice Sister Ning." He stepped forwards. Ning Ling said, "Junior Apprentice Brother Qin, please return. I still have to cultivate." Qin Yu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "I have something to say to Senior Apprentice Sister Ning. Senior Apprentice Sister, please come out and see me." After a long period of silence, the door to the cabin opened and Ning Ling appeared. Although her appearance hadn't changed, her eyebrows, eyes, and every other part of her exuded a noble and indifferent aura that could not be blasphemed against. She was indifferent without any fluctuations of emotion, like a god descending to the mortal world. Disgust rose in Qin Yu's heart and his eyes turned icy cold. But in the next instant, he reacted and hurriedly suppressed his emotions before forcing out a smile. "Senior Sister Ning, you seem to have become slightly different." A complex light flashed deep in Ning Ling's eyes before immediately disappearing. "Junior apprentice brother Qin Yu, it isn't just me who has changed. You are also no longer the same as before. I still haven't congratulated junior apprentice brother Qin Yu. After your demon body made a breakthrough, there will no longer be any hindrance to your nascent soul great Tao. From now on you can freely soar through this world." Qin Yu looked at Ning Ling. As he listened to her speak, he couldn't help but feel his heart fill with irritation. He loudly said, "Senior apprentice Sister Ning, just what happened? Why are you avoiding me?" Ning Ling lowered her head. "Junior apprentice brother Qin Yu is overthinking things. I have always been like this. If I have done something wrong, I ask that you forgive me." It was this polite and aloof attitude, as if she was 1,000 miles away from him. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and reached out to grab her. "Senior apprentice Sister Ning, do you not understand my feelings?" As he grabbed Ning Ling, his palm seemed to pierce through some invisible barrier. Then, that soft and tender palm suddenly turned crimson red. A sizzling sound rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle. Then, a dazzling golden light and the richest black in the world erupted, as if dividing the world. Rumble, rumble, a terrifying collision erupted. Shockwaves rose up, sweeping through the entire mountain valley. The wooden house behind Ning Ling was instantly torn to pieces. Grass flew into the air and cracks crisscrossed the ground, as if a typhoon had passed through. Within Severed Spirit Mountain, countless cultivators looked up in horror. They looked up into the skies, where black and gold were confronting each other. A terrifying aura rapidly spread outward, whose strong winds bent down the treetops and swept up boulders. In the eye of the storm, Qin Yu stared at Ning Ling in a daze. The flesh and blood of his palm had turned crimson and the skin on his palm even began to melt away, revealing dark red flesh. But he didn't seem to feel anything. He only looked at Ning Ling in a daze, feeling the hostility and icy coldness from her body. "How could this be?" Ning Ling lightly said. "Junior apprentice brother Qin Yu, do you now understand why I avoided you?" She lowered her head and frowned, a look of loathing on her face. "Let go." Qin Yu's heart shrank. He subconsciously loosened his palm. The flesh and blood on his palm wriggled, and after several breaths of time, it was restored. But at this time, he had no mind to pay attention to the powerful regenerative abilities of the demon body. He only stared blankly at the familiar yet strange face in front of him. She was Ning Ling, but she was no longer the Ning Ling of the past. That trace of loathing pierced through his heart like an arrow. Even with Qin Yu's powerful will and mind, he still felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He looked up and looked straight into Ning Ling's eyes. "Senior apprentice Sister Ning, please tell me just what is going on here?" Ning Ling was silent for a moment. Then, she slowly said, "Since ancient times, gods and demons have never coexisted. Junior apprentice brother Qin, you obtained the demonic bloodline in my body and has already stepped onto the demonic path. I am a descendant of the divine Tao and my aura and strength clash with yours. Even standing together causes my blood to tumble and I feel loathing towards you. If we were to come into contact, the result would be like this." Qin Yu opened his mouth. After a long time, he said with difficulty, "Senior apprentice Sister Ning already knew this result?" Ning Ling nodded. "That's right." Qin Yu looked at her. "Why? If I knew that obtaining the demonic bloodline in Senior apprentice Sister Ning would make it impossible for you to coexist with me, I would rather not have it." Ning Ling lightly said, "Junior apprentice brother Qin Yu, what are you saying? You and I are cultivators who are courageous and brave, willing to pay any price in order to pursue the great Tao. The demonic bloodline can help junior apprentice brother Qin you reach nascent soul. Such a great stroke of good fortune can be achieved as long as you and I never meet again, so why care about it? Moreover, expelling the demonic bloodline is also greatly beneficial to me. If I never meet senior apprentice Sister Ning again, then I don't want to make a breakthrough in my demon body. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a decisive look. Even without the demonic bloodline, I can still make a breakthrough in my demon body and reach the great Tao of nascent soul. Today, I will destroy the bloodline in my body. He lifted a hand and pressed it against his chest. With the sound of breaking bones, his chest caved in and the black robe on his back exploded apart. The demonic head appeared once more, its eyes wide with anger. Kacha, his flesh, blood, and bones trembled and cracked apart. The surface of his skin bulged out and blood vessels rose up like blue earthworms, twisting and undulating in a horrifying manner. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. Dark red beads of blood slowly seeped out, soaking his robes. Ning Ling was stunned. She never thought that after Qin Yu learned the truth, his choice would be so extreme. You are insane. Ning Ling could no longer maintain her indifferent expression. She threw herself forward and pulled away Qin Yu's hand. Large teardrops gushed out from the corners of her eyes. The demonic bloodline has formed the demon body and is one with you. If you destroy it, you will also die. Qin Yu held onto her tightly. The demonic bloodline in his body seemed to sense his ruthlessness and madness. It restrained its own aura to avoid colliding with Ning Ling's bloodline of God. Ning Ling, I know that you have me in your heart. No matter how heartless you pretend to be, you cannot deceive me. Ning Ling looked up, her eyes red. You don't blame me for lying to you? Qin Yu wiped away her tears. I don't. Without anything else to say, just these two words were enough to warm her heart. But remember, no matter what happens in the future, you cannot use such a method to reject me and distance yourself from me. Ning Ling cried. Qin Yu, I have to go. I have to leave this place. She finally spoke the truth. Ning Ling and the Gold Noble family were not people of this world. Rather, they came from a vast and boundless world that was separated by a barrier between the heavens and earth, the land of divinity and demons. Ning Ling's mother was still alive. She was imprisoned there, enduring torture and punishment. She needed to return and rescue her mother. I have already awakened my bloodline. My clan will soon arrive and bring me back to the land of divinity and demons. Qin Yu, I have to go, I have to go. Ning Ling cried in sorrow. It was rare for her to reveal such intense emotions. She originally wanted to coldly reject Qin Yu and make him lose all hope before turning and leaving by herself. But today, Qin Yu's decisive actions had directly shattered her cold outer shell of camouflage. She wanted to stay and be with Qin Yu, but her mother was suffering in the land of divinity and demons, so how could she abandon her? Qin Yu could feel her pain and helplessness. He gently stroked her hair. The land of divinity and demons? Senior apprentice Sister Ning, just go. No matter how far you go, I will find you. Ning Ling cried as she shook her head. Qin Yu didn't know what sort of place the land of divinity and demons was. In that vast world, there were countless powerhouses. Nascent souls could barely be classified as top-tier powerhouses. As for higher-level existences, they were like stars in the sky, so many that it was impossible to count them all. Perhaps he was already the highest peak existence here, but to the land of divinity and demons, he wasn't anything at all. It was impossible for him to obtain guidance, and there was no way for him to enter that world. These words tumbled in her heart. Ning Ling wanted to tell Qin Yu not to wait for her anymore. She wanted to pretend that she had already died in the past and find a beautiful girl to live her own life. But when these words reached the tip of her tongue, she couldn't say them. If she told him, just how much despair would Qin Yu feel? As Ning Ling's thoughts were in chaos, her complexion suddenly changed. She looked up into the skies. Qin Yu could also feel a formidable strength suddenly appearing. It was like a sword from beyond the heavens, crossing through endless space to arrive. Bang! The skies shattered and a black vortex appeared. A giant turtle crawled out from within. There were 2 cultivators on the turtle shell, their eyes cold and indifferent. Chapter 257. Genius 1 second. Remember, if you want to go? Shua Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Ning Ling had imagined countless times just what sort of mood she would have when the messenger from the land of divinity and demons arrived. But it was only now that she realized that all of her imaginations were less than 1% of reality. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't suppress the bitterness and sorrow that gushed out from the depths of her heart. She subconsciously held on to Qin Yu, but as she thought of something, she suddenly let go and pushed Qin Yu away. She respectfully bowed towards the large turtle and the 2 people on its back. Ning Ling greets the envoy. The 2 emissaries were extremely young, but their cultivations were extremely terrifying. They were at the mid-nascent soul stage, and given their age, it was simply unimaginable for them to be at such a level. Their expressions were indifferent, and their eyes naturally revealed a sense of superiority. The 2 envoys swept their eyes over Qin Yu and frowned. Then, they said, "Ning Ling, we have come here on orders. Come with us." Ning Ling took a deep breath and turned to look at Qin Yu. The reluctance in her eyes nearly condensed into essence. "Junior apprentice brother Qin, forget about me." She couldn't finish her words. She turned to leave but was caught by him. Qin Yu's expression was calm and there was even a faint smile on his lips. "I have to know where senior apprentice sister Ning is going so I can look for you in the future." Ning Ling's heart ached and tears nearly fell down. She squeezed out a smile. "Land of divinity and demons, immortal sect." Qin Yu earnestly nodded. "I will remember. Senior apprentice sister Ning, just wait for me." His tone was calm and steady, as if the 2 of them had only been separated for a short time and could meet again at any time. Ning Ling's tears finally fell. She smiled and said, "Good. I will wait for junior apprentice brother Qin to come." Letting go, Qin Yu took a step back. Ning Ling turned and left. Her figure drifted like an immortal as she landed on the large turtle's body. The 2 immortal sect disciples looked down from above. How could a lowly ant from the land of exiles know what sort of existence my immortal sect is? Moreover, it is impossible for you to enter the land of divinity and demons in your life. Ning Ling's bloodline has awakened, so she is a precious person of my immortal sect. How could we allow you to be tainted by her? From now on, give up any thoughts of coveting her. Otherwise, my immortal sect's killing curse arts can send you beyond redemption even from 1,000,000,000,000 miles away. Seeing Qin Yu's calm expression, as if he weren't affected by their words at all, the immortal sect disciple sneered. "Fine, I'll teach you a lesson today. You must know that in the future, you must respect my immortal sect like a god." He raised his hand and slapped down. Rumble, a giant golden hand appeared. It was as dazzling as the sun, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire severed spirit mountain. The collapse of the sky and the appearance of the vortex had already attracted a great deal of attention. Now that the golden hand descended, all eyes were on the turtle. Countless cultivators widened their eyes, shock and fear on their faces. The aura emitted by the golden hand caused endless awe to rise up from the depths of their souls. Qin Yu looked up at the descending palm, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this person from the land of divinity and demons didn't place a lowly life form in their eyes at all. If he really only had his cultivation on the surface, even if he didn't die from that palm strike, he would have crippled most of his cultivation. Was this how a casual lesson was? Qin Yu's favorable impression of this immortal sect that he had never heard of before suddenly vanished. He lifted his hand. Within his Dantian Sea, the 5-element golden cores simultaneously exploded. Magic power surged out, condensing into a boundless tide that instantly erupted. A silver-white magic sword materialized at the tip of his finger and slashed at the golden hand. Schwar, it was so fast that it was like a bolt of silver lightning. In an instant it collided with the giant golden hand. Bang! The giant golden hand was split in half and then exploded in the air. Golden flames burned around it, and the silver lightning shot out from these flames, advancing forwards. On the back of the turtle, the two immortal sect disciples had grim expressions. They revealed shock in their eyes. They never imagined that there would be someone in the land of exiles that could break through their immortal art. The giant turtle's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. The silver lightning that slashed at it trembled and collapsed. Qin Yu seemed to suffer a heavy blow. He stuffily coughed and blood flowed out from his head. His eyes darkened. Junior apprentice brother Qin. Ning Ling screamed out, "Envoy, please forgive him. Junior apprentice brother Qin didn't mean to offend you." The two immortal sect disciples hesitated for a moment. Then, they coldly snorted, "Let's go." Ning Ling's bloodline had awakened, and she would surely have a place in the immortal sect in the future. They didn't want to provoke her for no reason. Although Qin Yu's performance was formidable, he was nothing more than an ant in the land of exiles. He was doomed to have no hopes of reaching the great Tao. He wasn't worth mentioning at all. The giant turtle turned around and slowly crawled towards the vortex. Besides the divine might it revealed when it opened its eyes, no one could imagine just what sort of terrifying strength it possessed. But such a terrifyingly strong giant turtle was actually willing to be driven around by two immortal sect disciples. From this, one could imagine just how formidable the immortal sect's background was. Ning Ling turned around and looked at the gradually blurring figure on the ground. She tried her best not to cry, and a brilliant smile lit up her face. Perhaps this would be the last time she saw junior apprentice brother Qin. How could she cry in such an ugly manner? She had to leave her most beautiful appearance in his memories. The giant turtle flew into the vortex and vanished from sight. Everything seemed like an illusion. But the person in his arms was already far away. Qin Yu's body swayed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face paled. What a terrifying giant turtle! Just a single glance had wounded his soul. It was just that he didn't want Ning Ling to worry, so he didn't reveal anything. Land of divinity and demons, immortal sect. Qin Yu muttered to himself. His eyes were firm. He would definitely go. Within a wooden house in a mountain valley, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged and began to heal himself. With Ning Ling gone, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. But he wouldn't collapse because of this. She had only temporarily left to go to a place he had no way of reaching. But as long as his cultivation was strong enough, Qin Yu believed he would be able to see her again soon. If that was the case, then instead of feeling sad, he might as well use it to cultivate. That way, he would be able to reunite with Ning Ling earlier. With his demon body making a breakthrough, there were no longer any obstacles blocking his nascent soul great Tao. What Qin Yu needed to do next was to recover from his injuries and then make a breakthrough in his cultivation and complete the sacrifice of his demon body. Within his soul space, motes of starlight sprinkled down, constantly fusing into Qin Yu's soul and repairing his injuries. Suddenly, Spirity opened her eyes. She stared at Qin Yu's soul, a dignified look in her eyes. After several breaths of time, she lifted a hand and pointed a finger. Qin Yu's soul opened his eyes. But his eyes were pitch black, as thick as ink. "Come out!" With a loud shout, Spirity pulled outwards. Two balls of black flew out, turning into a skeleton that lingered with demonic energy. Qin Yu was alarmed. He sent his consciousness into his soul and coldly asked, "What is this?" Spirity said, "The soul-sending technique. To place a fragment of one's own soul into a cultivator's body and absorb the strength of their soul to strengthen one's own body, finally completing the swallowing process." Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. He subconsciously thought of Heaven-Seek Pavilion and that Heaven-Seek old demon. This was likely something left behind by him. Spirity, can you find out who attacked me? Spirity nodded. I will try. She closed her eyes. Threads of light shot out from her hands and drilled into the skeleton. In the distance, in a manner, a figure in a black wooden house suddenly opened his eyes. He looked up at the void in front of him. Divine light exploded in his eyes, rumbling towards Spirity like a waterfall. Spirity stuffily coughed. The threads of light in her palms directly exploded, and her complexion paled. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He had already seen who it was that attacked him. Heaven-Seek Pavilion, that mysterious young cultivator. Could he be Heaven-Seek Old Demon? Qin Yu suddenly felt a great dread rise in his heart. His thoughts raced and his consciousness left his soul space. His eyes were firm. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to break into Nascent Soul as soon as possible. After tidying up his things, Qin Yu stepped forwards and shot into the skies. As for where he was going to cross tribulation, he had already decided. In the black wooden house, the young man gently sighed, a helpless look on his face. Everything had been going smoothly. He was just waiting for Qin Yu to cross tribulation, and then he would be able to quietly swallow him at the critical moment. Partner soul, it's actually a partner soul. The young man smiled. Although it would be a bit troublesome if an accident occurred, the existence of a partner soul was actually a pleasant surprise. The young man looked up and lightly ordered, "Ghost, pass down my order. Find Qin Yu as soon as possible." With Heaven-Seek Pavilion's eyes and ears, no matter how vast the world was, as long as Qin Yu appeared he would definitely be discovered. Moreover, he was crossing Nascent Soul, heavenly tribulation, so how could there be no movement at all? In the shadows in the corner there was a slight movement. An order from the highest level spread through the world at an astonishing speed. With such influence and status, Qin Yu's guess was correct. This young man was the highest ruler of Heaven-Seek Pavilion, Heaven-Seek Old Demon. Meanwhile, at Immortal Eclipse Valley, Pill Crucible held a jade slip in his hands. There was only a blurry image inside, but it was enough for him to judge that this was his long-lost son. Pa! The jade slip shattered. Pill Crucible roared, "Heaven-Seek Old Demon!" Bang! The aura of a peak nascent soul violently ravaged the world. Jiang Li cupped his hands across his chest. He said, "Valley Master, please calm your anger. Heaven-Seek Pavilion's influence is unfathomably deep. We are currently in a fierce conflict with the demonic path, so it is not good for us to fight again." Pill Crucible took a deep breath, slowly restraining his aura. But his eyes became even colder. He slowly said, "I know your scruples, but Chan Er's death is the greatest flaw in my mind. I made an oath long ago that if I found out who harmed my child, I would not hesitate to pay any price to burn their bones to ashes. You do not need to worry. As long as I can kill Heaven-Seek Old Demon, my mind will reach perfection and I will be able to take the final step and achieve Divine Soul. At that time, who cares about the Demon Monarch?" Jiang Li's eyes shined with a divine light. He bowed. "If that's the case, then I will obey Valley Master's orders." Pill Crucible stood up. This normally lazy old man who cared about face revealed the overbearing and disdainful attitude of a peerless powerhouse. A powerful aura descended like a great sun, sweeping through the world. "Pass down my order. Immortal Eclipse Valley is to destroy Heaven-Seek Pavilion, no matter the cost." In a single day, Heaven-Seek Pavilion branches in 37 cities were uprooted. A storm of blood arrived without warning in the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty. Countless cultivators were scared witless. They didn't know what was happening, but there was one thing they were sure of. A terrifying upheaval that would sweep through the world was about to arrive. Demonic Path High Command. The Demon Monarch thought for several breaths of time. Then, he smiled. "How interesting. It looks like Pill Crucible has already found out that the murderer who killed his child is actually Heaven-Seek Pavilion." He lifted a hand. "Pass down my orders." We will temporarily stop and watch them fight each other while my demonic path reaps the benefit. Within a black wooden house, Heavenseek Old Demon's complexion was pale. His heart was filled with ruthlessness, nearly driving him insane. Immortal Eclipse Valley's sudden attack had ruined his meticulous plan. With Qin Yu's cautious nature, once he realized that Heavenseek Old Demon had taken action, he would surely cross tribulation as quickly as possible. But now, Heavenseek Pavilion's strength was being held down by Immortal Eclipse Valley, unable to be used at all. Once Qin Yu broke into Nascent Soul, even Heavenseek Old Demon didn't have full confidence he could seize his body. As Heavenseek Old Demon thought about how all his years of planning would be ruined in a single day, he clenched his teeth and roared, "Pill Crucible, I will make sure you die without a grave." Chapter 258. A shocking beam of light came from the distance, its speed as fast as lightning. It landed on the top of a low mountain and then vanished to reveal Qin Yu's figure. When he looked ahead, there was a boundless plain that was desolate and silent. Besides withered yellow weeds, there was actually not a trace of vitality. If one continued to venture deeper, even these withered weeds would gradually fade away and eventually become a barren land. The land of exiles. Qin Yu muttered to himself. A sharp light flashed deep in his eyes. Yes, his goal this time was the land of sealed demons that Yu Qi had brought him to in the past. First of all, the land of sealed demons possessed a great power that imprisoned the strength of demonic path cultivators. Once Heavenseek Old Demon locked onto him, he might not dare to recklessly enter. Taking a step back, even if Heavenseek Old Demon entered the land of sealed demons, his strength would inevitably be restricted. Perhaps this would give Qin Yu the strength to contend with him. Secondly, there was also an old demon in the land of sealed demons, Blue Cloud Demon. After Qin Yu broke into Nascent Soul, he urgently needed to kill a late Nascent Soul superpowerhouse as a sacrifice. This old demon was obviously an excellent candidate. After resting for a moment, light flashed around him and he shot up into the skies, continuing his journey. The deeper one went into the land of exiles, the more life was extinguished. There seemed to be a keen chill floating in the air. With Qin Yu's current cultivation and vision, it naturally far surpassed what it was in the past. As he looked at the barren land below him, he discovered even more. It really did seem to be a cursed land. Any cultivator that stepped into it would be infected. If one's cultivation base was weak, then they would be affected by the power of the curse, and it would be difficult for them to have a good end. It was no wonder that this place was considered a forbidden area by the cultivators of the Northern Dynasty. Normally, no one dared to enter. Qin Yu didn't know whether or not this curse aura would affect him, but at this time he couldn't care too much about it. The land of sealed demons was his best choice to break into Nascent Soul. An hour later, Qin Yu stopped. He frowned. He had already entered deep into the land of exiles, but he still couldn't find the aura of the land of sealed demons. If it weren't for the fact that Yu Qi had led him into the land of sealed demons, he would have never noticed anything. He couldn't find the entrance to the land of sealed demons. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He lifted a hand and punched the ground. Bang! The ground shook violently, and the rumbling sound spread far and wide. Cracks appeared on the ground and rapidly spread outwards. Not here. Qin Yu stepped forwards and punched out again. He was like a tyrant of destruction. Wherever he passed, the ground would rumble and collapse. Another fist fell. Qin Yu suddenly turned his head. A weak fluctuation of spells appeared deep underground. Found it. The land of sealed demons was well hidden. Perhaps even the person who built this place in the past never imagined that their meticulous concealment would be forcefully broken through by others in such a barbaric manner. To a certain degree, this was what Qin Yu was doing right now. Qin Yu didn't have full confidence he could open the spells of the land of sealed demons with his own array formation cultivation. Then, there was only one choice left. Brute force. With a flick of his sleeve, the 5 elemental swords appeared and circled around his body. As he lifted his hand and pointed, the 5 elemental swords whistled out. In an instant it sank into the depths of the earth. Rumble, deep underground, a roar rang out incessantly. The soil tumbled about crazily like a torrential wave. With a loud bang, the soil was blasted into the air, and billowing demonic energy erupted. It was open. Chinyu stepped in. His body was like a boulder as he fell into the shattered earth. Whoosh, whoosh, the 5 elemental swords flew back. They circled around his body, cutting through the earth and continuing downward. Deep within the land of sealed demons, the air fluctuated. Blue Cloud Demon's figure appeared. He looked up, his eyes cloudy and uncertain. He could feel a powerful aura tearing apart the spells of the land of sealed demons, trying to break in. He didn't know why, but a faint trace of dread grew in his heart. The owner of this aura didn't seem to have good intentions. A black light surged in Blue Cloud Demon's eyes. Regardless of whether this person was good or bad, this was an excellent opportunity for him. If the spells of the land of sealed demons were really broken and he could escape, he would have nothing to fear in this barren land of exiles. As Blue Cloud Demon thought this, he looked towards the direction where the aura of breaking spells was coming from. He was actually looking forward to it. Time slowly passed. That powerful aura grew closer and closer. The black light in Blue Cloud Demon's eyes had reached the extreme. He didn't need to make any preparations, because during the several hundred years he had been sealed away, he had been constantly preparing. He was only waiting for a turning point to appear. Closer, even closer, suddenly, that powerful aura seemed to come to a stop. Blue Cloud Demon frowned, a dignified look in his eyes. He thought that even his pants were all ready. He couldn't give up halfway. 2 hours. 4 hours. Blue Cloud Demon's face gradually revealed a look of anxiety. Could it be that he had retreated, or perhaps he had been injured? As a person, one had to finish what they started. Don't give up. You've already entered deep into the spells of the land of sealed demons. If you continue for just a little longer, you will be able to break through the spells. You really are just a little bit off. Hurry up and do it, you bastard. 3 days passed and that aura didn't move again. Gradually, it even became difficult to sense. Was it because his injuries were too heavy and he had lost his life? Blue Cloud Demon despaired. His lips curved up in a cruel sneer. What a useless thing. With just this bit of strength, he actually dared to rush into the land of sealed demons. What a disgrace. He was silent for a long time. Then, he sighed. Many years ago, he had a chance to escape. Everything was going according to plan, but who knew that he would be pecked in the eye by a sparrow? Thinking of that damned brat's face, Blue Cloud Demon clenched his teeth. He wished he could grab hold of that brat, cut him into pieces, and then fry him. At this time, Blue Cloud Demon's eyelids jumped up. He fiercely looked up, his complexion strange, as if he had seen a ghost. This was the aura of heavenly tribulation. He was actually crossing tribulation in the land of sealed demons. Didn't he know that when this place was built in the past, it borrowed the power of the curse? Once it was sensed by the will of the world, the power of heavenly tribulation would rise by 10 times? Blue Cloud Demon's face flushed red. As he thought about that cultivator who had torn apart the spells of the land of sealed demons and had been his chance to escape, after 3 days of solitude, he actually began to cross tribulation. He felt like he was going crazy. You bastard, you gave me hope and now you're playing with suicide. What are you trying to do? If you want to die, then fuck off far away and die. Don't act like an idiot in front of me. The air seemed to solidify. Even though they were separated by such a great distance, and there were also the spells of the land of sealed demons blocking them, the feeling was still terrifying. It could be imagined just what degree the might of heavenly tribulation had reached. Blue Cloud Demon chuckled. He thought to himself, do you know how great of a mistake it is to cross tribulation in the land of sealed demons? Although I can't see your expression right now, Just thinking about it is enough to guess. I want to see just how you'll die. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged in the underground cave formed by the black rock walls. As he felt the aura of heavenly tribulation above his head, he was indeed stunned. But it had nothing to do with the panic and despair that Blue Cloud Demon was thinking about. He only felt that he had inadvertently obtained some harvests this time. Within his Dantian Sea, the little blue lamp that had fused into the great Tao base began to emit a dazzling light. Open eyes. To continue this chapter, please turn to the next page. Bang! Without warning, lightning illuminated the black rock walls. Endless black energy appeared on the surface of the black rock walls. Then, it tumbled and condensed into pained faces. The rich curse aura left Qin Yu apprehensive as he sensed it. And at this time, the tribulation thunder that appeared above his head had already broken away from its initial form. It was actually a brilliant magic sword of thunder. It seemed to cross through space and time to arrive. It represented the will of the world as it cut down towards Qin Yu. As it cut down, the pained faces formed by the power of the curse all opened their eyes to stare at Qin Yu. The thunder magic sword howled forwards. Every inch of lightning contained a destructive strength. Once it exploded, it could turn mountains to powder and evaporate lakes. But today, the person it encountered was someone who didn't play his cards according to common sense. Thus, it wasn't given the chance to display its might at all. It was like a giant mouth had appeared in the void. With a single gulp, the thunder magic sword vanished from sight. The lightning that illuminated the black rock walls instantly vanished without a trace. This change was far too great. Even the faces formed by the power of the curse were stunned. Then, the eyes on those faces stared straight at Qin Yu, as if they had seen something that greatly interested them. Qin Yu frowned. He secretly raised his guard. But at this time, a second bolt of thunder arrived without warning. This time, it was a thunder bead. It was a foot long and deep purple in color. The destructive strength contained within it was twice that of the thunder magic sword. Unfortunately, it was still useless. In front of the little blue lamp, all heavenly tribulation was a tonic without exception. As they watched Qin Yu swallow the thunder bead once more, the eyes of the faces on the black rock walls began to shine with light. Blue Cloud Demon's eyes widened. He had an expression of disbelief, ecstasy, and then worry. His expression was complex beyond compare. His foundation in expression had surpassed imagination. What he didn't dare to believe was that this intruder actually had the ability to resist heavenly tribulation. This was the land of sealed demons that was filled with the power of the curse. The might of heavenly tribulation had increased by 10 times, so how could he possibly resist it? Whether he believed it or not, this was the truth. He had crossed the first tribulation thunder and had also crossed the second. What he was overjoyed about was that if this person crossed the heavenly tribulation, he would surely be much stronger. There was a high chance that he would be able to break through the spells of the land of sealed demons and escape. As for worry, that was because this intruder's aura wasn't good and his strength was unfathomably deep. He didn't have the confidence to deal with him. However, with his cultivation, if he wanted to leave, even if this person was at the divine soul realm, they still might not be able to stop him. Moreover, the hundreds of years of preparation wouldn't be in vain. His heart gradually calmed down. Blue Cloud Demon's eyes widened. He only needed to wait for the tribulation to end and for the spells of the land of sealed demons to shatter. Then, he would escape as fast as he could. He didn't know why, but the first thing that appeared in Blue Cloud Demon's mind was the face of that hateful junior from the past. After a moment of silence, he fiercely smiled. "You little bastard, you didn't think that I would have a chance to escape, did you? Just you wait. Once I leave and go into seclusion to restore my cultivation, I will definitely find you." The air suddenly sank, seeming to solidify. Blue Cloud Demon's heart shrank and a dignified look appeared in his eyes. The third bolt of tribulation thunder had arrived. The might of this thunder surpassed his imagination. Even sensing it from here, it caused his soul to tremble. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation! Could the person crossing tribulation block it? Blue Cloud Demon nervously waited. After several breaths of time, he revealed a gratified look and let out a light sigh. He finally determined that the strength of this person wasn't something he could resist. He had blocked the terrifying third bolt of tribulation thunder. Chapter 259. Following that, there was a long period of silence. Blue Cloud Demon could feel that the aura of heavenly tribulation still existed, but it didn't continue sending down tribulation thunder. Could it be that it was frightened by this person who broke through the barrier? The moment this thought appeared, it gave him a fright. He hurriedly comforted himself and told himself not to let his imagination run wild. Heavenly tribulation was the embodiment of the will of heaven and earth, and it represented the supreme power of the world. How could it fear a cultivator? Sure enough, even someone as tenacious and valiant as himself would inevitably become confused after being imprisoned for so long. After comforting himself, Blue Cloud Demon took a deep breath. But he was still puzzled. Just what was going on with heavenly tribulation? He would never believe that the idea that he thought was absurd and ridiculous just now was very close to the truth. The world's will didn't fear Chinyu, but on Chinyu was the little blue lamp that it dreaded. Perhaps the world's will was even clearer than Chinyu on just how mighty the little blue lamp was. No matter how much tribulation thunder it sent down, there was no way for it to kill him. It could only provide an even greater strength for the little blue lamp. Thus, after the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, the will of the world began to interfere with the descent of the heavenly tribulation within the scope of the rules. 3 nascent soul heavenly tribulations were considered qualified. Of course, if they could kill Chinyu, let alone 3 or 5, they could even go up to 30 or 50. As long as the rules allowed it, why not? However, not only could he not be killed, but he would also be helping the enemy. In that case, he definitely could not do this. Chinyu looked up. He stared at the stone wall above his head, frowning. Back then, when he achieved the 5 elements golden core, the heavenly tribulation came as if it didn't cost anything. Today, when he was about to break through to the nascent soul stage, he was so unlucky? He faintly guessed that this was the interference of the world's will, preventing the little blue lamp from obtaining more strength. He felt a bit helpless in his heart. After all, the strength of today's tribulation thunder had surpassed his imagination. To him, the little blue lamp obtaining more energy was the most important matter. But soon after, a trace of excitement arose from the bottom of his heart, and like a wave, it spread throughout his body at the fastest speed possible. If the heavenly tribulation stopped here, didn't it mean that he was going to reach the nascent soul realm? Although he had never doubted that he would be able to step into the nascent soul great Tao, now that it truly happened, he found it hard to contain his ecstasy. Nascent soul. Compared to a distant existence like the immortal sect, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. But, ever since Chinyu stepped onto the path of cultivation, it had been his greatest goal. Even after obtaining the little blue lamp, he still viewed reaching nascent soul as his greatest challenge for a long time. Now that the goal had been achieved, the challenge was about to end. Nascent soul. He was a nascent soul. Suddenly, the invisible pressure that lingered around his body and pressed down on his soul began to rapidly recede like a tide. With the interference of the will of heaven and earth, the heavenly tribulation with its horrifying aura and startling might ended prematurely. Qinyu's aura changed. Within his Dantian Sea, the 5 blazing golden cores suddenly cracked apart. Only, the rupture today had nothing to do with destruction or death. It represented that their power had reached the limit, and they were starting to ascend to a higher level. Rumble, in the hole formed by the black rock wall, a raging tide of spiritual power suddenly rose. It appeared so suddenly, and it was unbelievably dense. In the blink of an eye, mist appeared in the air. That was the result of the density of spiritual energy exceeding a certain level. And this fog of spiritual strength didn't even need to be absorbed by him. Like rivers returning to the sea, it crazily poured into his body. This was because after breaking through to nascent soul, the laws of the world had to bestow good fortune upon him. It was to assist his golden core in transforming into nascent soul in one go. However, while others only needed a portion of heaven and earth spiritual strength to break into the golden core realm, what Qin Yu needed far surpassed 5 portions. 5-element sword diagram. The threshold of cultivation was so high and the requirements were so abnormal that it was hard to accept. But once one succeeded in cultivating it, they could enjoy all sorts of benefits that would make others jealous. Just like what Qin Yu was seeing right now. Within his Dantian Sea, the 5 broken golden cores were like suns rising in the east. Layers of clouds tumbled around them, and the dazzling golden light made it hard for one to look directly at them. As spiritual strength poured in from the outside, these golden clouds suddenly began to burn. Raging flames tumbled endlessly around them. Within these flames, a qualitative change began to slowly appear. However, compared to other cultivators breaking into nascent soul, this speed was a bit too slow. When an ordinary cultivator broke through to nascent soul, they would be able to hold on for a moment. But what about Qin Yu? Time slowly passed. A massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength constantly flowed into his body. But, within the burning flames in his Dantian Sea, there still wasn't any substance that appeared. As the saying went, golden flames rise when the core breaks, burning the nascent soul. This cultivation proverb was enough to explain the process that a golden core had to go through after breaking into nascent soul. The nascent soul was formed within these raging flames. If it didn't condense, that meant the heat of the flames wasn't enough. And the heaven and earth spiritual strength was the raw material that provided this heat. For the same early nascent soul, there was a difference in quality between those that used 50% of spiritual strength and those that used 10% of spiritual strength. Moreover, a full hour had passed and Qin Yu's nascent soul still hadn't appeared. This difference wasn't as simple as 50% or 10%. His early nascent soul was destined to be different from others. Blue Cloud Demon froze where he was. His eyes widened and his expression was a bit lax. In the past, when he broke into nascent soul, the heaven and earth spiritual strength gathered for 30% of it. This was a result rarely seen in 100 years, and everyone in the sect was amazed by it. They thought that the sect had a worthy successor. Although he had never mentioned this to anyone, this had always been a source of pride in Blue Cloud Demon's heart. Even when facing some formidable demonic path overlords, he still felt a bit of pride in his heart. Even if I am inferior to you now, I will definitely be able to trample all of you beneath my feet in the future. This was because the length of time that heaven and earth spiritual strength gathered represented, to a certain degree, the potential of a cultivator crossing tribulation today. Blue Cloud Demon's pride had been crushed into dregs. To be more precise, when the heaven and earth spiritual strength gathered for an hour, Blue Cloud Demon's pride had already turned into dregs. Now, perhaps because it couldn't be any more dregs, he had become numb to it. He only stood there in a daze, powerlessly waiting. He thought to himself, "You will eventually stop, right?" As this thought appeared in his mind, Blue Cloud Demon confirmed once more that this freak crossing tribulation was someone he couldn't provoke. He began to reflect. When had he provoked such a terrifying character? Run. He had to run. There was no need to say anything else. Before this person could react, he had to run as far away as he could and conceal his identity. He could never show himself again, otherwise there was a chance he would be smashed to pieces with a single slap. What nonsense! Nonsense! Even if one used one's ears to think, one would still be able to figure it out. Even before the tribulation was past, one's strength would probably skyrocket to an unimaginable level. If he still didn't run away, did he really think his brain was damaged? 2 hours later, Qin Yu suddenly looked up and roared into the heavens. With a loud rumbling sound, 5 black dots appeared amidst the blazing golden flames in his Dantian Sea. Then, they began to expand at an astonishing speed, finally turning into 5 little people sitting cross-legged. The little people were all similar to Qin Yu. They had dignified expressions, and a magic sword floated above their heads. They were white, black, blue, red, and yellow. These were the 5-element magic swords. Hum hum, the cries of swords filled the air. Qin Yu gripped his fist. A divine light flickered in his eyes. He felt as if the entire world was under his control. Nascent soul. He was a nascent soul. From now on, no matter how vast the world was, he would have the qualifications to gallop through it. Without warning, the blood in his body heated up like flowing magma. Qin Yu frowned and instantly sobered up. The backlash of the demon body's breakthrough had arrived. Qin Yu sneered. This was perfect. He would use Blue Cloud Demon to test his sword and see just what degree his strength had reached after breaking into Nascent Soul. The old grudges of the past would be settled today. With a flick of his sleeves, invisible sword energy howled out, easily cutting through the earth beneath his feet and revealing a bottomless cave. Blue Cloud Demon felt the suppressive strength that covered his body suddenly disappear. This long-lost feeling of relaxation left him cheering out loud. But before this relaxed feeling could spread out, Blue Cloud Demon stiffened and his heart nearly stopped beating. A boundless divine sense swept out, directly locking onto him. The icy cold killing intent within was naked and undisguised. As expected, this person had come with ill intentions. This divine sense was very familiar. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Blue Cloud Demon roared out loud. He lifted a hand and slammed it against a stone wall. A series of explosions rumbled through the depths of the land of sealed demons. Demonic souls that hadn't dissipated yet howled as they rushed out. Their eyes were blood-red and filled with cruelty, and their bodies surged with a terrifying killing intent. These demonic souls had been suppressed for a long time and had lost their will. In addition to Blue Cloud Demon's deliberate guidance, they had turned into killing machines that only knew how to destroy. If these demonic souls were allowed to escape the land of sealed demons, then within the borders of the Northern Empire, a great calamity would descend upon them in just several days. It was unknown how many lives would be buried here. Blue Cloud Demon couldn't care about these things. So what if more people died? How could these people, who were as lowly as ants, be mentioned in the same breath as his precious life? With these demonic souls messing with his aura, no matter how powerful this person's divine sense was, it would still be torn to pieces. How could he lock onto them again? He naturally had a high degree of confidence that he could escape. Blue Cloud Demon turned around. He stepped forwards, his appearance changing. His crimson eyes were no different from the cruel and violent demonic souls around him. Even their auras were the same. He mixed in with them, constantly changing directions. After a moment, he finally escaped the land of sealed demons. Blue Cloud Demon's crimson eyes flashed with a strange light. He flashed into an underground crack. Shwar, his aura vanished without a trace. His entire demonic soul was like a shadow, quietly and rapidly moving forwards. The night was like water and the moon was like a curved hook. On the desolate and silent earth, a shadow flew out from a crack. As he looked up at the moon, he froze. Qin Yu lightly said, "Blue Cloud Demon, I've been waiting for you for a long time." This voice, the shadow fiercely turned around. As he saw the figure bathed in moonlight, his pupils shrank. "It's you." Besides shock, there was only shock. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity when his divine sense locked onto him. But how was this possible? Qin Yu was expressionless. He raised a hand. "Today, I will return the reward for chasing me down in the past. I ask Senior to go on your way so that I can complete my sacrifice." Shwar, his 5 fingers fell. In the air, white lightning flashed. Chapter 260. Blue Cloud Demon's pupils shrank. Endless fear and despair submerged his mind. After being suppressed in the land of sealed demons for hundreds of years, he had finally managed to escape. How could he be willing to die like this? However, the sword shadow that slashed down in front of him carried with it a boundless sharpness. It was as if even if the heavens and earth were in front of it, it could still be broken with a single strike. Ah! As he roared, pitch-black demonic chi erupted. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 10-meter-tall demonic body. It was incomparably solid, like a real body. He raised his hands and punched out with both fists. Bang! The devil chi exploded out like a raging river, roaring and roaring as it rushed over. Even the entire mountain would be crushed into dust by this devil chi. Under the threat of death, Blue Cloud Demon's crazy counterattack was truly terrifying. But unfortunately, what he faced was Qin Yu's all-out attack, a sure kill strike. Of the 5 elements, metal was white, sharp and tyrannical, capable of cutting down tens of thousands of people. With Qin Yu's nascent soul cultivation stimulating it, the power of the 5 elements fused together, its killing power surpassing imagination. This sword was like a bolt of lightning, so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it. In an instant, it slashed into the demonic chi, and the momentum of the torrential river instantly stagnated before exploding with a loud bang. The demonic body formed by demonic chi stood stiffly where it was. A crack appeared on its forehead. It was like the prelude to destruction had been opened, and the crack spread across its entire body at an astonishing speed. Bang! Demonic energy exploded, revealing Blue Cloud Demon's soul. His eyes were wide open, his face twisted with unwillingness, as if he were withstanding some unimaginable pain. Black flames rose into the air, sucking in Blue Cloud Demon's soul. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes, completely vanishing from this world. Qin Yu's boiling blood gradually calmed down. His burnt meridians began to repair at an astonishing speed. After a few breaths of time, his entire body had recovered to its peak. With the powerful strength of the demon body, in addition to the strength of his wood and water nascent souls, the current Qin Yu might really be able to gain the nickname of an undying cockroach. It was as if he hadn't tested his true strength at all. In a single strike, he had killed Blue Cloud Demon. Luckily, he still had a chance to attack. Well, he had to admit that after breaking into nascent soul, his heart was itching to vent his strength. His eyes locked onto the earth. He lifted his hand and the 5 element swords appeared. As his palm fell, they drilled into the ground. Rumble, the earth shook and roared, accompanied by the wails of countless demonic souls. These demonic souls had lost their will and only knew how to kill and destroy. If they were allowed to escape, it would definitely cause a calamity. Qin Yu didn't hesitate to kill. Up until now, his hands had been stained with blood. But he didn't want to be tainted by unnecessary karma and karma. With the little blue lamp in hand, he indeed didn't fear the punishment of the world's will. But his intuition told him that he had to avoid these things as much as possible. A moment later, the 5 element swords howled back. They circled around Qin Yu's body, emitting cries of joy. Don't worry. I have already become a nascent soul. I can fight against any enemy in the world. There will be a time for you to bathe in blood. Qin Yu looked up, his eyes filled with confidence. The land of divinity and demons, the immortal sect, he would definitely go there. Whoosh, his figure turned into a streak of light and disappeared in an instant. Within his Dantian Sea, atop the great Tao base, faint traces of blue light surged on the surface of the little blue lamp, as if it were refining something. 4 hours later, 2 Northern Dynasty cultivators hurried over to the land of sealed demons. As they looked at the ruined land and felt the faint traces of sword intent that hadn't yet faded away, their complexions changed. They didn't know who the cultivator was, but that person's cultivation was enough to shake the heavens and make gods and ghosts weep. They could almost imagine that sword immortal-like character standing in the void, lifting a hand and pressing down. Sword light sprinkled down, slicing apart the earth beneath their feet. Could that terrifying aura of heavenly tribulation have been drawn down by this sword cultivator? Thinking of this, the hearts of the two Northern Dynasty nascent souls shook. For someone to possess such might at the early nascent soul realm, if they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe it. Although they didn't know who this sword cultivator was, there was one thing they could be sure of. After today, there would be another peerless powerhouse in this world. Beneath the highest heavens, Qin Yu flew with a sword in hand. Strong winds blew against his face, causing his black robes to flutter. As he heard the ringing of swords in his ears, he felt as if his entire body was filled with joy and contentment. "Ah!" he shouted out loud. With the support of his powerful cultivation, his voice billowed through the heavens and earth, spreading far and wide. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly stopped. Light flashed in his hand and a token appeared. This object represented his status in Immortal Eclipse Valley. It was an honored status that was only below pill crucibles. Now, this token emitted a crimson light. Faint traces of a fierce and dangerous aura emitted from it. Qin Yu's complexion changed. This meant that Immortal Eclipse Valley was currently facing an extremely perilous situation, and there was even the possibility that they would be destroyed. This was the most urgent summon. After all disciples received this notice, they had to return to Immortal Eclipse Valley as soon as possible. Pill Crucible was overseeing the valley, and there were also Jiang Li, Daoist Wang, and the other two nascent souls. Just what had happened that the situation had deteriorated to such a degree? Whoosh! The ringing of swords rang out once more, louder and more forceful than before. Qin Yu's speed increased. He nearly turned into a bolt of lightning as he hurtled towards Immortal Eclipse Valley. At this time, the majority of Immortal Eclipse Valley had already fallen into enemy hand. Countless palaces had collapsed and massive fires raged. This alchemy holy land was filled with an aura of annihilation. The great five-element sword array revolved to its maximum capacity. With a loud rumble, the cries of swords filled everyone's ears. Countless sword phantoms cut through the skies, faintly revealing endless killing intent. It was by relying on this great array formation that the core region of Immortal Eclipse Valley was able to survive. But now, the two terrifying auras outside the great five-element sword array suppressed it like a sun and moon. It was simply powerless to resist. Facing the billowing waves of demonic energy, it could only bitterly persist. In the core region of the sword array, Jiang Li's complexion was pale. His eyes were as bright as stars and his divine sense was pushed to the limit to maintain the revolution of the array formation. But everyone knew that if this situation continued, he wouldn't be able to last much longer. Not too far away, Eclipse Lenqing and Eclipse Wuji were sitting cross-legged. Their situations were even worse. Their auras were weak and their clothes were stained with blood. It was clear that they had suffered extremely heavy injuries. Daoist Wang hurried into the hall. Eclipse Lenqing opened his eyes and hurriedly asked, "Valley Master, how are your injuries?" Eclipse Wuji didn't speak, but his eyes were also filled with urgency. Daoist Wang nodded. "They're temporarily under control." Eclipse Lenqing and Eclipse Wuji relaxed a little before immediately feeling sorrow. Even with Immortal Eclipse Valley's background, they were only able to temporarily control their injuries. From this, it could be seen just how serious Pill Crucible's injuries were. Currently, out of all the nascent soul combat strength in the valley, only Daoist Wang was in perfect condition. But with his strength, how could he deal with the tigers and wolves outside? Could it be that Immortal Eclipse Valley's 1,000-year inheritance would be destroyed in their generation? If so, how would they have the face to see their ancestors in the future? Daoist Wang could sense the despair in their eyes. He sighed inwardly and quickly walked over. Old Jiang, how are you? Jiang Li's expression was calm. I won't die yet. Have the matters of the sect been properly arranged? Taoist Wang said, I've already secretly sent away a portion of the disciples through a transmission array. Unfortunately, the demonic path has laid down an isolating array formation that restricts the transmission of powerful auras, otherwise I would have been able to bring the Valley Master and the others away first. As he finished speaking, he had an incomparably disappointed expression on his face. Jiang Li sneered. I must thank the demon monarch and the others for not leaving me here to die. Taoist Wang bared his teeth. Old Jiang, your words are too honest. I have no way to respond. He sat down and let out a comfortable breath. It was only then that he discovered that his robes were nearly half soaked in sweat. Saving Pill Crucible, arranging for the disciples to be transported away, everything had been completed in the shortest period of time. In his entire life, he had never worked as hard as he did today. Old Jiang, do you think we can withstand this calamity? I don't know. Can't you say a few nice words? Jiang Li coldly looked at him. Just as he was about to say something, his complexion changed. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He coldly said, There is a spy in the valley. The final great 5-element sword array that protected Immortal Eclipse Valley suddenly came to a standstill. No matter how hard Jiang Li tried, he couldn't reactivate it. Outside, 2 terrifying auras attacked at the same time. They were like mountains crashing down. With just a light touch, the sword array completely disintegrated. Su Ao rushed into the node of the sword array. As he saw who it was, his complexion changed. It's you. The Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators behind him also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that the spy who destroyed the great 5-element sword array and caused it to be broken was actually him? Fan Jianghai revealed an apologetic expression. He cupped his hands together and said, Senior apprentice brother, I've disappointed you. Su Ao clenched his teeth and roared out, The valley has treated us well, so why did you do this? Fan Jianghai coldly sneered. Senior apprentice brother, why do you need to deceive yourself? If you and I could obtain the same care as the juniors of the Eclipse clan, we would have already broken into nascent soul. But how has Immortal Eclipse Valley treated us these past years? On the surface, as the masters of the first and second great furnaces, they do indeed have honorable statuses and are in charge of the daily management of the valley. Although it seems as if they have great authority, the truth is that these trivial matters take up too much of our energy, making it impossible for us to focus on our cultivation. If that were the case, then that would be fine. But what we have done, when have we ever received anything in return? In the end, this Immortal Eclipse Valley is surnamed Eclipse. No matter how hard we work, no matter how outstanding we are nothing more than a wedding dress for them. If that's the case, then we might as well destroy it. Fan Jianghai's eyes burned with passion. Senior apprentice brother, I know that you have great ambitions. Join forces with me. In the future, the two of us might be able to create another alchemy holy land that is even more formidable than Immortal Eclipse Valley. Su Ao roared, Shut up. His eyes were cold to the bone. Fan Jianghai, no matter how the valley treats us, it was the Valley Master who brought us into the path of cultivation and bestowed us with our current cultivation and status. Yet, not only do you not repay us but you collude with the demonic path. You are truly worse than a dog or pig. Since we are no longer brothers, then today I will clean up the sect for the Valley Master. Fan Jianghai straightened his body, a look of regret on his face. Senior apprentice brother, you are still so foolishly loyal. Don't you know that today is the day of Immortal Eclipse Valley's destruction? He lifted a finger and wildly laughed. Look, those demonic energy are all elite powerhouses of the demonic path. There is also the demon monarch and heaven-seek old demon joining forces. Today, Immortal Eclipse Valley is doomed to be annihilated. This is your final chance. Promise me that you will join forces with me and I will save your life. Otherwise, it will be too late. Su Ao stepped forwards and shot forwards like a boulder. I will kill you first. Fan Jianghai turned and left. Senior apprentice brother, in consideration of our old friendship, I do not wish to fight you. Then, let the demonic path cultivators end your sad life. Su Ao wanted to chase after him, but the demonic path cultivators had already slaughtered their way in. With a loud roar, he led the disciples of Immortal Eclipse Valley to meet the enemy. In the blink of an eye, Immortal Eclipse Valley was in a precarious situation. Taoist Wang bitterly smiled. Truly, when it rains, it pours. It looks like I really won't be able to avoid it today. Jiang Li's complexion was deathly pale. He gently sighed. This is within my expectations. Even if the sword array doesn't break, I won't be able to last much longer. Are you trying to comfort me? Taoist Wang had a helpless expression. It really doesn't have any effect at all. Jiang Li coldly sneered. It's just the truth. Eclipse Lenqing and Eclipse Wuji's complexions turned ashen. Immortal Eclipse Valley was on the verge of collapse. There was no longer any chance of saving it. It had to be known that outside, the Demon Monarch and Heavenseek Old Demon were joining forces. Looking at this world, just who could stop them? It's just death. But before I die, I will kill one more demonic cultivator so that he can accompany me in death. Eclipse Wuji laughed. Big brother is right. Today you and I will fight once more. Taoist Wang looked at them and curled his lips. In all these years, this is the first time I've found you too pleasing to the eye. What a pity, you will soon die. From outside the temple, a light voice echoed in. You and I have lived for so long. Compared to the vast majority of living beings in this world, we are much luckier. If we die, then we die. Pill Crucible waved his hand, gesturing for the supporting disciples to draw back. Then, he stepped forward. His complexion was pale and his eyes were incomparably dim. But, there was still a bit of calmness to his movements. Jiang Li's eyes flashed. Valley Master, you seem a little different, Pill Crucible smiled. Old Jiang, your senses are sharp. After falling into the joint scheme of the Demon Monarch and Heavenseek Old Demon, you managed to escape from the clutches of death and even managed to obtain some gains. He sighed and said, What a pity. Before he finished speaking, everyone understood what he meant. They all had complex expressions. With Pill Crucible's cultivation, if he obtained some gains, that meant he had a chance of stepping into Divine Soul. But the Demon Monarch and Heavenseek Old Demon clearly wouldn't give him the time to make a breakthrough into Divine Soul. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting echoed in from outside the temple. The temple doors were smashed open and Su Ao staggered in, his entire body covered in blood. As he saw Pill Crucible, he fell to his knees. Old ancestor, I, Su Ao, have let you down. It was my carelessness that allowed Fan Jianghai to take advantage of me. I ask that old ancestor punish me. Pill Crucible waved his hand. I already know of this matter. I cannot blame you. He was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he bitterly smiled. In the end, it was I who was unfair, otherwise Fan Jianghai wouldn't have betrayed my Immortal Eclipse Valley. The reason the ancestors decided upon this strategy was to ensure that the inheritance of the valley would always be controlled by the Eclipse clan. But today, all of that has been burned to the ground. Perhaps this strategy was wrong from the start, but what a pity, I no longer have the chance to correct it. Su Ao was stirred up. Old ancestor. Pill Crucible's expression turned solemn. He looked up at the temple doors and slowly said, Why act like a little child? Stand up and face the enemy with me. His complexion was still deathly pale, but there was a look of disdain in his eyes. The Demon Monarch stepped in, his eyes full of praise. Pill Crucible, you are indeed extraordinary. You were actually able to escape from a hopeless situation and even break through your own shackles to clearly see the road of the great Tao. Unfortunately, I will not give you the chance to do so. So, today you must die. Heaven-seek old demon's expression was dark and gloomy. Why speak so much? Since you want to kill me, then do it. He stared at Pill Crucible. As he thought about how all of his hard work and plans had been ruined, he wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Chapter 261. Heaven Star Demon revealed a fierce expression. All of the 7 slaughtered demon sect, follow me and trample over Immortal Eclipse Valley. Violent demon chi surged around him, and just as he was about to take a big step forward, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look outside the valley. A faint sword chime rang in his ears. Heaven Star Demon frowned. Was this an auditory hallucination? Then, he truly heard that clear and melodious sword cry. A chill gushed out from the depths of his heart and his blood flow instantly stagnated. The demon lord turned around and stared at the distant horizon, his brow creased and his face solemn. The lands of the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty were filled with demonic path influences. When had such a terrifying sword cultivator appeared? Feeling this person's aura, it was filled with ill intent. Was this someone that Immortal Eclipse Valley was relying on? To the side, Heaven-seek old demon paled. He had once planted a demonic soul and tried to swallow it, so how could he not sense this person's aura? Chinyu. It was Chinyu. The Heaven-seek old demon's heart trembled as he sensed the overwhelming sword momentum and the sharp aura that could cut through everything. All of this should have belonged to him. All of it was Pill Furnace, all of it was Immortal Eclipse Valley. If it weren't for them, how could things have reached this step? The demon monarch glanced over from the corner of his eyes and calmly asked, Heavenly Demon ask, you recognize this person? The corner of the Heaven-seek old demon's mouth twitched. He expressionlessly said, the demon lord should not be unfamiliar with him. As they conversed, the cries of the swords grew even louder. The sharp cries were like rumbling thunder. Pill Crucible had a puzzled look in his eyes. As the master of Immortal Eclipse Valley, he was well aware of the valley's background. Although there were many powerhouses that he was on good terms with, if the demon monarch and Heaven-seek old demon joined forces, who would dare to block their edge? In that case, who would come now? Taoist Wang licked his lips and said in a small voice, Valley Master is really patient. Even now you still look so calm. But that's not important. What's important is that we still have a chance today. I just don't know who will come. Jiang Li's eyes erupted with brilliance. When he heard these words, he suddenly laughed. You'll know soon enough. He sighed with emotion. Within his gratification, there was also excitement. Taoist Wang was stunned and hurriedly said, What are you keeping me in suspense for? Hurry up and say it. Jiang Li smiled. He's already here. Whoosh, the sword shadow arrived from beyond the heavens, stopping in the skies above Immortal Eclipse Valley. Then, there was the sound of an explosion that swept out in all directions. The sword light rapidly converged to reveal a black-robed figure. As his eyes swept over the ruined Immortal Eclipse Valley, he frowned and killing intent rose in his eyes. Pill Crucible's eyes widened. Qin Yu, Zhao Lenqing and Zhao Wuji also looked like they had seen a ghost. Taoist Wang's lips twitched. Nascent soul. This time it was definitely a nascent soul. He was well aware of Qin Yu's situation and naturally knew just how terrifying his nascent soul was. Even if he had just entered this realm, it was enough for him to look down on everyone in the world. Joy gushed out from his heart and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Looking at the smile on Jiang Li's face from the corner of his eyes, he finally understood why this old fellow was so gratified. Qin Yu could barely be considered to have been taught by him, but why was he the only one who was pleased? Lao Wang also had a share in his alchemy standards? What? You're saying that what Qin Yu is displaying right now is divine swordsmanship? Puh. If he didn't have the support of alchemy, how could he have cultivated to the nascent soul realm in such a short period of time? If he hadn't reached nascent soul, how could his swordsmanship have reached divine swordsmanship? Thinking of this, Taoist Wang was immediately filled with righteousness and confidence. He also put on a smile that said he was deeply gratified that a junior had grown up. Bang! A terrifying aura soared into the skies, nearly tearing apart the hall. The demon monarch's face was as black as iron. He roared out, "Junior, return my supreme treasure!" He lifted a hand and pressed down. Boundless demonic energy gushed out from the void, forming a demonic arm that came crashing down. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and a sword shadow slashed out. In the blink of an eye, it met the demonic arm. Space fell silent. Then, in the next moment, there was a terrifying explosion and everything shattered. A terrifying shockwave erupted. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was flipped upside down. Then, it was torn apart in midair by the rampaging strength. And what was most terrifying was that where the sword shadow and demonic arm collided, space cracked apart. Pitch-black cracks appeared, as if a vicious beast had opened its maw. This proved that their strength had surpassed the limits of what the world could withstand and had reached another level. To break through space, only a divine soul could do so. Heavenstar Demon was forced back again and again before he was able to resolve the impact force. His eyes widened and his face filled with disbelief. Not too long ago, he had seen Qin Yu in the Gold Noble family. Although Qin Yu was strong, by relying on the cards in his hands, Heavenstar Demon still had some confidence he could defeat him. In just a month's time, to a high-level cultivator, a short period of seclusion was nothing more than that. Yet, Qin Yu's strength had undergone such a heaven-shaking change. If he didn't see this with his own eyes, Heavenstar Demon wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. But Qin Yu and the Demon Monarch were evenly matched. This was the truth laid out in front of him. Su Ao's injuries weren't light. He wasn't able to dodge in time and was struck by the shockwave. Blood gushed out from his nose and mouth as he was sent flying backwards, crashing into the ground. But at this time, he had no mind to care about his aching body. He stared straight at Qin Yu, his eyes filled with shock. The scenes of the past flashed in front of his eyes. He didn't have much favorable impressions of this junior uncle. Even when the pill tribulation arrived and he was shocked and filled with admiration, it was only limited to the Tao of alchemy and his confidence in his cultivation. But now this confidence had been crushed to pieces. His junior uncle had become so powerful that he could contend with the demon monarch head-on. It wasn't just Su Ao, but all the cultivators in Immortal Eclipse Valley who knew Qin Yu were left dumbfounded. When a cultivator cultivated, they naturally went against the current and grew stronger with the passage of time. But wasn't the speed at which he grew stronger a bit too fast? No, this wasn't just fast, it was so fast that it defied all logic. Heaven-seek old demon's heart dripped blood. Out of everyone present, only he knew just how Qin Yu had become so strong. It was the highest body transformation method of the demonic path. In the legends, it represented the road to the heavens. Within the demonic path, it had an extremely special significance. It was one of the most deceptive cultivation methods in the world. Throughout history, it had been destroyed by countless cultivation geniuses. But once one succeeded in cultivating it, the harvests would be unimaginable. For instance, 5 nascent souls, for instance, 5 elements as one, for instance, the 5 element swords. It was extremely rare, and almost didn't exist in the ancient text. It was a legendary treasure, and although its specific attributes were unknown, anyone who obtained a partner soul was an absolute powerhouse that could suppress the world. Of these 3 strengths, if an ordinary person obtained just one, their destiny would be monstrous and they would have the qualifications to become a powerhouse of their generation, much less when all 3 were gathered in one body. In the eyes of Heaven-seek old demon, Qin Yu's mortal body had already surpassed the limits of a perfect body and reached an inconceivable degree. If he could obtain it, He was confident he could break through to the divine soul level in the shortest period of time. He could even cross through space and step into the land of divinity and demons, becoming one of the most dazzling existences beneath the starry skies. Of course, all of this had turned into a bubble. But in a bubble, there was at least a shadow in it. It wasn't as if he couldn't see it. This also meant that he still had a chance. If he waited any longer, then with Qin Yu's background, he would grow to an inconceivable degree in a short period of time. At that time, let alone hunting him down and seizing his mortal body, it would be extremely difficult to even preserve one's own life. Today was the best day to do so. Qin Yu had just broken into nascent soul, and he still hadn't fully grasped his strength. And more importantly, the demon monarch was here. If he fought Qin Yu alone, Heavenseek Old Demon didn't have much confidence he could win. But, if the two of them joined forces, they might succeed. Killing intent surged in his eyes. Heavenseek Old Demon took a step forwards and coldly said, "Demon Monarch, let us join forces to kill Qin Yu. I only want his mortal body, everything else is yours." The Demon Monarch didn't hesitate. "All right. I agree." With a few words, two super powerhouses of the demonic path had reached an agreement. Heavenseek Old Demon lifted a hand and pointed between his eyebrows. Black demonic light shined out, condensing into countless complex patterns in the void. One could clearly feel that this was a powerful contract. The demon monarch's eyes flashed. He lifted a hand and pressed it against the patterns, pouring his own aura into it. Flames rose into the air, burning the contract to ashes. Then, invisible bindings fell onto the two people's souls. Heavenseek Old Demon's heart settled. He slowly said, "Then, let's begin." He lifted a hand and pressed down. The air instantly froze and a terrifying chill spread out. Black snowflakes began to fall down. Each of these snowflakes contained a chill that could freeze a great river. As they fell down, they submerged Qin Yu's figure. But this wasn't the end. As he pointed his finger in the void, black snowflakes began to emit a halo of light. This sort of black light brought with it a chill that penetrated into the depths of one's heart and soul, causing one to instinctively feel fear. Kacha, kacha, this was the air freezing. The demon monarch stepped forwards. With each step he took, his aura constantly rose. Billowing demonic energy drilled out from his pores, condensing into a terrifying demonic phantom above his head. Its blood-red eyes only contained a cruel killing intent. It stubbornly locked onto Qin Yu and emitted a deep roar. Without further words, the two super powerhouses of the demonic path instantly reached a tacit understanding. Heavenseek Old Demon imprisoned Qin Yu and the demon monarch suppressed him. As they faced each other, the two attacked with their full strength, not holding anything back. This was their cautiousness, and it also represented the dread they felt towards Qin Yu. Looking at the entire world, there were only a few people that the demon monarch and Heavenseek Old Demon would treat with such seriousness. Pill Crucible's complexion changed. "Qin Yu, be careful. That ice-cold power has the effect of freezing the soul." Before this, he had been caught off guard and suffered a great loss. If he hadn't used his life-saving trump card, he would have already been killed by these two. Within his soul space, a black fog suddenly appeared. A terrifying ice cold instantly erupted. In that instant, Qin Yu felt as if his soul would freeze over. But at this time, Spirity's eyes flashed open. Her hands formed law formulas and starlight sprinkled down from her head, instantly igniting. The surging flames were like a wild gale, sweeping away the ice cold that invaded his soul space. Within Qin Yu's chest, his heartbeat sped up. With a loud thumping sound, it pushed the blood within his body to wildly circulate. Pili Pala Qin Yu's bones cracked and his body shook. Space rumbled and the terrifying strength within a narrow range directly shattered the stagnant space. And at this time, the demon monarch had already approached. He raised a fist and punched forward. Chapter 262. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. After breaking into nascent soul, he did indeed have the qualifications to fight with the peak existences of the world. But he hadn't verified this yet. People like the Demon Monarch and Heaven-Seek Old Demon were existences that had existed for hundreds of years. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or methods, they were all peerless existences. Even he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Facing the Demon Monarch's fist, Qin Yu took a deep breath and his chest puffed out. He could almost hear the roaring sound of his blood rushing through his body. He thought back to when he first encountered the radiant red wood in Immortal Eclipse Valley and how he had to flee in the sea region. After walking the Great Tao alone for so long, he finally had the qualifications to face the peak. A heroic spirit rose up from the depths of his heart and his eyes shined like stars. Facing the Demon Monarch, he needed to be cautious, but he absolutely didn't need to show the least bit of awe. He lifted his hand and an earthen yellow light flowed between his 5 fingers. It moved slowly, but there was an incomparably heavy aura about it. It gave off the feeling that he was holding a mountain in his hand. Bang! As if the heavens and earth were being split apart, the terrifying sound waves caused countless demonic path and Immortal Eclipse Valley cultivators to cry out in pain and fall to the ground, blood dripping from their ears. Terrifying shock waves of energy swept out like a hurricane, tearing apart the earth, leaving cracks in its wake. "Retreat!" Pill Crucible shouted out loud. He flicked his sleeves, gathering magic power to protect the disciples behind him. Otherwise, if the shock waves swept past them, even if they didn't die, they would be severely wounded. He raised his head and looked at the center of the battlefield. The space distorted even more and more cracks appeared. But Qin Yu's back remained straight and tall. He had broken through Heaven-Seek Old Demon's imprisonment and forcefully collided with the Demon Monarch's fist without taking even half a step back. Just from this alone, it was clear that he was far stronger than Heaven-Seek Old Demon. Jiang Li's pale face was flushed with excitement as he muttered, "The 5 Elements Sword. This is the power of the 5 Elements Sword." As a sword cultivator, to be able to personally witness the brilliance of the 5 Elements Sword, I can die without regrets. Daoist Wang rolled his eyes. "Can you speak properly?" Die, we can all live, and we will live better and better." Jiang Li lightly said, "Since Qin Yu broke into nascent soul, he does indeed have the qualifications to compete with the Demon Monarch and Heaven-Seek Old Demon. But what he faces today is the 2 of them joining forces." Daoist Wang's face stiffened and he said stubbornly, "So what?" Pill Crucible glanced at him. "It's nothing much. It's just that Qin Yu has to run away." He sighed. "He is a character that stands at the peak of the world and can suppress all. How could he be easily contended with? Although I am at the peak of nascent soul, I am still inferior to the Demon Monarch and Heaven-Seek Old Demon. They are the true pinnacle of this world. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, he had only just entered this boundary. If he truly fought with these 2, he would inevitably be wounded. But if he wants to leave, the Demon Monarch and Heaven-Seek Old Demon won't have much of a chance to force him to stay." Jiang Li faintly sighed. Today's battle can be considered the pinnacle battle between the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty in the last 100 years. To be able to witness such a level of slaughter before I die, I will feel comforted even in death. Jiang Li could choose not to believe it, and Pill Crucible could also choose not to believe it. But when the 2 of them spoke at the same time, Daoist Wang's complexion paled. He struggled and unwillingly said, "Does Qin Yu not have a chance of winning?" Jiang Li paused. "Basically none." Pill Crucible nodded. "Although I have lived for several hundred years, to tell the truth, I wouldn't be tired of living for another several hundred years. But you have to admit the truth. Qin Yu is strong and he frequently surprises everyone. But today, the ones he faces are the Demon Monarch and Heaven-Seek Old Demon, 2 peak characters of the demonic path. If they join forces, no one under Divine Soul will be able to contend with them. The only way is for Qin Yu to make another breakthrough and reach a boundary comparable to Divine Soul. Now that everything was clear, Taoist Wang scowled. He originally thought he would be able to live, but who knew that he would only be able to guess the beginning and not the end? If Jiang Li and Pill Crucible could see through this, then the Demon Monarch and Heavenseek Old Demon were naturally aware of this as well. They weren't worried that they wouldn't be able to kill Qin Yu, but that he would escape. Thus, the Demon Monarch didn't care about Heavenseek Old Demon's powerlessness. He was well aware of just how fierce this old demon was. Since he had decided to steal Qin Yu's body, he absolutely wouldn't give him any chance to escape. Now that he was silent, he was definitely making preparations in secret. He wanted to lay down an inescapable net to trap Qin Yu here and then kill him. The Demon Monarch was well aware that Qin Yu's body contained something that Heavenseek Old Demon coveted. But the Saint Furnace was related to the contract he needed to break into the Divine Soul realm. He absolutely could not allow anything to go wrong. Now that his fist had failed, the Demon Monarch's fist turned into a palm and pressed down from the top of his head. With a loud rumble, heaven and earth's spiritual strength boiled, and the phantom of a black mountain appeared. There was a large stone tablet at the top of the mountain. The inscriptions on the tablet were blurry and indistinct, but one could faintly make out the words at the beginning. They seemed to be blood burial. Demonic paths, great supernatural power of blood burial mountain. When this mountain descended, it would suppress the blood within a living being's body, causing it to decay and decay. No matter how monstrous one's cultivation was or how unparalleled their supernatural powers were, once their blood was destroyed, they would still die. Qin Yu's heart violently shrank and his heartbeat stagnated. It was like an invisible strength was wrapping around his heart, making it incomparably difficult to move it. Within the flowing blood, faint traces of ash gray appeared. Qin Yu could clearly recognize that this was the same aura as the curse power of the Land of Sealed Demons. It was just that the curse power of the Land of Sealed Demons was a bit gentler, but the curse power of Blood Burial Mountain was tyrannical to the extreme. As soon as it appeared, it would take one's life. Within his Dantian Sea, the little blue lamp emitted faint traces of deep blue light. After swallowing countless bolts of tribulation thunder and fusing them into Qin Yu's great Tao base, it seemed to undergo some sort of change. Even during the day, it could display a portion of its power. For instance, this curse power wasn't able to cause any damage to Qin Yu at all. It was directly expelled by him and replenished in his right index finger. The Demon Monarch frowned. Although the power of Blood Burial Mountain couldn't be considered the strongest, it was still incomparably difficult to deal with. His original intention was to use this supernatural power to tie down Qin Yu and weaken him as much as possible so that he could kill him. But now, it seemed that the power of Blood Burial Mountain only caused him to pause for a moment before it didn't have any other effect. It seemed that Qin Yu had some sort of treasure or strength on him that could resist the curse. Qin Yu lifted his hand and slashed out with his fingers. A thin line of fire appeared, cutting through the surface of the red mountain phantom and instantly passing through it. Tongues of fire surged, leaping about and swallowing it up, burning it to ashes. Qin Yu swept his eyes over Heavenseek Old Demon. Compared to the Demon Monarch who had a dreadful momentum and endless might, he feared this silent demon even more. In the past, although Qin Yu hadn't broken into nascent soul, the strength of his soul far surpassed that of an ordinary nascent soul. Even so, he hadn't been able to discover Heavenseek Old Demon's soul-sending technique. If it weren't for Spirity's sharp senses, he feared he would have fallen into a trap and the consequences would have been inconceivable. Now, Heavenseek Old Demon was silent. He feared he was secretly preparing something. Qin Yu's eyes sharpened. Heavenseek Old Demon was preparing a killing move. Although he was afraid, this also gave Qin Yu a chance. As long as he could defeat the Demon Monarch before this killing move appeared, the result of today's battle would be uncertain. Bang! Within his Dantian sea, the five-element nascent souls released a dreadful divine light. White, black, blue, red, yellow, these five colors fused together. He lifted his hand and slashed out at the demon monarch. The five-element sword diagram condensed the five-element swords. Naturally, it wasn't as simple as just five strong swords. The five elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other, and when they extended to the five-element swords, the power of the five swords fused together to form a terrifying sword array. This was similar to the five-element sword array within Immortal Eclipse Valley's Great Protective Array formation. But Immortal Eclipse Valley relied on an array formation to galvanize it, so it couldn't be compared to Qin Yu's five-element nascent souls that could perfectly fuse them together. Bang bang, the five-element swords howled outwards. Five-colored divine light wildly circulated, surrounding the demon monarch within. Countless sword phantoms flew out from the five-colored divine light, cutting down. The demon monarch's complexion changed. He roared out loud, and the demonic phantom above his head fell down, fusing into his body. Then, a layer of black demonic energy covered him like a suit of armor. Sword phantoms cut down on this demonic energy, emitting heaven-shaking rumbles. Ripples spread out, causing the entire demonic energy to tremble and become unstable. The demon monarch was secretly shocked. This layer of demonic energy was another great protective supernatural ability of the demonic path. It was called the Heavenly Demon Armor, and its defensive power was extremely potent. Even an ordinary late nascent soul cultivator might not be able to shake it in a single strike. But now, beneath the frenzied attacks of the five-element swords, it actually felt as if it would collapse at any moment. What a terrifying striking power! The demon monarch lifted a hand and drew a symbol in the void. With a loud rumble, the vast spiritual strength of the heavens and earth crazily poured into it, causing the symbol to emit endless light. He slapped his chest, and the symbol fell into the demonic energy. He shouted out loud, "Suppress!" The surface of the heavenly demon armor trembled, and then rapidly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, all that was left over were shallow ripples. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. An existence like the demon monarch truly had many hidden cards up his sleeve. Although his cultivation had risen by leaps and bounds to reach his current level, compared to them, his background was still far inferior. But even so, what did it matter? In the past, before he reached nascent soul, he had cut down the whale sovereign. Although he had borrowed the strength of the outside world to do so, his current cultivation was far from what he could compare with in the past. Within his soul space, Qin Yu's soul lifted a hand. Spirity turned into a beam of light that fused into it. Then, a small rainbow-colored sword appeared in the soul's hand, shining with a dazzling brilliance. Shwa, the soul waved its hand, and the small rainbow-colored sword instantly vanished. In the next moment, it flew out from between Qin Yu's eyebrows, cutting straight towards the demon monarch. Soul slaughter. The demon monarch's complexion changed. He roared out loud and raised his hands. Demonic runes appeared between his eyebrows and erupted with light that shot into the air. Layers of light overlapped, forming a giant net. At the same time, he lifted a hand and thrust out. Within the vast demonic energy, remnant souls appeared one after another. They weren't able to resist the small rainbow-colored sword and were instantly pierced through. But in the end, they consumed some of their strength. The rainbow colors on the surface dimmed a little, and their speed also slowed. Puff, like a long sword piercing through a piece of cloth, the small rainbow-colored sword cut into the net of demonic runes. The rainbow-colored light and pitch-black light brightened. The pressure from the collision of souls caused countless people's souls to shiver. The small rainbow-colored sword was a supernatural ability of the partner soul. It was condensed from the power of the soul, and was called soul severing. It was specialized in breaking apart a cultivator's soul. After Qin Yu obtained the partner soul, he had only managed to condense it after breaking into nascent soul, and his soul strength had risen. If he wanted to condense a second one today, he would need several months at the very least. Qin Yu stepped forwards, a sharp light flashing in his eyes, as dazzling as stars. Cut again. The rainbow-colored light on the surface of soul severing began to burn. These rainbow-colored flames seemed to contain the power to kill souls. After the demonic runes touched them, they began to burn and were forcefully cut apart. The demon monarch roared in pain. When the rainbow-colored flames vanished, a scarlet mark appeared between his eyebrows, as if he had opened a third eye. The burning soul severing had broken through his defenses. But contrary to Qin Yu's expectations, the majority of this strike had been counteracted by his mortal body. A flesh and blood body shouldn't be able to affect soul-killing arts in the least. But it was clear that the demon monarch's mortal body had cultivated some special arcane technique in order to accomplish this. Soul severing passed through his mortal body and directly reached his soul space. Then a second accident occurred. Within the demon monarch's soul space, countless black nets wove together. No matter how much strength soul severing burned, it still wasn't able to break through. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. However, if a character on the level of the demon monarch was so easily killed by him, he wouldn't have the qualifications to be called a peak existence in the world. Heaven-seek demon, what are you waiting for? The demon monarch angrily roared. His eyes began to turn blood red, and he released an endless savagery. He never imagined that he would be wounded by Qin Yu. If it weren't for the fact that he had cultivated a secret demonic path technique in his early years and possessed a formidable resistance to soul-killing arts, he might have perished here. Not too far away, Heaven-seek old demon looked up. His eyes were pitch black without the least bit of color. They were like two bottomless vortexes. Qin Yu, you escaped a calamity, but I wonder if you can escape today. Demon ceiling, imprison the world. As his voice fell, countless great demonic runes appeared between the heavens and earth. They floated in the air, each one emitting a suppressive aura. At this time, these demonic runes fused together into an array formation, causing this suppressive aura to reach an inconceivable degree. Space nearly froze over. Endless suppressive strength submerged Qin Yu. He shouted out loud and strength erupted from his body, breaking apart the imprisonment of space. Not too far away, several demonic runes collapsed. But what left one in despair was that in just a breath of time, these demonic runes reformed. Heaven-seek old demon lightly said, "It's useless. Within demon ceiling, unless you destroy all the demonic runes at the same time, there is no way to break through." His pitch-black eyes became even deeper. Qin Yu, I will take your mortal body. Chapter 263. Qin Yu frowned. He shattered the spatial imprisonment once more. He turned to look at Pill Crucible, Jiang Li, Daoist Wang, and the others, an apologetic look in his eyes. He had wanted to save them, but the situation had come to this. If he continued to stay, not only would he not be able to save them, but he would also fall into a dangerous situation. Pill Crucible sucked in a deep breath. He said in a low voice, Qin Yu, hurry and leave. Don't worry about us. If possible, I ask that you look after my Immortal Eclipse Valley's juniors in the future. If you don't destroy Immortal Eclipse Valley's inheritance, then I will be eternally grateful. Jiangli laughed out loud. To be able to witness the divine might of the five elements sword, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Qin Yu, you must live, because in this world, only you can take revenge for us. Today I will take my leave first. In the future, I will welcome the demon monarch and the heaven-seek old demon. He had full confidence in Qin Yu. When he first entered the nascent soul realm, he was already able to contend with the peak of the world. If he was given some more time, he would definitely grow to an inconceivable boundary. At that time, killing the demon monarch and heaven-seek old demon would not be difficult. Daoist Wang's complexion was bitter and sorrowful. He had an expression that said, "I think we can still be saved," on his face. But at this time, he couldn't bring himself to say these words. He could only look at Qin Yu with a sad and aggrieved expression. He thought to himself that he had passed on his alchemy experiences to Qin Yu in the past for nothing, and yet he couldn't even defeat two old freak. He hadn't lived long enough, so what could he do? The demon monarch roared, "You want to leave? Stay behind for Ben Jun." He raised his hand and pressed down. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth boiled. A large black hand appeared and brazenly pressed down. Heaven-seek old demon's eyes were deep and dark, emitting a faint halo of light. He pointed forwards and all the runes in the demon's sealing seal began to light up one by one. Therefore, the sealing and suppressive force became stronger and stronger as the number of runes lit up increased. Qin Yu broke free from the shackles around him. He looked up at the falling black hand, his eyes filled with helplessness and unwillingness, but there wasn't the least bit of fear. Since he dared to face these two peak existences, and he also knew that they wanted to kill him, he naturally had some hidden cards in his hand. This trump card might not be able to turn the tide of the battle, but it could at least help him escape from today's calamity. Now it was time to use it. In his mind, memories began to awaken. In the past, Qin Yu had inadvertently obtained the inheritance of the Azure Point's 3 fingers. When he was a golden core, he was able to control the boundless blue finger. When he reached the 5-element golden core, he was able to use the Azure Spirit finger. Now that he had reached nascent soul, he was just barely able to control the strength of the 3rd finger. The 3rd finger was named Blue Sea, and it came from the same lineage as the first 2 fingers. However, in terms of power and realm, they weren't even on the same level. It represented some sort of extremely terrifying might. Even if the strength of this finger could only be drawn out by a trace, the terror that erupted from it had already reached an unimaginable level. It was precisely because of this that he was confident he could escape from the heaven-seek old demon's demon sealing art. Qin Yu lifted his hand, his expression dignified. The image of the 3rd finger flashed through his mind. Then, his entire aura changed. The complexions of the demon monarch and heaven-seek old demon changed. As peak existences of the world, they were also drawn in by Qin Yu's aura. They instantly felt the changes in Qin Yu. Within their senses, his entire being became faintly discernible. But this wasn't illusory or frivolous. Rather, there was an aura that seemed as if he could step on the earth and support the heavens, as if he could suppress the world with just a wave of his hand. Pill Crucible revealed a gratified expression. He knew that Qin Yu still had cards in his hands. He had long since learned of his junior apprentice brother's cautious temperament. Today, as long as Qin Yu escaped, then although Immortal Eclipse Valley would suffer a great calamity, their inheritance wouldn't be severed. In addition to the previous arrangements, there might be a chance for them to make a comeback. That was enough. As he was thinking this, Pill Crucible suddenly frowned. He discovered that the unfathomably deep and oppressive aura on Qin Yu's body seemed to slow down. Was he hesitating? At this time, could it be that he wasn't willing to use the treasure in his hands? This aura that suddenly appeared clearly far surpassed Qin Yu's boundary. In Pill Crucible's opinion, it was most likely that he was borrowing the strength of a treasure. And this sort of treasure that contained strength that surpassed the limit could often only be used once before its strength was exhausted and it self-destructed. Qin Yu, hurry and leave. Don't hesitate. The demon monarch and heaven-seek old demon were naturally aware of what Pill Crucible noticed. They both clenched their teeth. Qin Yu actually had the strength to escape to the heavens. They couldn't hold back any longer, otherwise if they allowed him to escape, there would be endless troubles in the future. The demon monarch lifted a hand and twisted off a finger. The flesh and blood fused into the bone, turning into a blood-red bone whistle. He threw it out and the bone whistle rang out on its own. Roars filled the world and a terrifying figure appeared, its entire body crimson and endless slaughter energy lingering around it. At this time, its eyes locked onto Qin Yu and a pitch-black light rapidly condensed within them. The demonic path's great slaughter supernatural ability. Take the blood demon's slaughter energy and condense it into the light of annihilation. This light was specially used to destroy a cultivator's soul. Just being touched by it would be like maggots in one's bones, constantly swallowing the soul to strengthen itself until the cultivator's soul dissipated. Heaven-seek old demon raised his hands. His youthful appearance rapidly aged. His black hair turned white and the skin on his hands wrinkled. Large black spots appeared, as if 1,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye. He pointed out a finger. Demonic light surged at his fingertip. It didn't spread outwards, but instead converged and compressed, gradually forming an eyeball. It was closed and the meridians on its surface bulged out. It was strange and fierce. Suddenly, the eyeball trembled, as if it would open at any moment. Pill Crucible's eyes widened and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. Even though he wasn't facing this attack head-on, he could still clearly feel the annihilating aura contained within the demon monarch and heaven-seek old demon's supernatural abilities. This was the true peak strength of the world. Even if he were in his perfect state, he still wouldn't have full confidence he could receive either one of these two supernatural abilities. If he were to face the combined attack of both sides, even Qin Yu wouldn't be able to escape. Hurry and run. Before his voice fell, the pitch-black color in the blood demon's eyes thickened to the extreme. Then, he shot out a beam of light. At this time, the eyeball on heaven-seek old demon's fingertip also opened. It was pale white and just looking at it made one's head feel as if it were splitting apart. Tears began to flow down their cheek. Pill Crucible stiffened. There was no time. Whether it was the beam of light or the strength of the eyeball, both were too fast to dodge. Even if Qin Yu had a great killing treasure in his hands, he still wouldn't have enough time to activate it and break through the imprisonment. How could he not be willing to use a treasure? Junior apprentice brother, oh junior apprentice brother, you shouldn't have been such an ignorant person, Pill Crucible lamented. Beside him, Jiang Li, Daoist Wang, and the others all had shocked expressions mixed with disbelief. Who would have thought that with a single mistake, Qin Yu would push himself into a hopeless situation of certain death? The demon monarch revealed a faint smile. Heaven-seek old demon sighed inwardly. He had been forced to use this supernatural ability, and it would inevitably cause damage to Qin Yu's mortal body. But at this time, he couldn't care about such things. He could only spend more time in the future to carefully repair his body. Two peak existences had attacked with their full strength, not hesitating to consume great supernatural abilities. They were well aware of just how powerful it was, and they looked at Qin Yu with pity in their eyes. In the next moment, the demon monarch and heaven-seek old demon froze in pity. Their eyes widened, as if they had seen some unbelievable scene. Within the demon's sealing imprisonment, Qin Yu's figure had suddenly vanished. Whether it was the power of the blood demon or the annihilation demon that heaven-seek old demon had used up his lifespan, all of them had struck an empty space. How was this possible? Just the two of you aren't enough to kill me. A cold voice echoed out from behind. The demon monarch turned around and his eyes met with Qin Yu's. Now, it is my turn to attack. Shuar Qin Yu vanished from sight. The demon monarch's eyes fiercely jumped. An unbelievable thought became clear in his mind once more. He wildly roared in his heart that this was impossible and his body tensed. He stepped forwards and the demon monarch rushed forwards. But, he was still too slow and was struck by a fist from behind. The demonic light around his body violently trembled and his face paled. Qin Yu coldly sneered. He turned and vanished once more. Space transmission, the power of divine soul. Only when a cultivator advanced to divine soul would their soul undergo a transformation, allowing them to resonate with the heavens and earth and feel the will of the rules. Only then could they borrow the power of the rules to perform a space transmission within a certain range. Heaven-seek old demon's pupils shrank. He confirmed that Qin Yu wasn't at Divine Soul, otherwise there would be no need for him to waste so much time. Qin Yu could mobilize the strength of the heavens and earth and casually kill him and the demon monarch. But even if he wasn't at Divine Soul, he had grasped the power of space transmission. In today's battle, he was already in an invincible position. He couldn't continue fighting. Otherwise, if he delayed and was severely wounded by Qin Yu, he might even perish. Seeing Qin Yu attack the demon monarch, Heaven-seek old demon turned without hesitation. Heaven and earth spiritual energy rumbled, wrapping around him and howling away like a black meteor. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The demon monarch cursed inwardly. Just as he came to a stop, he roared out loud. Demonic energy billowed, and he wildly rushed out of the valley, completely disregarding his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, the situation had reversed. Qin Yu's desperate situation had erupted. Heaven-seek old demon and the demon monarch had fled one after another. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left dumbfounded. Heaven-star demon shivered and his complexion paled. He roared out loud and roused his subordinates before turning and fleeing. The demon monarch had run away. If they stayed behind, would they become fodder for others to chop up? In the blink of an eye, the ferocious demonic cultivators with soaring killing intent had turned into a raging sea. Shuar Qin Yu's figure appeared. There was a bit of hesitation in his eyes before he finally locked onto the demon monarch. He had always dreaded heaven-seek old demon from the bottom of his heart. But today was a good opportunity that he couldn't miss. After killing the demon monarch, the two of them would no longer be able to join forces, and there would no longer be anyone in this world that could pose a fatal threat to him. With a single step, Qin Yu vanished from sight. At this time, everyone from Immortal Eclipse Valley regained their composure. They blinked their eyes. We survived. After a brief silence, cheers rose up, soaring into the heavens. Taoist Wang's eyes filled with hot tears. He stared at the place where Qin Yu vanished, thinking that this brat Qin Yu's eyes were truly sharp. He hadn't misjudged him. Pill Crucible and Jiang Li fell into an even deeper level of shock. Even now, they still hadn't regained their composure. To be able to control a supernatural ability to shift through space, could it be that Qin Yu had already touched upon the level of Divine Soul? The demon monarch stormed forwards. Ever since he became the ruler of the demonic path, he had never been in such a distressed situation. In particular, as he thought about how he had been chased down by a lowly ant in the past, flames blazed in his chest and the blood in his eyes became even brighter. Suddenly, the demon monarch roared out loud. He lifted a hand and slapped backwards. But he was caught off guard and suffered a loss in the collision. He stuffily coughed and tumbled backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yu's figure appeared. He slowly said, "Demon monarch, since we met today, don't leave." The demon monarch was enraged. "Qin Yu, you dare to chase me down?" Qin Yu had no expression. "Not only am I chasing you, but I am also going to kill you." Shuar his figure vanished. Several breaths of time later, the demon monarch roared out loud. He tumbled backwards once more, his body smashing into the earth and breaking apart a mountain peak. "Qin Yu, just you wait. I will definitely avenge today's enmity." Bang! Monstrous demonic energy erupted, condensing into 13 black demonic dragons that roared and flew away. Each one had the same aura. Qin Yu frowned. His figure flashed and he appeared above a demonic dragon's head. He lifted a hand and smashed it between its eyebrows. Bang! The demonic dragon miserably cried out as it collapsed. Shwa! He caught up to another demonic dragon. He lifted a hand and cut it in half. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu's complexion paled. He stopped in midair. He had killed 7 demonic dragons, but 6 still managed to escape. The demon monarch's main body was among them. Unfortunately, he wasn't a true divine soul cultivator and couldn't control the rules. With his powerful demon body, he had been able to shuttle through space until now and had reached his limit. However, after this chase, the demon monarch would surely suffer serious losses. He might not be able to recover for several years. Chapter 264. Immortal Eclipse Valley had been lucky enough to escape disaster. But, after the calamity, there was chaos everywhere. The reconstruction and cleanup work hadn't even begun yet, so the entire place seemed bleak and bleak. 2 days later, in a nearly intact hall, Pill Crucible and Qin Yu sat across from each other. Pill Crucible's complexion was still pale, and he coughed from time to time, weariness in his eyes. "Senior brother, how are your injuries?" Pill Crucible waved his hand. "Don't worry. Since he didn't die then with the background of my immortal Eclipse Valley, there shouldn't be any problems." He paused for a moment and then let out a long sigh. "If I really think about it, the reason Immortal Eclipse Valley encountered such a great calamity is inextricably linked to my unjust actions. Fan Jianghai committed suicide, but his performance has already fallen into the eyes of countless disciples that don't share the same surname. If I don't correct myself, then Immortal Eclipse Valley will surely suffer a calamity in the future." At this point, he paused and looked at Zhang Xian. "I wonder if junior brother is interested in succeeding me." Qin Yu quickly interrupted him. "I thank senior apprentice brother for your good intentions, but I'm used to living like a wild crane, and I don't have the energy to do so. Please choose someone else." Pill Crucible shook his head. "I knew you wouldn't agree. With your current boundary and cultivation, this world is nothing more than a small pond to you. You won't stay here for too long." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "Senior apprentice brother also knows?" Pill Crucible rolled his eyes. "My ancestor once suppressed the Gold Noble family, so I certainly know a little about their origins." His thoughts wandered. In the land of divinity and demons, it is rumored that powerhouses are as common as rain, and there are many inheritances that point to the transcendent Great Tao. "If I have a chance, I will definitely make a trip there." Qin Yu smiled. "Senior apprentice brother is about to break through to divine soul. Entering the land of divinity and demons shouldn't be difficult at all." Pill Crucible shook his head. "How could it be so simple? Although I have some comprehensions, whether or not I can step into divine soul is still unknown. As for junior apprentice brother Yu..." His eyes were filled with envy. Qin Yu said, "Senior apprentice brother, don't look at me like that. I just entered nascent soul and am still 108,000 miles away from divine soul. I cannot be compared with you." Pill Crucible had a look of disdain. "Don't be so sarcastic. No matter how I look at your modesty, I find it hard to bear." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Ao quickly walked in and bowed. "Valley Master, young martial uncle, Lady Ling has arrived." Pill Crucible nodded. "I understand. Let Ling come in. Also, Su Ao, make sure you rest well. Don't leave any hidden dangers in your body." Su Ao expressed his gratitude and respectfully withdrew. That day, the situation was urgent, so this old man ordered people to send Ling away first to prevent her from encountering danger. It seems that she did not go far, which is why she was able to return in such a short time. Qin Yu stood up. He earnestly said, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother, for looking after me." Light flashed at the entrance and Gu Ling ran in. "Big brother Qin Yu." Qin Yu smiled. "Ling you've returned." Gu Ling looked him up and down. Seeing that he was safe and sound, she relaxed. "I heard on the way that Big Brother fought with the Demon Monarch and Heavenseek Demon. I was worried to death, but luckily you're fine." As she spoke, she remembered Pill Crucible. She stuck out her tongue and shyly said, "Greetings, Valley Master." Pill Crucible pretended to relax. He sighed and said, "Luckily, I thought you couldn't see me in your eyes at all. I was thinking that all my previous love for you was in vain." Gu Ling blushed. At this time, Su Ao rushed over. He looked at Qin Yu with a strange expression and bowed. Valley Master, there is a woman outside who wishes to see Junior Uncle. Pill Crucible's eyes brightened, as if a flame were burning within them. What sort of woman? How old is he? Where is she now? Su Ao was stunned. He said, "She's very beautiful and very young. She's just outside the valley." Pill Crucible turned to look at Qin Yu. He had a smug expression on his face, as if he had finally caught onto Qin Yu's weakness. Qin Yu revealed a helpless expression. He turned and said, "Since she knows I'm here, she should be familiar with me. Man, let her come in." Su Ao's complexion became even stranger. "Junior Uncle, this woman says that she wants you to go out and personally welcome her." At this time, Gu Ling Er's eyes widened and she subconsciously pouted. Pill Crucible coldly sneered. "You brat, you still won't admit it? If you didn't have any relationship with her, why would she let you go out and welcome her?" Qin Yu frowned. "Alright, I'll go take a look and see which old friend has arrived." Gu Ling hurriedly said, "I'll go too." Pill Crucible coughed. But before he could speak, he was stopped by Qin Yu. "Senior apprentice brother's injuries haven't healed yet, so it's best if you don't move around. Ling let's go." He grabbed Gu Ling and ran out of the hall. With her hand held by Qin Yu, Gu Ling blushed. She was overjoyed and immediately felt much more at ease. Along the way, all the Immortal Eclipse Valley disciples they met bowed, their voices incomparably respectful. "Greetings, Junior Uncle. Greetings, Junior Granduncle." In the peak battle that day, Qin Yu had forced back the Demon Monarch and Heavenseek Old Demon. This was enough to rank him amongst the strongest powerhouses in this world. His might was unparalleled, so how could they dare to show him any disrespect? As they walked to the entrance, a slim figure entered their eyes. Qin Yu was startled. The figure turned around at the same time and glanced at his hand holding Gu Ling Er's. She lightly humphed, "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, it's been many years since we last met. Not only has your cultivation greatly risen, but you haven't fallen behind in terms of enjoyment either. It really makes one admire you and envy you." Full of ridicule, Gu Ling blushed even deeper. She subconsciously tried to pull back her hand, but Qin Yu grabbed it tightly. He smiled. Miss Yu Qi's mouth is still as unforgiving as ever. The one who came was Yu Qi, the one who had left the land of sealed demons without any news of her. In these past years, not a single trace of time had been left behind on her body. Rather, the space between her eyebrows had become even more enchanting. Every frown and every smile she gave off a shocking killing intent. And what was even more astonishing was that her aura had actually reached the nascent soul realm. "Yu Qi humph. I came to find you because I have a serious matter to discuss. Can you have this little girl leave first?" Qin Yu smiled. "Ling is my little sister and the person closest to me. There is no need to hide anything from her." Yu Qi's eyes flashed. "Little sister?" She looked at Gu Ling and suddenly smiled. "Ling how are you? This big sister's name is Yu Qi. I was just joking with you just now." As she spoke, she walked over and pulled Gu Ling from Qin Yu's hands. They chatted intimately as they walked towards Immortal Eclipse Valley. That little girl Ling had already started calling out Big Sister and Big Sister in a daze. Her face was flushed red and she would occasionally laugh. Yu Qi turned her head and glanced at him with a smug expression. Qin Yu smiled and followed behind her. In the end, Gu Ling left on her own initiative. She turned to look at the incomparably beautiful Yu Qi. She thought that perhaps this big sister might be worthy of her big brother Qin Yu. Her eyes darkened. She quickened her steps and soon vanished from sight. Yu Qi's smile faded. She sneered. "Fellow Taoist Qin Yu's methods of deceiving girls aren't bad. This little sister Ling must like you." Qin Yu was startled. He frowned. "Ling is my little sister. Don't speak nonsense." "Humph. You dare to be so fierce to me? Don't forget that you still owe me a favor, Yu Qi fiercely said. As she thought of the origin of this favor, her face flushed red. Qin Yu coughed. Miss Yu Qi, why did you come here today? Yu Qi gathered her thoughts. She earnestly said, Qin Yu, have you ever heard of the land of divinity and demons? Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Yu Qi nodded. It looks like you already know. Then, I won't have to explain. She hesitated for a moment and then slowly said, I want to. What I want to tell you is that I come from that world. I wonder if you are willing to return to the land of divinity and demons with me. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. In fact, to be honest, I need to rely on you in order to return. Qin Yu's thoughts were surging, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. Why me? Yu Qi said, because you have cultivated the demon body. Right now I can't say too much. But what I can tell you is that even in the land of divinity and demons, only an extremely small number of demonic path cultivators can successfully cultivate the demon body. Every single one of them has a chance of becoming a great figure of the demonic path. Now that you have cultivated the demon body, you have tremendous potential. As for me to discover your existence, that is a great merit and I will be pardoned by the family. Qin Yu frowned. The demon body is difficult to cultivate? Yu Qi nodded. Of course. Without great willpower and a tyrannical bloodline, it is impossible to successfully cultivate it. Qin Yu said, but I don't have a powerful bloodline. Yu Qi thought for a moment. I am unable to judge this. Perhaps you have a formidable bloodline in your body that you have never discovered. Could it be that you don't have anything different from others? Qin Yu thought for a moment. My senses far surpass those of ordinary people. That's right. Yu Qi said, those with formidable bloodlines often have aspects that surpass others. Sharp senses are one of them. Perhaps your bloodline is thin, but as the demon body grows stronger, your bloodline will rise with it. One day it will awaken. She looked up. Now, can you answer me? Are you willing or not? Qin Yu nodded. I agree. The corners of his lips lifted in a smile. Ningling, perhaps it won't be long before you and I meet again. Yu Qi was overjoyed. Demonic light flashed in her hand and a palm-sized black armor appeared. I naturally have a reason for having you come out to greet me. This treasure was personally refined by me. I will give it to you as a gift. Qin Yu took it in his hand and his complexion changed. His heartbeat quickened and his blood began to cheer in his veins. His body began to emit some sort of desire. Yu Qi smiled. This is called the demon god armor. It is a natural match for the demon body. Any person that achieves the demon body will have one. I refined this demon god armor from the skull and horn of an earth demon beast. After you refine it into your body, you will understand just how important it is to the demon body. Moreover, the demon god armor will constantly evolve as the demon body grows. It can be said that its potential is infinite. Qin Yu stroked the demon god armor. As he looked at the faint purple light that flashed within, he suddenly asked, Is your blood fused with it? Yu Qi had a calm expression. You should know that my blood is a transcendent treasure. If it is added during refining, it can increase the chances of success and also increase the quality of the demon god armor. She sneered. Of course, if Qin Yu doesn't feel at ease, you can return it to me. Qin Yu shook his head. Miss Yu Qi is worrying too much. I have no such intentions. I will accept the demon god armor and I will definitely repay you in the future. Yu Qi lightly coughed. When are we leaving? Qin Yu shook his head. I still have many matters to attend to. I will need some time. You are worried that the demon monarch and heaven-seek demon will take revenge. Qin Yu nodded. If he left, how could Immortal Eclipse Valley resist the counterattack of two peak existences? Yu Qi curled her lip. Good people don't live for long. Consider it my bad luck that I chose you. Since I'm worried about them, I'll just kill them. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. I tried, but I didn't succeed. Yu Qi proudly said, that is because you don't have the demon god armor. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. You are saying, humph humph, you will know after I refine it. Qin Yu nodded. All right. I will immediately go into seclusion. Chapter 265. In a chamber, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged, the demon god armor in his hands. His eyes were dignified and filled with anticipation. He believed that he was not mistaken. Yu Qi had no intention of harming him. Moreover, when the demon god armor was in his hands, he instinctively desired it. If this thing was harmful to him, then with Qin Yu's current soul cultivation it would be impossible for him not to sense it. There was no need for Yu Qi to say anything. After obtaining the demon god armor, Qin Yu instinctively knew how to refine it. He flicked his finger, and the flesh of his fingers split open. Fresh blood flowed out and dripped onto the demon god armor. Like a sponge, it absorbed all the blood, and its pitch-black body gradually turned blood-red. The scarlet light condensed into vein-like lines that spread out densely, eventually covering every inch of the demonic god armor. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He never thought that refining the demon god armor would be so simple. No wonder Yu Qi had such a funny expression on her face before he went into seclusion. Blood-red light erupted, submerging the demon god armor. It rapidly melted away in this blood-red light and entered Qin Yu's body. Dong, dong, his heartbeat suddenly sped up, strong and forceful. It was as if he was beating a drum, pushing his blood forward with a rumbling sound. A set of black armor suddenly appeared around Qin Yu. It was incomparably soft, as if it were some sort of liquid. It stuck to his body, fitting well with his heroic bearing. If he had a mirror, he would see that the armor not only covered his entire body, but it also protected his head and face. But there was no obstruction in front of him at all. In fact, it was even clearer than before. Qin Yu could clearly feel the terrifying strength contained within every movement. It was like a casual strike could split apart mountains and break rivers. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was the demon god armor's powerful defense. It looked as soft and fragile as a liquid, but it could instantly dissipate all external attack. If it were before, with the demon god armor on his body, he would have had the qualifications to face the demon monarch and heaven-seek old demon without even using the little blue lamp's power of space. No wonder Yu Qi was so confident. The demon god armor was more valuable than any treasure to her. With a thought, the demon god armor vanished. What appeared on his body was an ordinary black robe. This was one of its minor functions. It could change its shape at will. Of course, if he wanted to unleash its full power, he had to do it in his true form. Qin Yu stood up and pushed open the door. He walked in front of Yu Qi and cupped his hands together. Thank you, Miss Yu Qi. I will surely repay you in the future. Yu Qi wanted to taunt him a bit, but seeing him so serious, she hesitated for a moment and pretended to be proud. It's good that you know. In the future, if I have any orders, you cannot refuse them. Qin Yu nodded. As long as it is within my ability, I will not decline. Yu Qi curled her lips. No sincerity. Waving his hand, he said, all right. Now that you know the function of the demon god armor, who do you want to attack first? A cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Demon monarch. 2 days ago, the demon lord had been heavily injured by him and was now in a weakened state. If he wanted to kill someone, he would naturally have to kill him first. Moreover, the demon monarch's position was also relatively easy to lock onto. The demonic path high commands sang Void Mountain, who didn't know of his prestige. Yu Qi turned and left. Then what are you waiting for? Qin Yu smiled and followed behind. 1 day later, at the foot of Mulberry Sky Mountain, a man and a woman walked over. Their movements were natural as they looked up at the majestic mountain peak and the black demonic energy lingering around the mountainside. Their eyes were calm and without fear. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, several cultivators from the demonic path High Command flew over. They fiercely shouted, "Who are you? You dare to spy on my demonic path High Command? Do you not want your lives?" Yuchi covered her mouth and laughed. "We want our lives. We came here to take our lives." Among the demonic cultivators, the eyes of several people brightened. Some of them strangely laughed. "What a beautiful young lady. If I could have a night of pleasure, I wouldn't mind giving my life to you." Yuchi's smile became even more charming. "Is that so? Then I will accept your life." She stretched out her slender fingers and grasped forwards. Bang! The rude demonic cultivators exploded in the air, their flesh and blood scattering to the ground. The other demonic cultivators' complexions changed. "You are courting death. You dare to kill a cultivator from my high command? All of you must die. Capture them." Yuchi flashed backwards. "I'll leave the rest to you." Chinyu stepped forwards. With a flick of his sleeves, the void roared out like an invisible wave, submerging several demonic cultivators in the blink of an eye. Par dark red flowers bloomed in the air. Chinyu strode forwards. Behind him, light flashed in Yuchi's eyes. At this time, this decisive and incomparably swift and fierce young man seemed to have a different flavor to him. The demonic path High Command soon boiled over. Countless demonic cultivators soared into the skies, their complexions pale. The demonic path had been established for thousands of years, and even in their weakest era, they had never been bullied into their high command. But today, someone had actually started a slaughter right outside their high command. No matter who it was, they would have to pay the price. Beams of demonic light howled forwards. The newcomer didn't hide his tracks, so they were able to easily lock onto their target. "Who are you? Report your name," a demonic path elder coldly said, his eyes surging with killing intent. "Chinyu," a light voice echoed out from afar. The demonic path elder frowned. He had never heard this name before, but from his aura, he could tell that this was only an early nascent soul. It seemed that this was some junior who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Perhaps this junior had some great enmity with the demonic path, and after reaching nascent soul, he couldn't wait to take revenge. Although it was true that nascent souls dominated the world, the disparity in strength between nascent souls was unimaginable. "Since you dare to kill a cultivator of my demonic path, I will seize your soul and place it in demonic flames to burn for 100 years as a warning to others." With a cold shout, the demonic path elder flew forwards. He lifted a hand and grasped out, demonic energy billowing out, condensing into a giant blood-red hand. This was also a supernatural ability of the demonic path, and its power couldn't be underestimated. But to the current Chinyu, it couldn't even withstand a single strike. He lifted a hand and punched out. He didn't use any supernatural abilities at all, only pure magic power to crush the blood-red hand. Even so, the blood-red hand trembled for a moment before directly exploding. The strength of his fist didn't diminish in the slightest. It fell onto the demonic path nascent soul's chest. A dignified fourth-level nascent soul cultivator cried out miserably as his chest exploded. There was a flash of light and only his nascent soul managed to escape. That nascent soul's face was filled with panic and hatred, but in the next moment, this hatred froze in place. A terrifying divine sense rumbled out, directly scattering the soul attached to the nascent soul. The nascent soul that lost its restraints immediately began to scatter. Chinyu flicked his sleeves and the nascent soul was sent flying away. Like a cannonball, it fell into a crowd of demonic cultivators and loudly exploded. This might was no different from a nascent soul exploding itself. A terrifying strength swept out in all directions like a raging flood. Dozens of demonic cultivators were sucked in with miserable screams. In the blink of an eye, they died where they stood. Even more demonic cultivators were sent flying away, blood gushing out from every orifice of their heads. To kill a nascent soul in a single exchange, and even blow up his nascent soul, creating a terrifying slaughter, All of the demonic cultivators that were cruel and arrogant froze where they were, fear filling their eyes. Compared to this person in front of them, what sort of demonic cultivators were they? They were nothing more than harmless little white rabbits. Finally, a demonic cultivator that participated in the battle at Immortal Eclipse Valley recognized the Qin Yu who had forced back the demon monarch and heaven-seek old demon in the peak battle 3 days ago. The blood drained from his face. Immortal Eclipse Valley's Qin Yu. The one that chased down the demon monarch. He killed his way into the high command. Cries of alarm filled the air. The fear in the eyes of the demonic cultivators deepened. They weren't the demonic path elder that had been in seclusion for many years. They naturally knew what had happened not too long ago. It was no wonder that when they heard Qin Yu's name, they felt it was so familiar. Unfortunately, before they could regain their composure, the dignified demonic path elder had been blown to bits. Now that they recognized the person in front of them, the anger and killing intent in their chests were like a bucket of cold water that was poured over their heads, thoroughly extinguished. The demon monarch and heaven-seek old demon were both peak existences of the world. Even when fighting 1 against 2, Qin Yu had still been able to defeat them. He had even chased down the demon monarch and forced him to use the demonic solution to escape. How could they possibly resist such a character? The demonic path elder had used the bloody truth to tell them that even if a nascent soul attacked, all that awaited them was death. As the demonic cultivators were panic-stricken, Qin Yu didn't stop. He stepped forwards, and wherever he went, countless demonic cultivators seemed to be struck by a hammer. They cried out miserably as they were sent flying away. No one dared to stop him. No one could stop him. The famed Mulberry Sky Mountain, that had dominated the world for thousands of years, was now trembling beneath Qin Yu's feet. Run! Run! The demonic cultivators that rushed out from Mulberry Sky Mountain flew back at an even faster speed. They were like stray dogs. Suddenly, strange syllables resounded through the world. Countless millstone-sized demonic runes appeared. They were like great black suns that revolved around the entire Mulberry Sky Mountain. Then, the light that these demonic runes emitted spread out and fused together, turning into a super-demonic array that completely blocked out the inside and outside. The demonic path had stood tall in the world for thousands of years, their inheritances endless, so how could they not have any sense of danger? After this heavenly demon array was constructed, it had been strengthened by several generations of demon monarchs. Today was the first time it had been opened. But no one doubted its might. Even if it faced a divine soul realm superpowerhouse, it could still resist them for a moment. The demonic cultivators that escaped into Mulberry Sky Mountain let out sighs of relief. As they looked at the figure outside, they felt a great deal less fear. They thought that even if he had monstrous supernatural powers, there was nothing they could do if they couldn't break through Mulberry Sky Mountain. As for the demonic cultivators that hadn't escaped in time and were locked outside, their eyes widened in fear. Some people cursed out loud and some even cried out in fright. If Qin Yu couldn't enter Mulberry Sky Mountain, then it was natural for him to vent his anger on them. At that time, they would die without a doubt. The headquarters has given up on us. Escape to another place. Staying here will only lead to death. If we split up, there might be a chance of survival. The demonic cultivators fled in all directions. They were panic-stricken. But soon, they discovered that Qin Yu, who had killed people without batting an eyelid, didn't chase after them. Clearly, his target was only Sang Void Mountain. This nearly made the fleeing fiendish cultivators cry tears of joy. Qin Yu frowned. This was what he was worried about the most. Immortal Eclipse Valley had the protection of the 5-element sword array, so how could the demonic path High Command, which had an even more ancient inheritance, not have it? Even he felt his heart palpitate when he sensed this terrifying demonic formation. It was obvious that its might was monstrous. At this moment Yu Qi walked over. It's just an incomplete heavenly demon array. If someone asks me for help, I might help. His face was full of arrogance, as if he was not going to quickly bow down to his great aunt. Qin Yu lightly said, "If I can't kill the demon monarch, I won't leave." Yu Qi's face darkened. She clenched her teeth. "You bastard, will you die if you say something nice?" Qin Yu shook his head. "I can't, but I think that if you have a way, you should hurry up. Otherwise, if the demon monarch escapes, it will be difficult to find him again." These words were even more infuriating. Yu Qi wished she could bite him. She stomped her feet and walked away. Qin Yu quietly waited where he was. A moment later, in Mulberry Sky Mountain, beneath the panic-stricken eyes of countless demonic cultivators, a piece of the heavenly demon array that protected the entire High Command was silently missing. He took a step inside. Chapter 266. Deep in the underground palace, the ground, walls, and ceiling were all covered with lines. They formed a powerful demonic array that hummed and revolved at full power. In the center of this palace there was a 100-foot-wide pool. This pool was filled with blood. The blood-red liquid tumbled about and bubbles popped, releasing a thick scent of blood. The demon monarch sat naked in the depths of the blood pool. His long hair surged with the waves of blood, and the surface of his body was covered with blood-red runes. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the runes on the demon monarch's body were exactly the same as the great array formation of this underground palace. It was as if he had borrowed the strength of the blood pool to copy the underground palace's array formation onto his body. Suddenly, the demon monarch's eyes flashed open. His crimson eyes were filled with endless pain. He sensed that something had happened to the heavenly demon array, and his eyes became increasingly cruel. After his defeat at Immortal Eclipse Valley and being chased down by Qin Yu, the demon monarch had finally steeled his resolve. He would borrow the inheritance blood pool of the demonic path to copy the secret curse of the demonic path and forcefully step into the divine soul realm. He never imagined that Qin Yu would dare to kill his way into the High Command. At this critical moment, if he were to be disturbed, he would suffer a backlash and die without a doubt. The demon monarch lifted his hand and a sphere appeared in his palm. It seemed to contain an invisible power that pushed away the surrounding blood. The sphere was the size of a fist and was entirely black. It shined with a warm light, as if it were the most precious jade in the world. But at this time, as the demon monarch tightened his grip, countless cries of pain echoed out from the black sphere. Twisted faces began to appear on the surface of the sphere. Gotcha! The black sphere shattered. Crimson flames rose into the air, wrapping around the fragments and burning them to ashes in the blink of an eye. Within Mulberry Sky Mountain, the demonic path High Command was far from being like a bloody hell that was rumored to exist in the outside world. Instead, it was filled with a majestic aura and dignified appearance, displaying the unsurpassed might of the demonic path. As Qin Yu walked forwards, a massive number of demonic cultivators gathered in front of him. But as he moved forwards, they retreated again and again like a tide. No one dared to stop him. This was because besides the demonic path elders that died outside the mountain, 2 more demonic path powerhouses had paid with their lives to prove just how terrifying Qin Yu was. Suddenly, countless demonic cultivators cried out miserably. They clutched their heads in pain and their eyes turned crimson red, as if they were burning with flames. Howling in pain, they fell to the ground one after another. Accompanied by demonic energy, sharp bone spikes pierced out of their shoulders, elbows, and waist. The first demonic cultivator to complete his demonic transformation roared and shot up from the ground, hurtling straight towards Qin Yu. His fangs pierced through his skin and blood mixed with saliva dripped down his face. His twisted face was filled with a cruel killing intent. Qin Yu frowned. He lifted a hand and thrust out, causing the void to rumble. Before this demonic cultivator could approach, he was sent flying away and crashed into the ground. Countless bone spikes broke off from his body and his body was twisted. Even so, he didn't lose the ability to move. He dug his hands into the ground and roared as he crawled towards Qin. And at this time, even more demonic cultivators had completed their devilization. Their ruthless roars joined together, and their figures also joined together. It was as if dumplings were raining down from the sky. One by one, they fearlessly rushed over, blocking all directions in front of them. Qin narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. He flicked his sleeves and the 5-element swords appeared. They spun and formed a 5-element sword array that pushed forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 5-element swords swept up the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth. Like a rapidly spinning millstone, the demonic cultivators in front of them were dragged in and crushed like beans. Black demonic blood poured down like a torrential rain, instantly drenching the ground. The boundless momentum of the demonic path, High Command, had turned into a living hell. Qin strode forwards, his eyes indifferent without the least bit of pity. His eyes locked onto the depths of the demonic path, High Command. That was the aura of the demon monarch. It violently fluctuated as if he were making a final struggle. These demonic cultivators were clearly those that had been abandoned. After they had been demonized, they had lost all consciousness and were using suicidal attacks in an attempt to slow him down. Realizing this, Qin naturally wouldn't be fooled. He rushed forwards behind the 5-element swords, his body covered in black robes. Around him, a rain of blood fell like a tide. Ah! No, no. Demon monarch, please forgive me. More demonic cultivators began to cry out in pain. Their eyes were filled with panic as they began to demonize. This time, the demonic cultivators that demonized had a higher cultivation and a higher status within the demonic path High Command. At the same time, after they demonized, their strength was even greater. As the 5-element swords cut through their bodies, there was actually a slight hindrance. One could even hear the rough sounds of bones breaking. The last to demonize were the demonic path nascent souls. No one knew just how much terrifying strength was hidden within the demonic path High Command. At the very least, in front of Qin, there were 9 terrifying demonic figures that were over 10 feet tall, their bodies surrounded by lingering demonic energy. Their eyes were filled with pain, and it seemed as if they still had some consciousness, but they still couldn't resist their instinctive brutality. With a loud roar, the 9 demonic nascent souls hurtled forwards. Their speed rose and each one could compare to a late nascent soul. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. Qin frowned. He stopped moving forwards. The 5-element swords turned into a curtain of swords that covered him within. Bang! The demonic nascent souls were cut apart and sent flying away. Deep wounds appeared on their bodies, and one could even see the bones beneath their flesh and blood. But as demonic energy wildly surged, these wounds healed in just a breath of time. They had nearly undying bodies. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that these 9 demonic nascent souls could plunder the strength of other demonic cultivators. They could grab those around them and bite down on their necks. In the blink of an eye, the demonic cultivator would turn into a dried-up corpse, and the slightly weakened aura of the demonic nascent souls would become strong once more. If this continued, he could only forcefully grind down all the demonic cultivators to death and then kill the 9 demonic nascent souls one at a time. But doing so would waste a great deal of time. What the demon monarch needed was time. For this, he was willing to pay any price to destroy the entire demonic path High Command. Qin could not allow him to do as he wished. His eyes flashed and the curtain of 5-element magic swords around him suddenly vanished. Startled, the 9 demonic nascent souls wildly rushed forwards. At this time, Qin lifted a hand and grasped it. A blue sword appeared in his hand and he slashed forwards. Between the heavens and earth, a vast sea of thunder appeared. Endless purple thunder erupted from the sword blade. The wood attribute magic sword was refined from sky thunder bamboo and possessed the ability to release thunder itself. After the 5-element magic swords were refined, the 5 elements complemented each other and constantly tempered it, causing its quality to gradually rise. Then, when Qin Yu reached nascent soul, the 5-element magic swords and 5-element nascent souls were intimately linked together. With their benefits, their strength became even greater. Now, the 5 elements complemented each other and were all of the wood attribute. Qin Yu stimulated the power of thunder with all his strength and in the blink of an eye, creating a terrifying sea of thunder that submerged the 9 demonic nascent souls. The power of thunder was the purest yang attribute and it naturally restrained the strength of the demonic path. Moreover, the sky thunder bamboo that Qin Yu used to refine the wood attribute magic sword had been rapidly nourished by the little blue lamp and had grown for tens of thousands of years. Its quality was unparalleled and the power of thunder was incomparably potent. As the 9 demonic nascent souls fell into the thunder, it was as if they had fallen into a pool of crimson iron. The demonic energy on the surface of their bodies was broken apart and their flesh and blood fell off. The demonic characteristics of their bodies even began to fade away. Their crimson eyes recovered a little and there was even a hint of gratitude in them. Then, they roared out loud and suppressed the strength in their bodies, allowing the thunder to wash away the demonic energy on their bodies. Qin Yu slowly said, "Today, I will only kill the demon monarch. I will let bygones be bygones." Hearing these words, the 9 demonic nascent souls no longer had any scruples. They roared out loud and forcefully suppressed the demonic energy in their bodies. Then, they flew out from the sea of thunder and sat down cross-legged. A demonic path elder roared out, "Qin Yu, I hope you keep your word. Hurry and kill the demon monarch. I can't suppress the power of my demonic transformation for much longer. The demon monarch abandoned my demonic path, but it is not my demonic path that forsakes him. Even ants struggled to live, much less powerful cultivators. Those of the demonic path were even more so. In order to protect himself, after the heavenly demon array was broken, the demon monarch didn't hesitate to destroy all the demonic cultivators in the demonic path high command to stop Qin Yu. From that moment on, he had already been abandoned by the demonic path. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and purple thunder opened a path. The demonic cultivators that were completely demonic and couldn't escape were all turned to powder. These demonic cultivators were all elite disciples of the demonic path. Otherwise they wouldn't have the qualifications to enter the demonic path high command to cultivate. Now that they were all exterminated, the 9 suppressed demonic nascent souls felt their hearts drip blood. They were well aware that after today's events, even if they didn't die, their cultivations would still be greatly reduced. In addition, 70 to 80% of the demonic path's elites had died, so they were bound to fall into an unprecedented weakness. Dominating the world and suppressing the world was no longer possible. Resisting all enemies and preserving their inheritances was their limit. Today was an unprecedented calamity for the demonic path. Within the blood pool, the demon monarch's carving was about to be completed. He clenched his teeth and roared out, "You bastards, you dare to refuse to sacrifice yourself for me? You all deserve to die." There was a violent rumbling above his head, and the entire underground palace trembled. A dense aura locked onto him, causing despair to fill the demon monarch's eyes. He was just a single step away from completing his carving. His eyes flashed with a cruel light. The demon monarch took a deep breath. The endless thick blood in the blood pool drilled into his body through his nostrils, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The surrounding 100 feet was more than enough to submerge him. There was more than 10 million drops of blood there, and yet they were all sucked up by him. On the surface of his body, the carvings suddenly erupted with a blood-red light. The demon monarch's aura wildly rose at an astonishing speed. Rise, rise. In the blink of an eye, he reached his peak. Then, without pause, he continued to climb to an even higher level. Kacha-kacha, the ground constantly cracked and cracks spread out like a spider web, reaching the walls and even the ceiling. The entire underground palace trembled, as if it would collapse at any moment. The entrance to the underground palace was shattered. Qin Yu strode in and saw the demon monarch covered in a thick blood-red light, as well as an incomparably terrifying aura. Qin Yu! The demon monarch roared, his eyes filled with hatred. If he could kill, Qin Yu would have already been riddled with holes. The blood-red light around him rapidly faded, turning into a blood-red robe. As the demon monarch wore it, he seemed like a blood demon that came from the 9 hells. His bloodthirsty killing intent caused one's soul to tremble. Qin Yu frowned. He slowly said, "How long can you maintain this state?" The demon monarch roared, "Long enough for me to cut you down." He lifted a hand and pressed down. The underground palace rumbled, and endless heaven and earth spiritual strength gathered, forming a blood-red hand that pressed down. Chapter 267. Large tracts of forests collapsed and the buildings on the ground were destroyed. Terrifying strength surged outwards like a demonic dragon. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures, one black and one blood, flew out from the shattered earth. As they faced each other in the air seemed to freeze. The demon monarch's terrifying aura was like a great stone or a great lake. It stirred up endless heaven and earth spiritual strength, causing it to rumble and roar like a storm. For 1,000 miles, all living beings could feel this all-destroying strength. All of them revealed looks of panic. Across from him, Qin Yu's complexion was pale. But his back was still straight. The 5-element swords hummed beside him, their auras able to tear apart the heavens and earth. At this time, the destruction of the ground was still continuing. Looking down from above, what appeared was a giant pit, like a monster opening its maw and swallowing everything within range. This was the result of their underground collision just now. Their strength surpassed the limit, causing the underground space to collapse, thus leading to this scene. The demon monarch lifted a hand. Blood-red light gathered in his palm, erupting with a radiant light. It was like a descending blood sun. With a palm, the blood sun rumbled forwards. An incomparably terrifying strength was enough to destroy all. Qin Yu frowned. He took a step back and his figure instantly vanished. But at this time, the blood sun exploded. That rich blood-red light instantly pierced through the world. Ah! My eyes! On Mulberry Sky Mountain, the few surviving demonic cultivators clutched their heads and fell to the ground, howling as blood flowed out from between their fingers. Space was pierced through and black holes appeared one after another. Qin Yu's figure was forced out and he had no choice but to face a blood-red light head-on. He was sent flying backwards and his face paled even further. The demon monarch roared, "Qin Yu, you will die today." He stepped forwards, his entire being like a giant beast in human form. The originally surging heaven and earth spiritual strength began to boil over. He lifted a hand and pressed down. Go! The blood demon phantom appeared once more. It was much more solid than before, as if it had a true body of flesh and blood. It opened its mouth and roared. A rich pitch-black light condensed in its eyes. It was extremely fast, completed in the blink of an eye. Shwa, a ray of light shot out. Qin Yu's heart raced. He looked up and locked onto the pitch-black ray of light. His divine sense was pushed to the limit. This lightning-fast attack suddenly slowed down in front of him. He lifted a hand and pointed out a finger. Wind and clouds rose from his finger, sweeping up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It rapidly fused into his finger and clashed with the jet-black ray. In terms of power, this finger was far from being able to compare to the demon lords in his current state. The moment it touched the finger, it fiercely trembled and soon became covered in cracks. When Qin Yu's divine sense exploded to the limit, everything seemed to slow down. But in the eyes of an outsider, it seemed as if the finger had directly collapsed upon contact. However, this finger that could not even withstand a single blow actually disappeared along with the jet-black ray of light when it shattered. Because it was the number 1 blue finger, the boundless blue finger. point to death with the enemy. Unless the level of one's strength exceeded the limits of the azure finger and destroyed the will contained within it, one would not be able to escape the 4 words perishing together with the enemy. A trace of anxiety appeared in the demon monarch's eyes. He no longer had any time left. Today, he didn't hesitate to commit himself to eternal damnation in order to thoroughly cut down Qin Yu and vent the hatred in his heart. He raised both of his hands, and a terrifying aura shot straight into the sky like a beacon. Then, the clear sky turned dark in the blink of an eye, and the stars began to light up. Reversing yin and yang, stars appearing in broad daylight. When Qin Yu first formed his demon body, he had seen this with his own eyes. But today, reversing yin and yang was a supernatural ability that the demon monarch activated with his transcendent cultivation. A demonic phantom appeared in the curtain of night. It was 1,000 feet tall. There was a horn on its head. Then, between those stars, there was a sudden burst of silver light. It was a bright moon that soared into the sky, sprinkling down its silver splendor like falling snow. As it fell into the phantom's hand, it condensed into a silver spear. The spear was as thick as a tree. It locked onto Qin Yu from afar, causing his heart to violently contract and endless danger to surge out. He was absolutely sure that the strength of this strike was enough to kill him. Whoosh! The demonic phantom threw out the spear. Wherever it passed, space collapsed inch by inch. Countless black cracks appeared, as if it were opening its mouth wide and laughing, unbridled and unbridled. It cut through the endless skies, bringing with it an aura of annihilation. In this world, there was no life that could contend with it. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He lifted a hand to meet the silver spear and thrust it down. Within his dantian sea, divine light shined. The 5-element nascent souls suddenly dimmed. Within his soul space, the light in his soul's eyes was nearly extinguished. A transparent finger flew out to meet the spear. It was like water, its surface gently trembling. It seemed as if a gust of wind would cause it to tremble several times. There wasn't the least bit of a powerful aura around it. But this finger was the 3rd of the azure dots. Its name was Blue Sea. In the blink of an eye, the Blue Sea finger touched the silver spear. Its fluctuating body that seemed as if it would shatter at any moment suddenly began to emit a brilliant light. Between the heavens and earth, a wild wind suddenly blew. Some kind of invisible will descended onto the silver spear. It contained boundless sharpness and a monstrous might that could pierce through 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. But under this will, it could only be dissolved and destroyed. Beneath the curtain of night, the demonic phantom's eyes revealed a cold light, as if it were a puppet that had opened its spiritual sense. Then, it lifted its hand. As its arm moved, endless waves rose up in the world. Within 100 miles, vast heaven and earth origin energy gathered. With the movement of its arm, countless ancient trees on Mulberry Sky Mountain were sucked up into the air and crushed into powder. Qin Yu stiffened like iron. At this moment, he was suppressed by an invisible strength. Even with his current cultivation, he wasn't able to move at all. Within his dantian sea, atop the great Tao base, the little blue lamp surged with a ghostly blue light. But it was no longer able to teleport. It was like the entire world was sealed away by an invisible strength. However, before the demonic phantom's arm could complete its movement, it froze where it was. Then, like a bubble, it shattered where it stood. Within 100 miles, the wildly gathering heaven and earth spiritual strength was like a tsunami that hadn't even formed yet. It loudly scattered. Even so, the impact of the collapsing spiritual strength was enough to tear apart any nascent soul cultivator. Rumble, rumble, half of the entire Mulberry Sky Mountain was forcefully erased by this collapsing spiritual strength. It was like a saber from the heavens had destroyed half of the demonic path high command. The demon monarch's aura began to fall at a crazy speed. In that final strike, the demonic phantom had exhausted all of his strength. His life had come to an end. But His eyes were still wide open. His dim eyes were filled with unwillingness and joy. Although he was destined to die, he still wanted to personally witness Qin Yu's miserable fate. To directly withstand the collapsing spiritual strength impact, no matter how monstrous his methods were, he would find it hard to escape this calamity. Rumble, rumble, after the terrifying heaven and earth spiritual strength raged about, it gradually calmed down. Ancient wood powder sprinkled down from the skies. Then, a figure covered in black armor gradually appeared. The demon monarch's eyes widened. The last bit of light in his eyes was extinguished. The demon monarch of a generation had perished. Bang! His body exploded and endless blood gushed out. In the blink of an eye, a pool of blood 100 feet wide appeared in the void. The blood that had been swallowed by the demon monarch ran out as he died. Beneath the black armor, Qin Yu suddenly felt an intense desire. With his severely damaged body, he found it hard to suppress this desire. Shwar black light flashed. Qin Yu submerged into the blood pool. The blood within 100 feet began to boil. Yu Qi flew back from afar, a look of lingering fear on her face. He actually summoned the will of a supreme elder of the demonic path from the land of divinity and demons. Luckily, the demon monarch is a spent force, otherwise even if Qin Yu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would have perished beneath that strike. As she rejoiced, there was also a bit of worry in her eyes. Qin Yu had escaped calamity today, but looking at the demonic shadow's final actions, it was clear that the supreme elder of the demonic path wanted to kill him. Such a character wouldn't easily move their heart, but as long as they did, they wouldn't change even if thousands or tens of thousands of years passed. Qin Yu hadn't even stepped into the land of divinity and demons, and there was already a supreme elder of the demonic path that wanted to kill him. How could she not worry? It had to be known that Qin Yu was the person she had chosen. Yu Qi gently sighed and suppressed her thoughts. Qin Yu was born in this wild and exiled land, but he was the person with the greatest destiny she had seen in her life. The earth demon beast skeleton in the land of sealed demons was proof, and the blood pool in front of her was also proof. Although he hadn't died today, withstanding the impact of collapsing heaven and earth spiritual strength, even with his powerful demon body, he had suffered heavy injuries. But with the strength of the blood pool, he could easily recover from his injuries. His demon body would even benefit from this, and he would have a chance to obtain other harvests from the demonic path's demon blood. If it weren't for this, why would she have made such a heavy bet to refine the demon god armor for Qin Yu and choose him for the rest of her life? Such a person with such a great destiny would have his own lucky chances and good fortune. He wouldn't have easily lost his life. Gulp, gulp. The inheritance demon blood tumbled and massive bubbles drilled out. The rich smell of blood fell into the noses of the demonic path cultivators. This was the most tempting thing in the world. On the other half of Mulberry Sky Mountain, the surviving demonic cultivators all revealed blazing hot gazes. In particular, the 9 nascent souls that had stopped their demonic transformation had gloomy and uncertain expressions, gradually revealing cruelty. Although the demonic transformation had been interrupted, it had damaged their foundations. Their cultivation would inevitably regress, and what was even more terrifying was that they wouldn't have a chance to increase their cultivation in the future. But right now there was a chance to restore their foundations and even take another step forward. Inheritance demon blood. As nascent souls, they were absolute high-level figures in the demonic path high command, so they naturally knew its effects. Past generations of demon monarchs had died in meditation within this pool of demon blood, and all of their cultivation and supernatural powers had been contained within it. Qin Yu was fierce and could be said to be far stronger than expected. But that final strike of the demon monarch's summoned demonic shadow was the true earth-shaking one. He had definitely been severely wounded. This was something that the 9 nascent souls were incomparably sure of. Then, it wasn't impossible. Yu Qi's eyes flashed. She turned and swept her eyes around. Everyone, please consider this carefully. Qin Yu has promised to spare your lives, but there will only be one chance. The nascent soul cultivators hesitated. Qin Yu can't even protect himself right now, so how can he deal with us? A nascent soul coldly shouted. If we don't act now, you and I will regret this for the rest of our lives. That's right, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we don't take it, then we will suffer. Kill Qin Yu and take revenge for the dead cultivators of my demonic path. Bang bang, the 9 nascent souls flew into the air. They stubbornly stared at the blood pool, their eyes filled with greed. Yu Qi's eyes flashed with ridicule. Since these people wanted to die, why should she stop them? Attack! Just as the nascent soul finished speaking, he froze. In the next moment, the light in his eyes faded away like a falling tide. Bang! His body fell to the ground. The other 8 nascent souls paled. Without hesitation, they turned and fled. Since you have forsaken my forgiveness, then you can accompany each other in hell. An icy voice echoed out from the blood pool. Bang, bang, there were sounds after sounds, like heavy objects crashing into the ground. Finally, the last person screamed in fear as he died. After today, the demonic path High Command's Mulberry Void Mountain would no longer have a nascent soul. Chapter 268. Suddenly, the surging blood pond calmed down. An indescribable chill appeared, freezing it in the blink of an eye. Then, with a cracking sound, the pool of blood shattered into countless pieces and fell to the ground with a pitter-patter. Qin Yu's closed eyes suddenly opened at this time. A sharp light erupted from them, and a faint blood-red color appeared in the depths of his eyes for several breaths of time before fading away. Yu Qi sighed inwardly. Indeed, this pool of demon blood had not only helped him recover from his injuries, but the aura of his demon body had also become increasingly powerful. Moreover, the blood-red color in Qin Yu's eyes didn't escape her eyes. It was clear that there were other harvests in plundering the strength of the inherited demon blood. Qin Yu suddenly said, I believe that this is a good chance to kill Heavenseek Old Demon. A light flashed in Yu Qi's eyes. You mean to lure him in and kill him? Qin Yu said in a deep voice, That's right. Heavenseek Old Demon is not the Demon Lord. It will be very difficult for us to find his hiding place. Unless he shows himself, it will be extremely difficult to kill him. Today's battle to kill the Demon Monarch is bound to cause an uproar, and everyone in the world will know about it. Especially the final attack that the Demon Monarch summoned. The Demon Monarch's demonic shadow is extremely terrifying. It's only natural that I'm heavily injured. Yu Qi's eyes lit up with praise. If you want to lure him in and kill him, then I suggest you choose the land of sealed demons as Heavenseek Old Demon's graveyard. Qin Yu frowned. Not too long ago, when I broke into Nascent Soul, I broke through the seal of the land of sealed demons and killed Blue Cloud Demon. I fear that place is useless now. You killed Blue Cloud Demon? Yu Qi curled her lips. I was thinking of capturing him this time and torturing him to avenge the great enmity of the past. He paused for a moment and continued to say, What you broke through was only the sealing strength of the land of sealed demons. You are far from being able to shake the power that created it. Otherwise, let alone breaking into Nascent Soul, I fear you would have already been crushed into powder. Suddenly, Yu Qi seemed to think of something. She stared straight at Qin Yu. You said that you crossed Nascent Soul heavenly tribulation in the land of sealed demons? Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He calmly said, That's right. Yu Qi seemed to have a toothache. Don't you feel that heavenly tribulation is different in any way? Qin Yu nodded. It seems to be a bit stronger, but it's still early. I was prepared, so it went smoothly. Now he was sure. As Yu Qi looked at Qin Yu, her eyes immediately changed. In this land of exiles, no one knew better than her just how terrifying the land of sealed demons was. To cross tribulation there, and still be able to jump around, there were definitely secrets on his body that she hadn't discovered yet. Yuchi suddenly realized that Qin Yu was deliberately revealing this matter today as some sort of warning. Although this fellow's words were pretty, he was still worried deep down in his heart. Despicable. Qin Yu looked at her complexion and knew that she had already guessed his thoughts. He felt a bit guilty, but his complexion didn't change at all. He knew almost nothing about the land of divinity and demons, so he would naturally do everything possible to ensure his own safety. This was understandable. Miss Yuchi, listening to your words, it seems that there is a terrifying strength within the land of sealed demons that I don't know about. Yuchi coldly sneered. Are you afraid that I will harm you as well? Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I had no other choice. Please forgive me. Seeing his sincere words, the resentment in Yuchi's heart faded a little. She impatiently waved her hand. You just need to draw him in. I have a way to help you kill him. Qin Yu smiled. Thank you, Miss Yuchi. After a moment of hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Boundless divine sense broke out from his body and swept through the entire mulberry sky mountain. In this mountain, the small number of surviving demonic cultivators all stiffened, their faces deathly pale. The light in their eyes extinguished and their bodies slumped to the ground. Their souls had been twisted to pieces. Yuchi was surprised. This didn't seem to be Qin Yu's style. Qin Yu lightly said, In this world, there are many people I care about. For their safety, I don't mind being stained with their blood. Whoosh, his figure shot into the skies. A brilliant light flashed in Yuchi's eyes. She followed close behind. The Northern Dynasty cultivators didn't know of the existence of the land of sealed demons. It was just that for many years, rumors had been circulating about it, causing many people to believe that there was some great secret hidden within the vast expanse of the land of exiles. And in the eyes of cultivators, secrets were often inextricably linked to treasures and lucky chances. Thus, when heavenly tribulation that was 10 times stronger arrived, the land of sealed demons quickly became lively. The power of the curse was terrifying, but when compared to a bright future, it was enough for some people to take risks out of desperation. And what was even more wonderful was that there really were cultivators who went in all directions. After circling around countless underground caves, they finally found treasures. There were even rumors that some people obtained supernatural abilities passed down from ancient times and were extremely powerful. This stimulated the mood of these adventurous cultivators. It was like this that Qin Yu arrived at the land of sealed demons for the 3rd time. The demon god armor he wore had turned into ordinary black robes. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. Cultivators that dared to enter the land of exiles to fight for their good fortune had to have some level of eyesight. Disregarding their cultivation, Qin Yu was definitely injured, and his injuries were extremely heavy. What was more important was the calm composure he exuded. Moreover, if he dared to come here in this state, then unless he was stupid or seeking his own death, he definitely had something he could rely on. Looking at Qin Yu's posture, the greatest possibility was the latter. Many cultivators' eyes flashed. After braving the risk of being infected by the curse to come here, there naturally weren't any good people. After a brief moment of hesitation, a fierce light shined in their eyes. That's right, Qin Yu might be difficult to deal with, but once he succeeded, his harvests would surely be astonishing. It was impossible to imagine just how many treasures such a great existence would have on him. The first to make a move was a skinny old man. Without any warning, he broke through the ground and launched a surprise attack. No one knew when he had hidden himself. More importantly, before the old man made his move, no one had sensed anything wrong. Just this point alone caused a chill to rise in the hearts of most cultivators. This was because if this thin old man wanted to, he could easily kill any one of them. It could be seen that this ordinary-looking old fellow was a fierce character. Before the cries of praise could be fully released, it was like someone had grabbed hold of them. Their syllables became sharp and their eyes widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. They watched as the black-robed youth flicked his sleeves and the thin old man was sent flying away. When he fell to the ground, his aura was completely gone. Such a fierce character had died like this without causing the slightest splash. But, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the black-robed youth's face had paled even more. An arrow at the end of its flight? The edge of collapse? Thoughts raced through the minds of many cultivators, but no one dared to attack again. Even a ruthless assassin like this old man had been casually slapped to death. If it were anyone else, the result would likely be the same. The first to attack had a greater chance of dying. Only by following behind would they have a chance of eating the meat. But with so many people, there were bound to be different thoughts. It was indeed safe to wait in the back, but there was also the possibility that they wouldn't even be able to obtain a bit of soup. Someone else attacked. The three Wolf brothers. A Northern Dynasty cultivator cried out in alarm. In an instant, countless eyes gathered together, dread on their faces. The three Wolf brothers really were siblings from the same mother. It was just that their appearances were different, but each of them had a dark and ruthless expression and a cunning light flashed in their eyes. In terms of cultivation, the three of them could only be considered average here. But what was most terrifying about them was that they had killed cultivators far stronger than them more than once. It was rumored that the three Wolf brothers had even killed a nascent Soul Realm superpowerhouse. The mountain-splitting saber in the eldest brother's hand was the spoils of war from that battle, and it possessed an extremely terrifying might. Fellow Taoist, us brothers only seek wealth. If you can give us a satisfactory price, we will turn around and leave. The third brother smiled, his face full of sincerity. But before he could finish his sentence, he had already made his move. He used all his strength to scatter the dust. Of course, what he scattered was not lime powder. A rich stench instantly appeared. Many Northern Dynasty cultivators revealed looks of panic. Filthy corpse powder. Walala, countless cultivators rapidly retreated from the area near Chinyu. In the blink of an eye, a large space had been cleared out. What nonsense! In the rumors, when the corpse refining sect refined corpses, they extracted a highly toxic poison from corpse oil. It was specifically used to destroy a cultivator's mortal body, and after coming into contact with it, the poison would circulate through one's bloodstream. In just a short period of time, one's body would collapse into a puddle of corpse water. Many Northern Dynasty cultivators sighed inwardly. They were truly worthy of being called the three Wolf brothers. They were ruthless enough to take someone's life as soon as they attacked. The crux of the matter was that just a moment ago they were smiling brightly at you, and then in the next moment they were ruthlessly trying to kill you. There was simply no one that could compare to the speed at which they turned hostile. Of the three brothers, the second brother was the most taciturn. But as soon as he attacked, everyone knew what it meant to be a dog that didn't bark was the fiercest. A strange yellow light appeared, covering this person from head to toe. He didn't fear the filthy corpse powder at all and directly rushed forward. A foot-long black spike shot straight between Qin Yu's eyebrows. Even more people felt their backs wet with a cold sweat. Bang! The filthy corpse powder obscured everyone's vision, so they weren't able to see exactly what happened. They only heard a loud explosion, and then a figure was sent flying backwards. Ah! With a pitiful scream, the filthy corpse powder rapidly vanished. It had been forcefully pressed down on his body by an invisible strength. As he fell to the ground, he howled incessantly. His hands wildly clawed at his body, causing him to be dripping with blood. But in just several blinks of an eye, the blood turned pitch black and emitted a foul stench. The third brother cried out in sorrow, "Second brother!" He threw himself forwards, but before he could take out the antidote, his body stiffened. Then, like a wooden stake, he fell onto the second brother's body. The foul black blood stained his face. His entire body began to twitch and his eyes nearly popped out of his head. But he didn't make the slightest sound. The second brother's miserable howls and the third brother's silence in addition to their rapidly decaying bodies, caused everyone's scalps to tingle. The eyes of the wolf boss turned red. The three brothers were incomparably cruel and savage, but they were extremely close to each other. If it weren't for the fact that they had been killed countless times already, they would have died countless times already. He roared out loud. The mountain-splitting saber in his hand erupted with dazzling saber light. Like a waterfall, it instantly pierced through space. No one thought that one of the three wolf brothers, who were known for their savagery and cunning, would actually cultivate such a pure and powerful saber Tao. The might of this saber could be called that of a grand master. Bang! The saber light shattered and the saber cracked. Then, the cracks continued upwards, finally spreading to the large saber hand. Puff! Minced meat fell to the ground. From start to finish, less than 10 breaths of time had passed. The Northern Dynasty's infamous three wolf brothers had died on the spot. With this, everyone was finally shocked. No one dared to attack again. They could only stare with wide eyes, awe and fear as the black-robed youth walked into the land of sealed demons, vanishing from their sight. An hour later, a bold person arrived at the place where he vanished. As they saw the pool of blood on the ground, their eyes brightened. Chapter 269. Deep in the mountains, clouds rose up. Cranes soared through the skies and beasts roared. A giant manor loomed in the clouds. The manor was built according to the changing topography of the mountains. It covered an area of several thousand acres, and there were pavilions and pavilions like a forest. Palaces rose up from the ground, exuding a grand atmosphere. Amidst these pavilions and palaces, there was a black wooden house. It was completely out of place with its surroundings, like a drop of ink decorating it. But looking carefully, one would discover that the manor and even the rolling mountains around it were all faintly centered around this wooden house. Heavenseek Old Demon was currently in this wooden house. He held a jade slip in his hands, a thoughtful look on his face. The jade slip contained information about what happened in the land of sealed demons a few days ago. And in front of him was another jade slip that had arrived a bit earlier. It contained details of the calamity that had befallen the demonic path High Command's Mulberry Sky Mountain. The demon monarch's final strike had galvanized heaven and earth's spiritual strength for 100 miles. Its might was like a vast sea, enough to kill all cultivators below the divine soul realm. Qin Yu was indeed powerful, but he still wasn't at the divine soul realm. Facing the demon monarch's final counterattack, even if he didn't die, he would still have been severely wounded. This was something Heavenseek Old Demon believed. The only pity was that Mulberry Sky Mountain had been completely slaughtered, and there was no one that had witnessed what had happened. This left Heavenseek Old Demon feeling a bit restless. But right now, this was undoubtedly his last chance. If Qin Yu recovered, then he could only hide like a stray dog, and the Heavenseek Pavilion that he had painstakingly established over the years would be uprooted. And most importantly, he didn't have much time left. Since this was the case, he might as well give it his all. Heavenseek Old Demon made his decision. 2 days later, a gloomy and cold man stepped into the abandoned lands of the Northern Dynasty and arrived at the land of sealed demons. His entire person was like an ancient block of ice, constantly emitting a bone-chilling cold. Wherever he passed, the complexions of the Northern Dynasty cultivators would change, and they would retreat, not wanting to approach him at all. This person was clearly a fierce character. The gloomy and cold man seemed to be familiar with the land of sealed demons. He chose a crack in the ground and jumped down. Who is this person? He doesn't look familiar. I don't recognize him. Tisk tsk. He's not someone to be trifled with. What nonsense, do you even need to look at his aura? Stay away from him or you'll die. In the underground cave, the cold-looking man walked quickly. His eyes swept the surroundings from time to time, and he was extremely cautious. Suddenly, a clamor came from the front, followed by the sounds of fighting. This treasure was discovered by me. So what if you find out? It's mine now. Courting death. Let's kill him together. Bang in the cave, a strong strength chi churned, and the stone walls began to tremble violently. The gloomy man frowned, but he didn't stop. He soon arrived at the battlefield. 5 Northern Dynasty cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle. His arrival instantly attracted everyone's attention, especially his aura, which caused the pupils of the 5 to shrink slightly. Let's stop and get rid of this person first. All right. The cold-looking man was clearly seen by them as someone who would fight for the treasure. Bang! The 5 Northern Dynasty cultivators attacked at the same time. The gloomy man's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step forward and disappeared instantly. Help! Spare me! Mournful screams rang out, but soon everything returned to normal. The cold-looking man strode across the area, ignoring the treasure that had fallen to the ground. A faint smell of blood floated in the air. Deep within the land of sealed demons, in a newly opened cave, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. He could feel the aura of heaven-seek old demon. Although it was weak, it definitely wouldn't be wrong. He really came. Qin Yu stood up and stepped forwards. Since heaven-seek old demon had arrived, he didn't want to delay any longer. In the tunnel, the cold-looking man's complexion changed. He turned without hesitation and shot backwards. And what was even more astonishing was that when he fell into a shadow on the ground, he fused into it and vanished from sight. Bang! The ground shattered and a shadow shot into the skies. Beneath the shining sunlight, the cold and gloomy man's figure was revealed. Several Northern Dynasty cultivators were stunned. They hadn't sensed anything wrong, so what was going on? At this time, a light voice spread into their ears. Since you've come, why leave? The cold and gloomy man stiffened. He turned and stared at Qin Yu, his eyes cold. It really was a scheme. Luckily, his master was cautious. Since Qin Yu had attacked, he had already seen through his identity. As he thought of his terrifying strength, the cold and gloomy man fell into despair and his eyes became even fiercer. As the several Northern Dynasty cultivators saw Qin Yu's figure, they were stunned for a moment before being overjoyed. Wasn't this the mysterious master that had fled with heavy wounds? Everyone had turned this place upside down but hadn't been able to catch him. They never thought he would jump out on his own. This was simply a pleasant surprise. Hurry and attack. Catch him and we'll be rich. The Northern Dynasty cultivators shouted as they rushed forwards. Their eyes were like they were looking at a giant fat sheep. Unfortunately, this fat sheep didn't have the mind to bother with them anymore. With a flick of his sleeves, waves rose up in the air and heaven and earth's spiritual strength surged, sending several people flying away. Blood gushed out from their noses and mouths, causing them to fall unconscious on the spot. The cold and gloomy man moved. His entire body shrank into a ball and his speed reached an unimaginable level. With a whoosh, he arrived just short of Qin Yu and stretched out his body. He grasped a dagger and thrust it towards Qin Yu's eyes. The eyes were the weakest part of a person's body. Even a famed body refinement powerhouse wouldn't have a good ending if their eyes were attacked. The cold and gloomy man had once used this move to blind a Buddhist cultivator who had reached large success in body refinement and then slowly grind him to death. But today, he clearly didn't have such luck. Bang! The cold and gloomy man was sent flying away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and the heavy feeling in his chest immediately eased. He fell to the ground and rolled away, falling into the shadows and vanishing from sight like a drop of water in a lake. Qin Yu sneered. He lifted his foot and stomped down. The ground rumbled and 100 feet away, the cold and gloomy man was shaken and sent flying away. He spat out another mouthful of blood. You can't escape. The cold and gloomy man sucked in a deep breath. Then I won't run. His voice was low and hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for many years. Then, a rich black light erupted from his body, and he turned into a black saber that slashed out. The vast saber potential was no less than that of the eldest of the 3 wolf brothers. In fact, it even contained a bit more of an indomitable killing intent. Qin Yu lifted a hand and a red magic sword appeared. It was like the most blazing flame in the world, instantly smashing apart the black saber and burning it to ashes. The cold and gloomy man was sent flying away, blood gushing out from his nose and mouth. Countless blisters appeared on his body, as if he had been thrown into a raging inferno. "Master will take revenge for me." He lifted a hand, about to end his own life. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pressed down. A mountain seemed to appear in the void, suppressing him. "Heaven-seek old demon, since you've come, why bother hiding?" The cold and gloomy man's eyes flashed with panic. In the next moment, he revealed a pained expression and his pupils rapidly expanded until they occupied his entire eye, turning pitch black. He looked up and his expression became calm. He slowly said, "Qin Yu, I never thought that the strength of your soul would reach such a formidable degree. It seems I have underestimated you." Qin Yu's eyes were icy cold. "Heaven-seek old demon, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." He took a step forwards and a terrifying aura erupted. The 5 element swords appeared, shaking the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth. Rumble, rumble, rivers and lakes surged. "Qin Yu, stop!" With a shout, Yu Qi flew forwards. "He is only a soul fragment, not Heaven-seek demon's true body." Heaven-seek old demon's pitch-black eyes fell down. "Who are you?" Yu Qi had a light expression. "What I want to know is, how did a mere cultivator from the land of exiles obtain the soul-splitting mystic art?" Heaven-seek old demon's complexion changed. "The land of divinity and demons." Yu Qi's lips curled up in a smile. "Your mind is quite good." Boundless sword intent flowed around Qin Yu's body. He asked, "What is the soul-splitting mystic art?" Yu Qi said, "This is a secret art of the demonic path. Only powerhouses at the divine soul realm and above can successfully practice it. Afterwards, their soul can be separated and attached to another body, forming a supernatural power similar to an avatar." Qin Yu's complexion turned ugly. "In other words, even if I kill him, Heaven-seek demon will still be fine?" Yu Qi helplessly nodded. Heaven-seek old demon lightly said, "Qin Yu, I have never underestimated you, so how could I not be on guard against you today? Killing me won't be so simple." Suddenly, a cruel aura erupted from his body, like a volcano erupting. Yu Qi lifted a hand and pointed. An invisible strength arrived from nothingness, covering Heaven-seek old demon's mortal body. That cruel aura instantly quieted down. Yu Qi let out a breath, her face paling. "Qin Yu, you owe me another favor." Qin Yu said in a low voice, "Have you caught him?" Yu Qi sneered. "If I personally go, I will naturally capture him." She looked at Heaven-seek old demon. "You can delay for time to self-detonate, but I also need time to prepare this blood-soul curse." As her voice fell, countless blood-red runes appeared on the surface of Heaven-seek old demon's body before vanishing. Heaven-seek old demon paled. He sneered, "My soul-splitting mystic art has reached large success. My soul has completely separated from my main body, so what does it matter if I stay here? Do you think a little girl like you has a way to injure me?" Yu Qi sighed. "Large success of the soul-splitting mystic art, how fierce. I might not have a way to do it, but that doesn't mean I can't." She waved her hand. "Go. Send him in." Qin Yu grabbed onto Heaven-seek old demon and flew underground. In the surroundings, the Northern Dynasty cultivators that had been drawn over were all stunned. They had all seen what happened just now with their own eyes. Although the specifics were a bit blurry, they understood the general meaning. The black-robed youth had deliberately lured his opponent here. They didn't know much about Heaven-seek old demon's reputation, but Qin Yu's name seemed quite familiar. Finally, some Northern Dynasty cultivators recalled the peak battle that occurred in Immortal Eclipse Valley. Their complexions paled. In particular, those that had participated in the Great Search and hadn't found anything were left. At this time, they were completely stunned. Seeing Qin Yu and the others enter the land of sealed demons, it was unknown who was the first to turn around, but in the blink of an eye, all of the Northern Dynasty cultivators that had gathered here ran away. What nonsense! If they stayed here, did they want to settle accounts with them later? He rushed underground. After a moment, Qin Yu appeared outside a pitch-black cave. Yuqi's complexion was dignified. "Throw him in." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Get ready." After throwing Heavenseek Old Demon out, he turned and grabbed onto Yuqi. Then, he ignited the blood escape art and howled away. Chapter 270. Whoosh, a crimson beam of light shot out from the ground. Without pausing, it continued to explode outward. In the next moment, the earth rumbled and the air trembled, distorting. Bang! The entire earth exploded. A terrifying strength sent endless amounts of mud and stone into the air, setting off monstrous waves. The speed was astonishing as it caught up in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. The 5-element swords rapidly spun. White, black, blue, red, yellow, these 5 colors wove together into a vortex of swords that shattered the waves of mud and stone. But wrapped within, there was an invisible strength that the 5-element swords couldn't cut through. It directly marked Qin Yu's body. With a stuffy cough, Qin Yu's complexion paled. But he didn't stop. He raced out of the range of the shockwave. He fell to the ground and staggered. Qin Yu turned around to see that the land of sealed demons for hundreds of miles had turned into a horrifying pit. He could foresee that as time passed, the world's rainwater would gather and this pit would turn into a massive lake. Yuqi anxiously said, "Qin Yu, are you all right?" She turned to look behind her but was stopped by Qin Yu. "I'm fine. Let me see. Are you afraid that I'll take advantage of you?" Although her words were a bit roguish, her eyes flashed with a firm light. Qin Yu frowned and turned around. The black robes were intact, but they seemed to be wet and stuck to his body. Yuqi bit her lips. She carefully untied the black robes and slowly pulled them down. Qin Yu frowned. Yuqi's eyes widened. As the black robes were torn apart from his flesh, Qin Yu's back was covered in blood. Black energy lingered on the surface of the wound. Faint traces of the curse aura caused one's soul to tremble. "Qin Yu." Yuqi revealed a panicked expression. "This is the curse aura of the land of sealed demons. You have been contaminated by the curse aura." Qin Yu put on the black robes. "I'm fine." "How can you be fine? This is the curse of the land of sealed demons. You don't understand. Once you are contaminated." Yuqi hesitated, her eyes filled with worry. Qin Yu's eyes warmed. He lightly said, "I once crossed tribulation in the land of sealed demons." These words came without rhyme or reason. Yuqi was startled and her eyes brightened. Because of the existence of the curse power within the land of sealed demons, it was rejected by the heavens and earth. The might of the heavenly tribulation that descended here would increase by 10 times. If Qin Yu was able to emerge unscathed, then he must have some other hidden card. For him to say such a thing, could it be that this trump card could counter the power of curses? Yuqi seriously looked at him. It was only when she saw that he was calm that she relaxed. She realized her nervousness and blushed. She coldly snorted, "I never thought you would have such methods." This woman was anxious just now, but now she's acting tsunder again. Qin Yu shook his head, ignoring her. He turned and walked away. Yuqi called out several times. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't turn around, she was immediately enraged. "Qin Yu, don't forget that it was me who helped you kill the demon monarch and Heavenseek demon. Don't forget this kindness." She chased after Qin Yu and fiercely threatened him, telling him that he would remember Miss Yuqi's kindness and that he would repay her in the future. She stared at Qin Yu for several moments and then suddenly said, "You must have sensed the power of the curse, so why didn't you teleport away? I know you can do it." Qin Yu lightly said, "Carrying you is too heavy." Yuqi clenched her teeth. "Then you can throw me away." "I was flustered and forgot." Yuchi stomped her feet in anger. But as she looked at Qin Yu's back, she couldn't help but smile. Little man, it seems that you still care about me in your heart. Because of this, I will be magnanimous and not lower myself to your level. At the bottom of the crater formed by the land of sealed demons, a gray stone flashed with a dark light before returning to silence. Walala! Underground spring water gushed out, soon submerging it. Immortal Eclipse Valley. Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. On his bare back, the terrifying wounds formed by the power of the curse began to rapidly heal. Faint traces of gray aura gathered on his right index finger, causing its surface to shine with a crystalline light, making it seem a bit more pure and exquisite. Qin Yu lifted his hand and looked at his particularly beautiful finger. He revealed a helpless smile. Who would have thought that this finger of his contained a poison that even he feared? No, this was no longer a simple poison. After mixing in the power of the curse, there was a clear change in the poison. It was now tainted with a curse attribute. Perhaps calling it a cursed fingerdip would be more accurate. Qin Yu shook his head, suppressing these thoughts. He pushed open the door and left. Bright sunlight sprinkled down on his body, warm and calm. Ning Ling's figure subconsciously appeared in Qin Yu's mind. When they first separated, she had determined that they would never meet again in this life. But now, this was about to be broken. With this thought in mind, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Why are you smiling so brightly? Who are you thinking of? Yuchi coldly snorted, holding on to Gu Ling as she appeared. Qin Yu smiled, ignoring her provocation. Yuchi should have already told you. Gu Ling-er's eyes reddened. She squeezed out a smile. Big sister Yuchi told me. Big brother, you can rest assured. I will cultivate hard. There were some words she didn't say. Only by cultivating hard and becoming strong enough would she have the chance to enter the land of divinity and demons and see her big brother Qin Yu again. Qin Yu smiled. Ling-er, be a good girl. I guarantee you that, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely bring you there. I believe in Big Brother. Yuchi sighed inwardly. My silly Ling-er, not everyone has the qualifications to enter the land of divinity and demons. Qin Yu wasn't bad. He cultivated the demon body and his destiny was astonishing. But in the land of divinity and demons, there were countless people more outstanding than him. Unless he could really rise up and become a truly great figure, otherwise, let alone bringing you back, it would be extremely difficult for him to do so. Qin Yu said some more words to Gu Ling, doing his best to comfort her. But he could see that beneath this girl's forced smile was a hidden sorrow. But, whether it was because of Ning Ling or because he wanted to pursue the road of the great Tao, he had to go to the land of divinity and demons. After entrusting Yuchi to accompany her, Qin Yu turned and left. Pill Crucible sighed. Junior apprentice brother, you must leave. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Yes, senior apprentice brother. Pill Crucible nodded. To you, this world is indeed a bit small. Go to the land of divinity and demons. That is the place where you should freely roam. I wish you the best of luck in the future, and I wish you the best in your cultivation. Qin Yu smiled. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. I believe that you will definitely be able to break into Divine Soul. At that time, you and I will be able to meet again in the land of divinity and demons. Pill Crucible laughed. Great. Qin Yu stood up. There is one more matter that I must trouble senior apprentice brother with. I don't know where the demonic path's myriad demon caves are hidden, but I have a friend named Shan Wugu who has been exiled by the demon monarch. I ask that senior apprentice brother help me find the myriad demon caves and rescue him. With a flick of his sleeves, the Saint Furnace he had seized from the sea region appeared. I will have to trouble senior apprentice brother to help me pass this along to him. Pill Crucible frowned. The myriad demon caves are a limitless space. Unless I break into Divine Soul, I won't be able to rush into it in a short period of time. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Then I ask senior apprentice brother to find the myriad demon caves and toss the furnace inside. Pill Crucible didn't ask further. I will do this as soon as possible. Qin Yu cupped his hands together in thanks and bid his farewells. Jiang Li's eyes were filled with praise and admiration. To be able to cultivate the 5-element swords, Qin Yu, you can be considered the #1 sword cultivator in the world. I no longer have anything else I can pass on to you. Before we part, I hope that you can truly carry forward my sword path and become a sword grandmaster of your generation. A sword grandmaster was the leader of all sword cultivators in the world. That referred to the land of divinity and demons. This was simply an unattainable hope. If the cultivators of the land of divinity and demons were to know that in this barren land of exiles, there was actually someone who dared to say that he could become a sword grandmaster, they would likely laugh their heads off. Qin Yu had a serious expression. He cupped his hands together and said, Senior Jiang, rest assured that Qin Yu will do everything in his power to accomplish this goal. The nascent soul that had seemed so far away in the past had now been achieved. So what if he was a sword grandmaster? He might be able to do it. Jiang Li smiled in satisfaction. As he praised Qin Yu inwardly, he also felt a bit sad. In his life, reaching his current boundary was already his limit. To Jiang Li, who was obsessed with the sword path and had dedicated his life to it, this was a tremendous pain and torture. Luckily, his faith in the sword path continued on Qin Yu's body. He would step into the land of divinity and demons and constantly chase after the peak of the sword path. Taoist Wang curled his lips. He pretended to be calm, but there was envy in his eyes. The land of divinity and demons cannot be compared to this place. It is best to be careful and not be too arrogant, lest you lose your life. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. I thank Senior Wang for the advice. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, Senior is not my master, but you are no different from my master. I have no idea when we will meet again, so I ask Senior to accept my defeat. He deeply bowed. Taoist Wang's eyes were moved. He turned and waved his hand. Hurry and leave. Isn't it just the land of divinity and demons? I might have a chance to go. Qin Yu smiled. He turned and left. On this day, without anyone seeing them off, Qin Yu and Yu Qi quietly left Immortal Eclipse Valley. Gu Ling hid in her room, her face covered in tears. But her red eyes gradually revealed a firm resolve. Strong winds blew against his face. Qin Yu silently walked forwards. Yu Qi knew that it was inevitable that his emotions would fall, so she quietly followed behind. Suddenly, Qin Yu said, Yu Qi, do you know of the Gold Noble family? Yu Qi's eyes revealed a bit of guilt. I know a little. What about it? I have a friend in the Gold Noble family. Not too long ago, she also went to the land of divinity and demons. Qin Yu turned around. I forgot. You should know her. She is Ningling. He revealed a light smile and continued to say, she is still alive. Yu Qi coldly sneered. Qin Yu glanced at her. He knew that Yu Qi and Ningling didn't get along and had even tried to kill her in the past. But that was all in the past and he didn't want to pursue it. He directly said, I want to ask you, how strong is the immortal sect in the land of divinity and demons? Yu Qi frowned. Immortal sect. She looked at Qin Yu, a thoughtful look on her face. No wonder you were able to smoothly break into nascent soul. So it was because of her. She took a deep breath and said, Qin Yu, if Ning Ling goes to the immortal sect, I must warn you not to approach her again, otherwise you will definitely die. Qin Yu's expression was light. Yu Qi sneered. Do you think I'm lying to you? The immortal sect stands side by side with the demonic path. They are both existences in the land of divinity and demons, existences that stand above the highest heavens. They have tens of millions of subordinates and their sphere of influence is infinite. They control countries and governments, and their strength far surpasses your imagination. let alone the fact that you only have a nascent soul cultivation. Even if you were a divine soul or blue sea realm supreme elder, you would still be nothing but an ant in front of the immortal sect. Moreover, you are someone of my demonic path. The immortals and demons have stood against each other for endless years. If Ning Ling enters the immortal sect, then the two of you will belong to two different worlds. Above nascent soul, when the soul awakens and comes into contact with the rules of the world, that is the divine soul realm. Once the divine soul realm goes a step further, that is the blue sea realm. At this realm, one can control the spiritual strength of the world, and with every movement one makes, one can change the world. Even a blue sea is an ant. The strength of the immortal sect is truly terrifying. Qin Yu's expression was dignified. But there was no fear in his eyes, only calm and steady. Yuqi clenched her teeth. Don't bring about your own destruction. Qin Yu let out a long breath. Don't worry, I am very patient. I can wait. Yuqi mocked. Do you think you can become a character that can suppress the immortal sect? Otherwise, even if you wait for 1,000 or 10,000 years, what can you do? Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Why not? Yuqi was stunned. It was only then that she realized what he had said. Her entire body stiffened and her mind went blank. This fellow, he really dared to say such things. The land of divinity and demons was incomparably vast. There were dozens of countries that stood side by side, and there were tens of thousands of sects and family clans. Among them, those with heaven-gifted talents and monstrous destinies were few and far between. Of these people, which one of them wasn't a proud son of heaven? Even the most outstanding of them didn't dare to say that they would become a peerless overlord that could suppress the immortal sect in the future. Qin Yu, the ignorant are fearless. Yuqi sighed and looked at him with contempt. But as she swept her eyes over him and saw his calm expression, she couldn't help but think in the depths of her heart. What if this fellow succeeded? Pa. How could that be possible? I must be crazy. 3 days later, Qin Yu and Yuqi appeared in a grand underground palace. Looking at the architectural style, it was unknown just how long it had existed for. In the underground palace there was a massive transmission array. Even with Qin Yu's array formation cultivation, he couldn't understand it at all. From this, one could see just how profound it was. After Yuqi finished arranging it, there was a light cry and the array formation slowly revolved. A rich and dazzling divine light illuminated the entire underground palace. Her complexion paled and her eyes became a bit lax. The cost of filling up the transmission array had completely emptied her. She clenched her teeth and said, "Let's go in." Qin Yu didn't look at her. He took a deep breath and stepped into the transmission array. Land of divinity and demons, immortal sect. I'm coming. Chapter 271. 5 colors, 7 colors, 9 colors, all sorts of lights bloomed in front of him, colliding and fusing together. It was like he was rushing through the most bumpy road in the world. There was a tearing strength all around him, and even with Qin Yu's powerful demon body, he still felt a stabbing pain. Luckily, there was a faint layer of light protecting his body. Otherwise, Qin Yu didn't doubt that these bright and chaotic colors would instantly tear him to pieces. Turning her head, Yuqi's complexion paled. But, during the transmission, she didn't dare to use any strength to defend herself. After all, once she interfered with the transmission process, no one knew what would happen. As if feeling Qin Yu's eyes, she looked up and viciously said, "What are you standing around for? Why aren't you hugging me? It's not like you haven't done it before, so why are you pretending to be a gentleman?" Qin Yu had a helpless expression. These words made it seem as if he had been harboring evil intentions all this time. What an unjust accusation. But at this time, he could only reach out and pull her into his chest. A light fragrance entered his nose, and that soft and tender body, although he didn't want to admit it, whether it was the feeling or the mind, it could be called perfect. Yuchi lowered her head and placed it against Qin Yu's chest. Listening to his powerful heartbeat and feeling the warmth from him, she smiled. The transmission process took a long time. Just as Qin Yu was wondering whether there was a problem somewhere, the brilliant colors began to rapidly fade away. Then, light appeared. Yuchi used a bit of strength to stand up from his chest. She happily said, "We've arrived." Shwa, everything in front of him suddenly brightened. The radiant light shined down on his body, causing Qin Yu's eyes to sting. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Only after his vision blurred was he able to clearly see where he was. This was an incomparably massive square paved with some sort of blue stone. The square was densely packed with dozens of transmission arrays. He and Yuchi were in one of them. There were crystal signboards that displayed all sorts of scenes. There were beautiful and bustling scenes, scenes of slaughter and war, scenes of raging rivers roaring. But at this time, a gentle female voice clearly entered Qin Yu's ears. "Welcome to the land of divinity and demons." As he was startled, there was a violent explosion above his head, a roar like billowing thunder. He looked up to see a strange bird covered in golden scales with an incomparably fierce gaze. It was like a blazing meteor beneath the bright sunlight as it smashed into the invisible barrier. Resplendent divine light suddenly erupted, rising and falling like monstrous waves. With the point of collision as the center, it rushed towards the entire city. The force of this collision was enough to split apart 100 great rivers. But as it passed through the city, it was slowly erased by the invisible barrier. In the end, it disappeared, unable to cause the slightest bit of damage to the city. Qin Yu stiffened. His pupils violently shrank and his heart filled with horror. When he saw the strange bird, he felt as if he had been swept by its gaze. Just a single glance was enough to make him feel as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. He couldn't even think. Although he didn't know what sort of terrifying killing power the strange bird's seemingly useless strike contained, he didn't doubt that this strike was enough to instantly crush him to powder. A cold voice sounded in their ears. "Where did you come from?" Qin Yu regained his composure. He saw that outside the transmission array, several soldiers were looking at him with cold expressions. This glance caused his heart to skip a beat. Of these soldiers, the weakest was at the 6th level of Golden Core, and the one leading them was a nascent soul realm cultivator. Although he was only at the middle nascent soul realm, Qin Yu could still feel a faint threat from him. Yuchi hurriedly said, "We are people from the Yu family. We came from the land of exiles. I have already notified my family, and someone will soon come to pick us up." She glanced at the strange bird that was flapping its wings and flying away. Her eyes were dignified. "The monster beast attacks have begun again?" As the soldier heard this, he clearly relaxed a great deal. He nodded. "It hasn't been peaceful recently. There are always Beast King level fellows appearing. Since you are cultivators of the Yu family, you should understand the rules." Yuchi nodded. "We will wait in the suspension area for the family to pick us up." The soldier waved his hand. A subordinate stepped out and brought Yuchi and Qin Yu away. "Wait here and don't move around." With a few words, the soldier turned and hurried away. Qin Yu's eyes had been looking all around. Only now did he slowly turn away. His expression was calm, but in the lake of his heart, raging waves were already rising. The land of divinity and demons. This was the land of divinity and demons. A single strike from that terrifying strange bird was enough to kill him thousands of times over. In this square there were over a dozen nascent soul soldiers. Moreover, he could faintly sense 2 terrifying auras. Even with Qin Yu's current cultivation, he still felt an incomparable dread. It was clear they were powerhouses guarding this place. And this was only a mere square. Looking around, the entire city seemed boundless. Let alone the human cities of the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty, even the capital city of the sea races deep in the sea region couldn't compare with this city. Yuchi was keenly aware of Qin Yu's silence. Her thoughts stirred, and she understood what he was thinking. She said in a soft voice, "Don't underestimate yourself. There are indeed countless powerhouses in the land of divinity and demons, but the richness of the heaven and earth spiritual strength here is not something that the land of exiles can compare with. For you to have your current achievements in the land of exiles, even in the land of divinity and demons, that is already dazzling enough." Qin Yu's heart warmed. He nodded. "I'm fine. Indeed, as Yu Qi said, the heaven and earth spiritual strength in the land of divinity and demons had reached an inconceivably rich boundary. The only place Qin Yu had ever seen that could compare with it was Immortal Eclipse Valley, the domain formed by the radiant red wood. If one lived in such an environment all year round, it would be difficult for their cultivation not to rise by leaps and bounds. But it was because of this that Qin Yu became increasingly aware of just how many terrifying powerhouses could be born in the land of divinity and demons. A vast and endless world, extremely rich heaven and earth spiritual strength, accumulated over trillions of years. No wonder Yu Qi had such an expression when he said that it wasn't necessarily impossible for him to become a sword ancestor. Now, even Qin Yu thought about it. He felt he was a bit too arrogant. In the paused area, in several transmission arrays, besides Yu Qi and Qin Yu, there were 6 other cultivators waiting. Suddenly, one of the pale-faced cultivators roared out in pain. His body rapidly expanded and sharp claws grew out from his hands and feet. His face elongated and a large mouth filled with ferocious fangs that flashed with a bloodthirsty cold light. This was a giant 2-legged wolf. Roar! This was clearly a cultivator that had transformed into a monster beast. With a loud roar, it rushed towards the transmission array. "Stop it! Kill!" The squad of soldiers closest to it all drew their swords and slashed forwards. Bang! A cruel and ruthless sword intent carried with it a monstrous, killing intent. It condensed into a waterfall as it slashed downwards. The giant wolf cried out miserably as it was sent flying backwards by the sword light. But what was terrifying was that such a powerful sword light was only able to tear open a wound on its abdomen. Moreover, the flesh and blood around the wound began to wriggle as if it wanted to regenerate. Seeing that it could no longer destroy the transmission array, the giant wolf turned around. Its bloodthirsty eyes covered the several people in the paused area. Then, its hind legs pushed outwards and it shot forwards like a bolt of lightning. With a miserable scream, the cultivator closest to the giant wolf was bitten in half. Its saliva seemed to contain some sort of poison. The late golden core cultivator screamed out in pain as his body turned pitch black and he died. Shwar! The giant wolf didn't stop. It rushed towards the next person. In the blink of an eye, 2 female cultivators were torn to pieces. One of them was a young girl. Her eyes were wide open, filled with fear and unwillingness. She never imagined that she would die so soon after arriving in the land of divinity and demons. The giant wolf gasped for breath. It swept its eyes around. The remaining people were all at the nascent soul realm. Only the black-robed boy in front of it had the weakest aura. First it would kill him and then the woman beside him. Finally, it would blow itself up. Then, it would kill enough. The giant wolf leapt forwards, a fierce light flashing in its eyes as if it could already see the black-robed boy's head severed from his body. But, what it didn't understand was, why wasn't he afraid? Bang! Radiant sword light erupted. White, black, blue, red, and yellow vortexes sucked the giant wolf in. Then, countless sword phantoms completely submerged it. Pitiful cries rang out again and again. The giant wolf wanted to escape, but it couldn't break free from the 5-colored vortex. Its cries gradually faded away until they vanished. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the 5-element swords vanished. The wolf corpse fell to the ground, its wounds crisscrossing across its body. One of its eyeballs had been cut open, and the remaining eye was filled with pain and despair. A squad of soldiers rushed over. They first inspected the wolf corpse and determined that it was dead. One of them cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you for helping us. May I ask where you come from and if you are willing to join my Southern Overwatch Pass army?" Qin Yu was startled. Yu Qi spoke up. "Reporting to Captain, fellow Taoist Qin is a genius that my Yu family discovered in the land of exiles. He is temporarily unable to serve in the army." The soldier's eyes brightened. The land of exiles? As he looked at Qin Yu, there was a bit more appreciation in his eyes. For someone to be able to cultivate such strength in such a barren land of heaven and earth, spiritual strength, one could imagine how high his talent was. After arriving at the land of divinity and demons, he was sure to soar into the heavens. The Yu family is lucky. The man cupped his hands together. "Fellow Taoist Qin, I am the Southern Overwatch Pass's Tiger Howl Army's Commandant Tianyun. You have helped me greatly today. If you have any need in the future, you can look for me at any time." He turned and led his subordinates away. The surrounding people all looked at Qin Yu with envy in their eyes. A moment later, the Yu family cultivators arrived. It was unknown where they had learned of what happened just now, but their attitude towards Qin Yu was incomparably gentle. "Fellow Taoist Qin has come from afar, so I'm sure you must be tired. Please follow us back and rest for several days." The cultivator who spoke was called Yuhan. According to blood relations, he was Yu Qi's cousin. But, looking at the way they nodded, it was clear their relationship was ordinary. As a newcomer, he naturally listened to others' arrangements. Qin Yu nodded, not saying much. With the Yu family members leading the way, they smoothly left the square. After leaving the range of the soldiers, a carriage stopped on the side of the road. At first glance, flowers bloomed like brocade. Rows upon rows of buildings flashed with countless neon lights. It was a dizzying sight. "Fellow Taoist Qin, please." Yuhan smiled. The carriage didn't have any reins and naturally didn't need to be pulled. The surface of the carriage was engraved with runes of array formations that shined with a faint light. Qin Yu knew that before entering the Yu family, Yuhan would definitely ask Yu Qi first. He stepped into the carriage and closed the door behind him. As soon as the door closed, there was no longer any sound from the outside world. A light fragrance floated in the air, making one feel refreshed. Looking around, there wasn't a single part of the carriage that wasn't exquisite. The table in front of him, the fur beneath him, everything was pleasing to the eye. In particular, there was a soft singing voice that came from somewhere, adding even more enjoyment to the experience. Soon, the carriage gently shook and began to move forward without making the least bit of noise. If it weren't for the two sides rapidly passing by, it would have been impossible to feel that it was moving at high speed. Qin Yu revealed a look of praise. Not only was the cultivation level of the land of divinity and demons extremely high, but all sorts of things derived from it were also unheard of. But soon, he turned his eyes away from these new and interesting things, and a thoughtful look crossed his face. The Yu family had pardoned Yu Qi's sins and brought him into the land of divinity and demons. It was clear they had something they wanted from him. In this world, there were no benefits that came without reason. Although his knowledge was limited, Qin Yu's intuition told him that this was inextricably related to him cultivating the demon body. In the past, Yu Qi's change in attitude was also because of the demon body. Moreover, she had mentioned that the demon body seemed to have an extraordinary significance to the demonic path. If so, then there shouldn't be any dangers. The scenery outside the window passed faster and faster. The Yu family caravan seemed to have entered a highway. But even in this state, it took over an hour before they arrived at the Yu family. The caravan stopped. After the door opened, Qin Yu stepped out. This was a rather tranquil residential area. The entire street was straight and wide, and both sides of the road were filled with parasol trees. Sunlight shone through the wide leaves and onto the ground. Under the bright beams of light there were mottled spots. The Yu family's doors were already open. Several cultivators were waiting with smiles on their faces. They stepped forwards and said, I presume this must be fellow Taoist Qin Yu? This is our first time meeting. I am Yu Yuanming, Yu Qi's uncle. Yu Qi revealed an excited expression for the first time. She respectfully bowed. Greetings, uncle. Qin Yu knew that this person was relatively trustworthy. He cupped his hands together and said, Qin Yu greets senior. It wasn't an exaggeration to call him senior. Yu Yuanming's aura fluctuated, faintly blending into the world. Although he restrained his aura, one could still feel a faint pressure. This was a divine soul realm cultivator. This was the first divine soul that Qin Yu had seen since entering the land of divinity and demons. His aura was as deep as the sea and unfathomably powerful. Yu Yuanming smiled and nodded. Fellow Taoist Qin Yu, there is no need to be so polite. With your status in the demonic path, you should automatically rise a level and treat me as an equal. After he finished speaking, he nodded to Yu Qi. You did well this time. The clan has already written off the previous matters. Be careful in the future and don't make any more mistakes. Yu Qi respectfully said, Yes, uncle. Yu Yuanming reached out a hand to grab Qin Yu. Let's go. The banquet is being prepared and the patriarch and the others are already impatient to see you. Hurry and wash up. This time, Qin Yu was truly overwhelmed by the favor. A divine soul realm cultivator had personally come out to greet him. For the Yu family to arrange a grand banquet and for the patriarch to personally attend, it was likely that all the powerhouses of the clan would arrive. This treatment was simply unimaginably high. To sum up the Yu family's residence, there was only one word to describe it: big. It wasn't a normal size. Qin Yu felt that if he were to walk, he might not even be able to walk out in a day. Luckily, there seemed to be some exquisite array formations arranged around the residence. Although it looked like it was extremely far away, it only took several steps to reach it. Qin Yu's residence was an exquisite courtyard. The maids, manservants, and others had already been arranged. Yu Yuanming smiled. Fellow Taoist Qin, please. I will bring Yu Qi away first. I will come back to pick you up later. As he spoke, he turned and left. Yu Qi gave Qin Yu a reassuring look and followed him. Greetings, my lord. In the courtyard, 12 beautiful maids and 12 manservants fell to their knees. Qin Yu waved his hand. Rise.